The Price of Retribution. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmour. Prologue. First Crossing of the Blue Mountains, Australia, 1813. It was 1813 when we set out to accomplish what no one else had been able to. More than 30 years since the first attempt had been made by the many others. Our party consisted of those great explorers, William Wentworth, Gregory Blaxland, and William Lawson, who history would acknowledge to be the first to conquer the mountain ranges. With them came a small complement of convicts, hand-selected for their particular skills, 2 horses, and 1 native person. And then there was me, a convict who had served his time and decided to make a go at living like an honest man for a while. Many of the indigenous population had told stories of a fertile land to the west of the mountain ranges. So far, our efforts to cross them had failed. Many people believed the ranges represented the end of cultivatable land, beyond which we would achieve nothing but hostile desert. The land we traversed certainly didn't promise anything hospitable. Everywhere we looked was dry. The trees were brown. Rocks and crevices daunted our movements in every direction. We found, time and again, we would spend days trying to get to the end of a ridge, only to discover our progress was blocked by a rocky overhang no man could pass. Some say we did it for the adventure. Others believe we sought fame or the wealth that comes with land ownership and the potential to find large green pastures. I'm not sure why I did it, and I certainly can't speak for the others, but I suppose for myself, after all I had seen in the so-named newly civilized land at Sydney Cove, I just felt the need to leave it all behind, and that's exactly what I did. I don't think we were any better or worse than those who had come before us. For me, I think our time was just right, and the mountain, with its beautiful blue haze that seemed to go on forever, finally relinquished her secrets and let us pass. It was June 1813 by the time we first reached the spur, which would eventually allow us to descend into the land west of the mountain range. What we saw would draw many more colonists in the years to come. In the distance there were large open plains and green grass, the likes of which I had not seen since I left England. Cattle appeared to roam freely. There had been talk for years about a place on the other side of the ranges in which the cattle from the first fleet had settled, and with the fertile land prospered into the thousands. I don't know about there being thousands, but the cattle I did see appeared fat and content. Maybe they had found their utopia after all, and it didn't include us. There was a vast river that ran along the base of the mountain, and on the other side we found a large, deserted wooden house. It looked simple in appearance, and on first inspection could have been mistaken as a more sophisticated aboriginal dwelling. Upon further examination, we quickly discovered that although the house was made of logs felled locally, they were joined with iron nails, making it distinctly European in construction. It was not unusual for the local people to trade for nails, but the work here displayed more skill than any that the native population could possibly have mastered. As we entered the dilapidated homestead, we found almost nothing of value. A makeshift shovel, 1 iron axe, almost completely rusted through, a couple of rudimentary native weapons, nothing worth taking with us on our long journey home. One thing I did find as I wandered through the house was a lone book sitting next to a bed that appeared to have rotted away long ago. The words were in French, but due to the damage caused by exposure over the years, I found it impossible to find meaning in them. Next to the book, there was a broken iron restraint, similar to the kind used to restrain a large animal. It didn't appear to belong to the rest of the building materials. As I picked it up, I felt the weight of it in my hand and wondered what it might have been. It appeared to have been made by a crude blacksmith to restrain something and then later discarded after it had broken. I was about to place it back on the table when something caught the corner of my eye, intriguing me just enough to inspect it further. The point at which it was broken appeared delicate, and was the least tarnished part of the band, as though someone had gone to great lengths to chisel an opening. I felt it in my hands, and wondered what it could have been used for. Cleaning the metal by hand, I discovered a small marking on its side. It took me a moment to realize the marking made the first letter of a word. It could have been an English word. I took the iron band down to the sandy edge of the soft, flowing river. In the crystal-clear waters, I scrubbed it until I was rewarded with a barely legible inscription. This convict remains the property of Sir Robert Williams until death. It was then I noticed Blaxland had become interested in my occupation and read the inscription out loud. There was a long pause of silence afterward, as neither of us spoke, each one anticipating the other's response, neither wanting to relinquish more than was obliged. Blaxland took his time before he spoke, and when he did, he was deadly serious. "I certainly hope you understand what this means." I paused. I knew exactly what it meant. "Yes, of course." Before I had even spoken the words, I obediently threw the restraint into the deep water, nearing the middle of the river. We never talked about that discovery, and we certainly didn't report it when we returned to the colony. But as the years have gone by, and I've grown to be an old man, I still think back to that day, about the person to whom that iron restraint had once belonged. As I lie in bed at night as an old man, and often look out at the stars through the opening in the window, I wonder, had it all been a grave mistake? Part 1. London, 1786. Chapter 1. It was an unusually warm morning for April as Jack Overton walked briskly down the cobblestone laneway that marked the northern edge of the River Thames. The tower, not far in the distance, was still completely hidden by the mist, the morning sun having not yet pierced the horizon. At 5'11", Jack's strong, wiry frame depicted a man who had spent his life performing hard manual labor. A casual observer would have been very much surprised to discover he had spent his life in the employ of a jewelry maker, and had never done a physically demanding day's work in his life. They might also notice his hazel eyes, which displayed an intelligence and confidence more commonly seen in a man with life experiences that were unlikely to be repeated if one lived to be twice his meager 22 years. He walked with an unnaturally heavy stride down the northern side of the River Thames. Surprised by his own confidence, he walked with a sense of triumph that outweighed the concern which he knew the morning more rightly deserved. The physical weight of the gold was cumbersome. His only apprehension was that someone would notice the way his tunic seemed to hang unnaturally low. He felt himself smile as he considered what he would do with the gold. Already he had amassed a fortune for someone who came from his humble childhood. But gold, like the sight of a beautiful woman, never appeared to be quite sufficient for one's own desires. Today, he was carrying enough gold to buy him anything he wanted. If he so chose, it would have made him wealthy enough he would never have to work again, even to live the exceedingly lavish lifestyle he had come to enjoy. That was, if it had been his gold. The thought made him recall that unfortunate night all those months ago. He had lost more than he could afford in one drunken gamble in a gaming house. As a result, his life had come to be obliged to today's purpose for a man he neither liked nor trusted. After today, those debts would be repaid, and he would be a rich man. Not far from the tower's gate, Jack paused at the water's edge and withdrew a brass timepiece from his left breast pocket. It was 10 minutes to 5 in the morning. Mist still shrouded the river like darkness. He smiled. There was time yet. Shifting his position a little farther downriver, he paused to check his timepiece again. The tiny metal hand hadn't moved much, and he knew to the most unobservant onlooker it would appear as though he was pacing. Taking a deep breath, he tried to make himself appear more relaxed than he felt, as his window of opportunity slowly dwindled with every passing minute. Pacing was being stupid. No one paced along a river at 10 to 5 in the morning. People hurry as they rush to get to their place of employment. Those who have the time to dally do so much later in the day, because those who have the time generally wait until the sun rises to take a leisurely stroll along the river. Still, he couldn't leave this spot either. He just needed the next 30 minutes to go as planned, and he would be a rich man. Alternatively, it would see him hanging from a rope at Newgate. But he didn't give this much consideration as he walked. Luck had always been his friend, and this, he admitted to himself, often brought with it an overdeveloped sense of confidence. All luck runs out. He just prayed today would not be that day. Surveying the street, he could only just make out the guards patrolling the castle walls in the distance. They seemed awake, but no more alert than one would expect at this hour of the morning. Only another 30 minutes until the changing of the guards. Nothing to suggest there had been a problem. He reminded himself he hadn't done anything treasonous. Yet. A lone dog barked in the distance, probably just a mutt chasing any one of the throng of rats that coexisted in London's industrious centre. It had often surprised him, he reflected with much fondness, how much luck affected all things in life. God had been generous in the quantity of good fortune bestowed upon him so far, but all good things must have their reasonable limits. A tall man with a build too solid to be anything but a blacksmith, or one of those modern-day musket armorers, approached. He wore a heavy leather tunic, black with soot. His arms, strong as any man out there, were covered with burns, and black enough to be indistinguishable with his tunic. He whistled pleasantly as he walked, much too lively for the hour of the morning. I hate blacksmiths, Jack thought. The man smiled at him and politely said, "Good morning, sir," as he passed by. He didn't want to be noticed today, but it would have caused more attention to himself, he realized, were he to be rude and ignore the man. He checked his timepiece again, attempting to conceal the anxiety slowly growing in him while he waited, then looked up. "Good day, sir." He returned the greeting, without looking at the man's face. He watched the blacksmith wander further down the river, stopping next to a forge and dismissing the boy who had manned it through the night. Movement on the river caught Jack's attention. Finally, what he had been waiting for. In the distance, a wooden rowboat appeared with two occupants only just visible. The mist from their mouths created a silhouette on the black background of the stilled water. The Thames was at her slack tide, and one of the occupants was rowing without effort toward the shore. They were late. He could think of any number of reasons why they should be late, but none of them mattered. If the worst had occurred, his life would already be over. If he wasn't in possession of it by tonight, he wouldn't be alive by the morning. That much had been made abundantly clear to him. All he had left to him was to continue on with the original plan and hope for the best. As the rowboat approached, he didn't like what he saw. Nothing was going to plan, and nothing had really yet been achieved. They were almost 30 minutes late in making the exchange. The blacksmith had started slightly early. It could have been a coincidence, but he didn't believe in coincidences, especially when his life expectancy rested on it. Now, as the small rowboat approached, the two strangers weren't at all what he expected. No, he needed to go through with the plan. Jack looked at both the strangers. One was a man of average size and no real noticeable features. He had brown hair, a modest physique, appeared slightly shorter than common, but in every other way was perfectly average in appearance. His clothes identified that he was not a wealthy man, but neither did they suggest he was poor. His countenance gave away little about his emotions. The man looked as though he was out to pick up something from the local shop, not commit high treason. The other person was a woman. She wore a blue cloak that covered part of her face, and the profile of her petite hands underneath the garment could be seen clutching to keep the cold out. No one had told him about a woman being there. He had only a moment to make the decision. He met the man's eyes. "What's she doing here?" "I couldn't leave her there. If he woke up before we got back, she'd be dead. We're already taking a massive risk going back." There was an uncertain trust they both felt, based on the knowledge their lives depended on making the exchange before 5:30 today. There was just enough honesty in the man's eyes to motivate Jack's gamble. Besides, he recalled how he got into this problem in the first place, and knew he would be dead by the evening if he failed in his task. Jack's eyes darted between the man and the woman, back to the boat, before landing heavily on a distant laneway. "Follow me." "We don't have time to leave the boat," the man started to object. "I need light to examine it, you know. We'll be seen here for sure." "Then where?" "I know a place around the corner from here. We'll be safe. I'm in this as much as you are, you know." Uncertainty crossed the stranger's face. It was clearly riskier now. "How can I trust you?" The man's face was contorted with worry. "You can't trust me, and I can't trust you. We're both criminals. But if we're caught with it, we'll both be dead before we have a chance to speak. So you're going to have to trust me." Already, Jack was considering his next move. If he couldn't make the exchange, he was going to have to find a way to disappear for the rest of his life. The stranger sighed, breathing heavily. "Very well, where?" "See that window, second level?" Jack looked toward a closed window that looked directly at them. The stranger nodded. "The owner is currently in the north, and I have a key. We'll be safe there." Clearly troubled, the man took a second to consider his options. "Very well, but we're leaving here in the next 10 minutes. "Agreed." The woman pulled the boat up onto the bank of the Thames and quietly tied the painter to the base of a wooden signpost that had a wooden arrow pointed toward the ferry, half a mile further upriver. Although she was well covered by a blue velvet robe, he could easily see she was quite beautiful. Her eyes were blue, and her hair a tender brown. Someone was certainly lucky with their mistress. The beautiful woman remained with the rowboat without saying a word as Jack turned and walked down the street. It was dark where the narrow laneway scarcely allowed the morning light to penetrate its sordid path. With his heightened senses, the smell seemed particularly pervasive today, and the only sound his ears could detect was the quiet stream of refuse making its way eagerly toward the river. Jack had to consciously make an effort not to keep looking over his shoulder at the stranger, whom he uncomfortably let follow behind until he reached the door. He fumbled with the lock, only for a moment. The stranger raised his eyes as his agility with lockpicks was displayed. Strange how criminals seem to differentiate right from wrong, as though breaking into a person's house is worse than stealing from the king. Walking through the door, he locked it behind him and then placed an iron bolt across it for additional security. "Come on, there's more light up here," he said as the rickety stairs creaked with each step he took. Lighting a couple of large candles, he took out his own equipment. "Very well, let me have a look at it." It was superfluous to tell the stranger how important it was to be quick. The stranger took out a small material purse and guardedly handed it to him, as though he still expected some form of betrayal. It was bright, magnificently beautiful, and Jack wished he had been given a chance to see it beforehand. Would his copy pass suspicion? It was without a doubt the most valuable diamond ever discovered. The exchange only needed to last unnoticed a little while. Then he would be far enough away that any discovery would be of no consequence to him. "Wow, it's beautiful." He spoke to no one in particular as he took out his fake and compared the two. He could see the difference with his naked eyes, but would anyone else? They both looked brilliant in the small candlelight. Maybe its splendor would be its safekeeping, and he would just get away with it. That was, if luck was on his side. The stranger arched his eyebrows. "Satisfied?" "Yes, very. Here's your payment." He handed over the large bag of gold sovereigns and the fake diamond. "Godspeed, and good luck to you both." The stranger licked his dry, anxious lips as he took the gold and the fake diamond, as though now would be the time if any treachery was to take place. The necessity of time then took over, and he made his exit. Standing at the door, the stranger hesitated, looking at the fake. "Will this one work? I mean, did you do a good enough job?" "Your guess is as good as mine. I've done the best I could, but without seeing it previously, I never could have guessed its brilliance. We both know if you don't get it back there in time, we'll all be dead." Watching the stranger go, Jack locked the door behind him and replaced the iron bolt before quickly making his way back up the rickety stairs. Each step tormenting him with a creak he felt would somehow be his undoing. He looked at the bookshelf at the end of the room. It was full of old books written by remarkable men who had all lived their lives ahead of their time. Reaching up, he felt for the third and then the fourth book on the top of the shelf before finding what he was after. Resting between a leather-bound book by Plato and another one by Aristotle, there appeared to be an old, poorly wrapped novel with no name on its binding. Feeling gently, he pulled the book forward until the distinct sensation of movement could be recognized. The sound of the tiny lever behind it emerged as it triggered another lever, followed by an audible clunk as a trap door in the roof fell forward and a secret ladder unfolded. Climbing the ladder, he entered the small spacing between the ceiling and the roof. The terrace was part of several adjoining, and Jack had found they shared a common attic space, which he could use to access each of the other structures. Weeks earlier, he'd left a rope at the end of the spacing to use to climb down to the back of an unoccupied shop, where he would make his escape out of the public view. Clambering through the darkness, he could hear the beating of his own heart in his ears as he felt his triumph, almost tangibly. He had got away with it. He was rich, and everything he'd ever dreamed about since he was a poor boy was going to be his. His luck had not faltered. His gambling debts would be repaid in full, and Jack would be rich beyond his dreams. In the distance, he heard the sound of a single pistol fire. Chapter 2. Anna lazily rocked her baby's straw cradle with her foot as she knitted stockings. Through the window of her London cottage, she could see her older son, John, playing with nothing but his imagination. It was an unusually warm April, and with no more clothing than his shorts and shirt, his cheeks were flushed, and there were small beads of sweat forming on his forehead. She could see from his content little smile his mind was in a far-off, happy place. Life has been kind, she considered. Having grown up in Newham as the daughter of a laborer, and rarely having any money, she somehow enjoyed a happiness which, she appreciated, was bestowed upon few children irrespective of their financial security, of which her family had none. Anna had always known there was something different about her, an attribute that made people treat her differently. Her mother had taught her to fear men because of her beauty. Her father, however, had been intent on using her God-given looks to raise her above her current position. Women treated her with a coldness fueled by fear, as though she would take their men, while most men often appeared overwhelmed by her beauty, and when approached by her would become clumsy, distant, and act like little boys. And little boys could be mean and careless. Her husband was different, she thought with relish. In fact, he was the only man she had ever met who seemed to be instantly at ease around her. It was almost as though he was unattracted to her. No, that was too much. It was simply he didn't desire her to the point of inability. Matthew seemed to have a greater purpose to his life than the base lust of a beautiful woman. A simple tailor, he was motivated not so much by a desire to get ahead in life, but to achieve something to make the world a better place. Ideologies for change were what drove him. Sometimes she wondered about his past. He had told her his parents had both died when he was very young, and he had started to learn his trade while living in an orphanage in some village in France, which she couldn't pronounce very well. Deep down, she had often thought he shouldered the burden of a past so horrible, he had convinced himself never to divulge its secrets. Maybe his own mind had barricaded a part of his past so as to protect him from it. Whatever his past was, she was certain he was now and would always be a kind man and a devoted husband and father. It was his enthusiasm which had first made her fall in love with him, much to the disgust of her father, who was adamant her magnificence could achieve much more than a man like Matthew could offer. But she didn't care about what her parents wanted, nor did she care about wealth or a title. All she knew was she loved Matthew, and he loved her, and they were going to be happy. Few days had gone by since she'd married him that she hadn't felt herself lucky for the decision she'd made. She'd met him 5 years ago, when she was only 18, He was a man of basic means, but very intelligent. He was possibly 10 years her senior, although, to be honest, Matthew himself freely admitted he did not know how old he was. He appeared so much worldlier than herself, she sometimes thought he was more like 20 years her senior. It seemed as though he had been everywhere and knew everything. He had told her he had spent time in France as a boy, although all traces of an accent had disappeared, and he had learned so much about their surprising fashion that when he had grown up, it almost seemed natural to go into the trade, and clearly he'd done well at it. Now he was a very much sought-after tailor. Matthew would be considered handsome, but no more so than any successful young man in London, if she was completely honest with herself. He was of average build, only slightly shorter than average height, and had brown hair. These things meant little to her, but there was an intelligence about him, and a way he spoke with people that had attracted her. He was neither rich nor poor, and somehow he was comfortable with all persons he came into contact with. It was as though he truly believed he was just as valuable as those whose position was high above his and below his in the world. Anna never really knew why he worked for someone else as a tailor. Not that there was anything wrong with being a tailor, but he seemed so intelligent. It hardly seemed stimulating enough for him. Still, when she asked, he would tell her that he was very much happy with his current position in life, and would not seek to change it for any amount of gold or prestige. He was reputed to be sought after by the aristocracy of all of England, and would often be away for long periods, as he made dresses or suits specifically for some of the most splendid people in all of England. Although not paid overly well, he never left her in any drastic want for anything. It had often surprised her how much her husband was able to provide the family with his meager wages. They had a 2-bedroom cottage in Newham made of stone, 2 beautiful, healthy boys, and he had loved her with all his heart. "Yes, I'm content with what life has given me," she thought. Sometimes he would come home with more money than she would expect for a tailor, even a very good one. Her gaze drifted to the space under the stairs, and she recalled him hiding something there. On one very recent occasion she had caught him, crouched underneath the stairs. He was hiding a small pouch behind a rock, which had broken away from its cement, before carefully replacing the rock again to conceal the pouch. It would be difficult to see the spot unless you crawled under the stairs, and once there it would be all but impossible to determine any change in the mortar that held the rocks together. Whatever it was now well hidden, she had decided. When she approached him on the subject, he had almost become angry with her, as though she had been spying on him, and then appeared to change his tone, as he thought better of what he was about to say. He then told her how it was a meager gift from a recent client, and he had decided to hide it for a rainy day. She apologized for interrupting him, and told him she would forget about the extra money. It was, after all, his role to provide for her, and her role to ensure the family were well fed and looked after with the money he provided. He seemed pleased by her easy acceptance, and that night they had made love, as they often would when he came back from a long trip, like first-time lovers. A few weeks ago, when he went to work and the children were still asleep, she had crept into that little hole, removed the rock, and withdrew the purse. To this day, she couldn't understand why she had done it. She loved her husband dearly and trusted him completely, but for some reason, she knew for the first time since they had met, he had lied to her. When she opened the purse, she found there was more gold there than her husband would make in a lifetime as a tailor, even the very best tailor, She found herself furious. It didn't even enter her head they were rich, and the gold would change her life one day. All she could think was her husband, who she loved so dearly, had lied to her. What else had he lied about? She gave the thought some more time as she sliced a turnip in preparation for dinner. The question had burned in the back of her mind for a number of days, until after making love with Matthew, she became determined to challenge him on the topic this very morning. Unfortunately, when she woke up, Matthew was already gone, and he had left a simple note for her. It read, "I had to leave early today, but will be home tonight. I love the three of you with all my heart, and have a special surprise I want to share with you. Our lives are about to change for the better. It is time I confess some secrets I have long had to keep from you, my beloved family." She felt guilty as she read the letter. Whatever reason Matthew had to come into possession of that gold, he loved them dearly, and she was wrong to feel angry at him for it. She decided tonight she would make him a special dinner, something with extra meat in it, and approach him on the subject. She felt certain there would be an explanation, and she could close this minor period of discomfiture in her relationship with her husband forever. She smiled to herself as she imagined what that amount of gold could do for the lives of her two boys. They would grow up to be gentlemen. She had never cared a penny for being wealthy herself, but somehow the thought of her boys becoming gentlemen made her happy. Anna glanced up sharply from her darning at the sound of John's voice outside. "Hey, mister," he called out. "Are you a policeman?" "You could say that. I'm what they call a jailer." The voice sounded authoritative, but friendly enough. Anna felt her heart miss a beat. Nothing good could come from this visit. She placed her half-knitted stockings on the bench beside her, wrapped the last of the ball of wool around the needle to lock it off, and stood up to meet the officer trailing her son to the door. "May I help you, sir?" "Are you Mrs. Harper?" he asked politely. "Yes. Is everything very well?" "Mrs. Anna Matthew Harper." He paused, although having apparently done this process many times before, he appeared startled by what he saw when she greeted him. Anna had become accustomed to people faltering in admiration of her loveliness. "Yes, I am she." "I'm sorry to inform you, but your husband, a Mr. Matthew Harper, has been accused of murder and is being held at Newgate." Clearing his lungs with the persistent cough that most Londoners incessantly suffered, he continued, "I am to advise you, if he is convicted, he will hang at Newgate before the end of the month." The thought of that gold completely dispersed from her mind. "What is it he has been accused of? And when does he go before the magistrate?" Her voice was surprisingly calm and focused on finding out the facts of her husband's allegations. An ordinary woman would have pleaded her husband's innocence at this point, but Anna knew this was just a messenger, and she needed to find details and get information quick. "He has been accused of murdering a young woman found slain by the River Thames at Newham. They say the pistol was next to him, and his hands had blood all over them. It appears a smithy came to her aid and was killed also. Your husband is set to be tried by the magistrate tomorrow afternoon." "Who says they saw my husband at the scene?" Her voice was challenging, but she had not intended it to be toward the messenger. She was simply looking for information. "The watchman who was on duty says he saw him at the scene." "My husband's a simple tailor. Why would he kill anyone?" Even as she said it, she considered the gold and could think of any number of reasons why her husband would murder someone. I really don't think I'm the person to answer these questions. I am very sorry, Mrs. Harper. There really isn't much more I can tell you. I really must be on my way." He fumbled with the door as he tried to walk away. "How can I see my husband?" "Oh, I'm very sorry. That would be impossible." And with that, the man turned and started walking away. He then stopped and said, "I almost forgot. Your husband asked me to give you this note." He then turned and walked away. She quickly opened the letter and started reading. "I have been taken to the Newgate prison and will most likely be charged with murder and hung. Last week, you discovered a secret hiding place. In it you will find 100 gold sovereigns. It will change the course of your life. You must take the gold and leave immediately. They will likely come for you. Remember, I will always love you and our boys. Matthew." None of it made any sense, but she knew what her next course of action must be. "John, come inside, John." "Yes, Mummy." Her son begrudgingly came inside. "I have to go out for a little while. I want you to lock this door behind me and don't open it for anyone until I come back. Then I want you to take your brother and go downstairs into Daddy's secret storage area. Have you got that?" "Daddy says it's forbidden to go down there. He says I shouldn't even know about it, and that I'm not to tell anyone." "I know, but today's different. Today I want you and your brother to see how well you can hide down there. Can you do that for me?" "Very well. Will you hide with us?" "I'm sorry, sweetie, I can't today, but I will be back soon, and then I'll try to find you." She opened the trap door, which revealed a small room, no more than 10 feet in diameter and perfectly round, with a single table in the middle. John's eyes glowed with the excitement of being able to climb down. He had been caught playing in the area a few months ago by his father. It was the first time Matthew ever yelled at him. She wondered what he would think about his 2 boys hiding in it today. Kissing her baby boy, Joey, on his cheek, she handed him down to John. "You take care of him now. You will be safe here." "I will, Mum." She could see he loved his little brother and would care for him while she was away. Closing the trap door, she took soot and chard powder from the fireplace and carefully poured it over the tiny cracks where the trap door was. It was barely visible to her, and she had just seen it opened. Lastly, she took the iron table and dragged it over to it so one of the heavy feet would be placed squarely on the door. Her boys would be safe here, she was certain. She then walked out the front door. Turning the door handle afterward, she felt the clunking sound of the locking mechanism gripping the door. Confident the door was properly locked, she started to make her way, trying not to run. When she left the house, she had no idea how much that gold would one day change her life, or that it would be almost 20 years until she even laid eyes upon it again. Chapter 3. With the pistol shot still ringing in his ears, Jack Overton knew something had gone wrong for the 2 strangers. Just as instinctively, he knew the same fate was after him. Terrified, he forced himself to look out the top window. It was the pretty young woman who had been shot. She appeared to be holding her gut, but even at that distance he could tell she was going to bleed to death, and there was nothing anyone could do to change that outcome. There was just one man frantically searching the woman. Clearly he must have known what she had in her possession. Then he saw the smithy. He had come out to see what was happening. He watched as the man greeted the smithy and then stabbed him through his gut. The man, without any luck in his search, simply walked away. Jack watched with surprise as the stranger with whom he had just made the exchange intentionally dropped something over the water's edge. He then ran to the beautiful woman and tried to help her. Why didn't he make a run for it himself? She was plainly beyond help. It was then he noticed the watchman of the gate. The stranger appeared so shocked he didn't even run, but allowed himself to be arrested by the watchman. Could it be he thought he would have nothing to hide? If he had the diamond in his possession or the gold, the truth would come out quick. But without either in his possession, would he appear innocent? The stranger looked up at the attic window and stared straight at him. The stranger's eyes caught him, and in that second he saw their animosity, having assumed him responsible for the treachery. He knew he wasn't responsible, which left only one person in the world who knew about the plan. Williams had betrayed him. And if Williams had betrayed him, then his own life in England was over. Jack needed to get out, and he needed to get out now. But where could he go where Williams would not find him? He needed to get out of London, out of England, for that matter. Who knows how far he would have to go to get out of reach? But without money, how far could he get? The immediate nature of the situation just hit him, and he quickly dropped his head down from the window. If the stranger could see him, so could others. Would the stranger betray him? Or was he telling him something? His heart raced as though he had just run a mile at full speed. Moving from rafter to rafter, he sprinted to the end of the attic. There, above the shop at number 7 Alexandra Street, was the rope he had left almost a week ago. Sliding down with speed, his hands felt the burn as his legs hit the ground hard. Tidying his clothes, he took a deep breath before calmly stepping out onto the street and walking away from the scene. As he walked away, he realized something. I can't go back to my London house. If Williams betrayed me, then I have to leave London straight away. But I have no money, and the diamonds certainly won't be any good to me in the immediate future. Walking with a calmness he didn't feel, Jack watched as 3 blocks went by, as though he was merely out for a morning stroll. He then found what he was looking for, a house that appeared empty. He banged on the door loudly. A bald-headed man with a face that appeared to have a permanent scowl answered the door. Yeah, what do you want? My apologies, sir. I was looking for Samantha, but I fear I may have the wrong house. I believe she lives alone. That you have. I don't even know any Samantha on this street. The man grunted and closed the door. My apologies, sir. Walking a farther block down the street, he found another house that appeared empty. Again he tried his luck and knocked loudly on the door. Waiting for a response, he could hear the sudden loud whistle of the guards ordering people to halt where they were, while searching the area in the distance. He banged on the door again. No answer. Taking a deep breath, he tried his luck. Skillfully, he inserted 2 small metal wires into the door lock and unlocked the simple door lock commonly seen in the poorer houses. Hello? He said loudly as he opened the door. No response. A small level of relief came to him as he locked the door behind him. Hello, is anyone home? He said again, only this time much louder and with confidence, as though he was supposed to be here. No response. That's something, at least, he thought with relief. He then started to explore the house. It was a small 2-bedroom townhouse in Newham, which could have been owned by anyone of basic means. A dress with expensive purple silk was laid out on a desk in the main room. It appeared half-finished, but his keen eye for quality immediately identified the work was impeccable. He ran his hand along the garment. One day, he He would buy a dress like this for a beautiful woman who'd agree to be his wife, he promised himself. Looking further, he saw a bassinet with a half-finished knitted stocking, with its needles tied off resting on its side. He only worried momentarily about the revelation. Even a new mother of a moderately poor family in London would have to work during the day. As his eyes regarded the rest of the modest house, he felt certain this was the place. Here he could take refuge until it became dark, and then he could return to the scene of the murder and retrieve the gold. Now that he was the only one who knew of its existence, it would be his gold, and his only chance for escape. He made his way upstairs and forced himself to rest on the occupant's bed. If he was going to escape, he would have to do so tonight, and that would mean little sleep. Few men in his situation could rest, but he had always been an easy sleeper and quick to wake. For months now, everything he'd done had been toward today's efforts. He knew its success had always been about more than money. If he failed, Williams had made it abundantly clear his life would be over. Now many of his worst fears had been realized, and yet he was still alive. His mind felt undisturbed for the first time since he had first become obliged to Sir Williams. Moments after lying on the hard bed, he peacefully drifted off into a deep sleep, dreaming of all the luck his life had endowed him with. Chapter 4. Jack's mother had died at childbirth, and the birthing woman had suggested to his father he had died within her belly. His father, so he had been told, had become so distraught and unwilling to accept both the loss of his wife and child that he took a knife and cut his mother's belly open. To everyone's surprise, Jack had survived the ordeal and came out crying, but otherwise appeared blithely unconcerned by the event. His mother's best friend took up the role of wet nurse until he was 18 months old. Then, one terrible night, she had a fever, and try as his father might to cool her down, she did not survive into the morning. It was a common story in London, and all persons involved accepted it as a natural part of life. His father, a good-for-nothing pauper, had taught him the necessary skills of life for which he was forever grateful. Unfortunately, his father had never shared Jack's luck and was hanged for stealing when Jack was just 5 years old. At such a tender age, he had already learned his trade well and was capable of using his nimble hands with uncanny dexterity. As time went by, his skills developed, and he found he had a natural gift for determining what jewels were worth stealing and what were not worth the risk. On one fortuitous day, a short man wearing a little black hat and a friendly smile, surrounded by a large curly beard, and the large belly of someone who had enjoyed good food and wine a little too much, was walking down Bridge Street, London. Jack was not working his trade that day. Instead, he had been on his way to see a new ship that was on display on the other side of town. It was only by chance he had been in the area at the time, as it was commonly far too unoccupied for him to work his usual trade. The man appeared to be wearing an expensive timepiece on his left breast pocket when he tripped right in front of him. It was then the simplest of things to help him up and at the same time relieve him of his actually expensive sapphire-encrusted ring from his right middle finger, while simultaneously kindly offering to return the man's inexpensive timepiece. "Good day to you, sir," he politely said to the man as he turned to walk away. His wrist was caught in a vice-like grip, as the older man displayed reflexes his outward appearance certainly didn't suggest. "I'll have my ring back, too, thank you very much." The man's voice was stern, but not overly callous. He had been caught. He thought fast. He'd never actually been caught before. There were times when running was required of him, but never had he been physically trapped as he was now. His wrists twisted as his arms struggled vainly to break free. "I didn't steal it. Really, sir, I wouldn't." The man easily plucked his ring back from Jack's hand. "My name is Constantine Overton. You may call me Mr. Overton. Now, what is your name?" "They call me Jack. I don't think I have a second name, so you may call me Jack." Constantine smiled kindly at him. "Now, where can I find your mother?" Overton looked at him with concern on his face, but not anger. "You don't look much older than 5. Far too young to be caught up in this much mischief by yourself. It isn't your fault, I presume, but your mother or father, I believe, who is behind this thievery. Very well. You had better take me to your mother. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to take you to the local watchman." "I don't have a mother," he protested. No mother." Overton looked disconcerted by this new information, but persisted. "I see. And your father? Where might we find him?" "I was told my mother died when I came into the world. My father said it was my fault, because I came into the world when she left it. Now, my father, he has always been there for me, but he was hung at Newgate at the start of the last new moon. So now it's time I take care of myself in the world." He said it all as a matter of fact, as only a small child can. "And do you have relatives?" "No, sir." "Where do you live?" "London, sir." He had already accepted he was no longer in any real trouble, and was happy to talk to someone for a change. "Where do you live? You sound different." "I'm a merchant, so you see, I do a lot of traveling, but mostly I come from a place called Venice. Now, where exactly in London do you reside?" He deliberately talked a little slower and patiently. It was as though he was only just now becoming aware of the fact he was talking to a child. "More precisely, where do you sleep at night?" "Oh, well, sometimes I sleep out the front of the baker's place until he starts to bake, and then I get told to leave. Other times I sleep by the rubbish outside the Newham Street Tavern until I get told to leave. Often I sleep in the day. It's usually warmer and safer. It really isn't ever a problem. There are always lots of kind people who don't mind me sleeping on their properties, so long as they don't catch me." "Has no one tried to help you? What about the local orphanage?" "I've heard at the orphanage they send all the local boys who nobody wants to the coal mines to carry buckets of coal." He paused as he thought this over. "I don't think I'd like to carry buckets of coal very much. Besides, I've already got a job." He said the last as a boast. "A job, you say? What do you do?" "My father used to tell me that I relieve people from the goods they no longer need. That's how I met you. I thought you'd know." Again, he spoke the truth as innocently as only a 5-year-old could. He was to find out years later Constantine Overton had lost a small boy, his only child, of a similar age a little more than 10 years earlier. But at the time, for no apparent reason Jack could comprehend, Constantine took pity on him, and kindly patting him on his shoulder, said, "Well, young Jack, I think it's best you come along with me, and that I teach you a new profession, and feed you up a little. How would you like that?" He didn't know why he needed a new profession, but he certainly liked the idea of being fed. "Very well," was all he said to the nice stranger, and started to follow him, without realizing for a second just how much his life was about to be changed forever. Chapter 5. Aldgate Courthouse, England. Sir Robert Williams was sitting at his oak desk in a dingy office within the Aldgate courthouse, an office which he commonly considered too unsubstantial for a gentleman of his great wealth and importance. Unfortunately, he was required to act as magistrate for the area of Newham 1 day a week, and so far as he wanted to continue with the good fortune bestowed upon him, he had been advised by the Lord Chancellor Thurlow he would continue to take his voluntary position as magistrate with the utmost of earnest. In doing so, he was to ensure a fair system of justice, based on the law, was provided to all persons who came before him. Appreciating all the good things that had come before him since he had taken over the role of magistrate more than 10 years previously, Williams planned to continue. He had been a wealthy landowner before, but with the bribes and other benefits that came with the post, his wealth had innumerably increased, not to mention all those other favors he could now ask of the good Lord Chancellor Thurlow about his mines and the troublemakers. He was 35 years old. At this rate, he would be richer than his father by the time he was 40, and wealth meant power. Being a magistrate was a small price to pay. At present, he casually read the list of persons accused and their crimes. He squinted as his spectacled eyes struggled under the dim light that dwindled into his office, and he started to read. The list seemed to be getting longer each week. He could remember years ago when he first took over the post, he could get through his list before lunchtime. Now, if done correctly, it would take him more than a day to provide any real kind of justice. And justice, he knew, meant sentencing. They were all guilty, of course. Otherwise, why were their names on a list for him to sentence? It was, he believed, that simple. Of course, people always try to complicate things by discussing the truth, but all in all, that was broadly irrelevant. It wasn't just the number of people on his list that bothered him, though. It was where to place them once they had been sentenced. He was forever getting letters of demand to stop sentencing so many persons due to the severe overcrowding of London's prison system. He'd previously tried to resolve this problem by recommending capital punishment for everyone, but this too just seemed to cause more letters of irritation. This notion of creating a penal colony on the other side of the world seemed like a very decent solution to the whole affair. But what about the cost and time shipping them? Already, it had taken more than 4 years since that good-for-nothing upstart James Cook had come back and identified a reasonable landmass to dispose of unwanted persons, and still London was full of prisoners, and no penal colony had yet been established. He was despondent, and in this mindset had already determined all persons coming before him today would hang. It was clearly the simplest way to get through his unusually large list, and then be damned with the consequences from all those do-gooders. While he made this decision, there came a tentative knock at his door. The knock was surprisingly timid, and its owner, a Mr. Gerard Fitzpatrick, cleric to the magistrate, clearly seemed unsure if he should interrupt his master when he was in this sort of mood. "Yes, what do you want, Fitzpatrick?" "I'm sorry to interrupt you, my lord, but there is a lady here to see you." He looked down to read something from a piece of paper. "A Mrs. Anna Matthew Harper. I believe her husband is one of the accused on today's list." Williams could never understand why relatives were allowed to plead for their loved one's freedom, when all that does is introduce emotions into the equation. Clearly, the law is about fair and objective justice, or the exchange of money, and consequently emotions should have no part to play in the decisions to be made. He was already frustrated with how the morning was shaping up. "Send her away. I have no time for relatives and dearly loved ones today. You've seen the list, Fitzgerald. You know as well as I do that my day is busy enough as it is." "Yes, my lord." Mr. Fitzpatrick started to turn away, and then caught his eye. "This lady could be most convincing, my lord." "Oh, pretty, is she?" he said with a lascivious grin. "Quite stunning, my lord." Is she crying? You know I just can't stand hysterical women." "No, she seems surprisingly well controlled, my lord." "A controlled wife. Stunning, you say? That'll be the day." Williams mindlessly shuffled the papers in front of him. "Oh, very well, go on then, send her in." Fitzpatrick returned moments later with the lady. He had seen his fair share of pleading relatives in his time, while doing his duty and providing the justice of the fair law. He had bedded his fair share of them, too, but the likes of the beauty he saw standing before him he had never seen. "This is Mrs. Anna Harper, sir." He studied her appearance from top to bottom, without even the slightest attempt to conceal the desire he only knew too well would be portrayed on his face. As he smiled, he turned abruptly to his clerk. "Very well, Fitzpatrick, you can leave us now. Go on. Get out of here and leave us to talk." Williams almost rushed Mr. Fitzpatrick out of his office. He stood up to greet her. In just a glance, he appraised her as only a person who had spent their life as a magistrate could. Based on what she was wearing, she was clearly from the lower to middle class of London, probably married to a skilled laborer, maybe a woodworker, shop attendant, or tailor even. Even through her dress one could tell she had an attractive figure, but no more so than the next woman you could bed cheaply at any half-decent whorehouse. Her hair was a dark red, unusually vivid for sure, but nothing extraordinary there. Her eyes, he decided, were what had inflicted him with such unquenchable desire. Her eyes were a dark emerald green, and they compelled him as though he were a sea captain fooled into temptation by the wicked sirens of Sirenum Scopuli, who lured nearby sailors with their enchanting music and singing voices to shipwreck on the rocky coast of their island. Or was she the devil's plaything? He considered the question most gravely, for there was something almost overpowering about her eyes. For a moment, he could have sworn they penetrated his very soul and bore witness to all he had done. He shuddered at the thought. There was nothing about her countenance to show she was frightened or intimidated. He was a man who held the power of her husband's life in his hand. But still she appeared as though it was the most natural thing in the world that the two of them should be alone in this room together, talking, not quite as friends, but certainly as acquaintances. "My fine lady," he said, again startled by her beauty. For an instant he imagined what could be found underneath her petticoat, and the thought stirred something deep in his loins. "I am Sir Robert Williams. How may I be of service to you?" "I have come to beg for my husband's freedom, a Mr. Matthew Harper." He looked at her again, and she smiled. It was a beautiful smile, the innocent smile of a person who had the foolish misunderstanding that good would prevail in the world. "Very well. Your husband may go free." He smiled at her. This was a pleasant change in his day. "Please, do not treat this matter with such triviality, my lord. I come to you in good earnest to beg for my husband's freedom, and you mock me," she pleaded. "Not at all. Anyone married to such a splendor as you must be incapable of doing any harm. Whatever it is they say he's done, I will order his release immediately." He tried to feign a look of hurt seriousness. "Do you mean it?" "Absolutely. What was it he was accused of?" He looked at her clothing, which appeared old and well worn, but still very well presented and of very good quality at some point in time. Every curve in the garments made him want to see what was underneath. "He's been accused of murder, but I know he is innocent," she quickly added. "Murder, you say?" His voice was suddenly severe. He considered his options, walked over to the door, and closed the steel latch shut. "Murder is different. It is much harder for me to pardon a man accused of murder. I'm very sorry, but in all likelihood he will hang." "My lord, but he is innocent." "You told me before not to trifle with you, so here it is. I want you to plead for his innocence with your body, right here, right now. If you do this, I will ensure new information is found to prove his unequivocal innocence and release him immediately." She stared at him with those damn green eyes. He couldn't learn a thing about her thoughts from them. Was she about to challenge him? Would she lash out? You never did quite know how a woman would respond to such a direct proposition. It always amazed him how a pleading wife could be willing to do anything to save her dearly beloved from the gallows, only to change their mind moments later when a reasonable offer is made, and plead any number of moral challenges. Still, business is business, and most women came around to it. "My lord, most humbly, I beg for the innocence of my good husband." He touched her left hand, and as though he mocked her situation, he kissed the small, feeble ring that she wore on her wedding finger. "Mrs. Harper, surely someone with your startling prettiness has learned before now how exactly you can most—" He smiled his utmost unctuous smile, and then continued, "productively plead your case." He stroked her face close enough that he could smell the scent of flowers in her hair. He pictured her naked in a field of daisies, sore and frustrated after he had ravaged her. "My lord, I am not sure what you are insinuating, but I am my husband's servant, and my body is not for negotiation." "Leave your sanctimonious speeches and fidelity for another man." He looked at her beautiful face again. "You are a woman of directness I have rarely seen, so I will be blunt with you. It is your husband's life you want saved? Then your body and all its womanly pleasures is what I desire in exchange. Do this, and your husband will live. If you do not, your husband dies. Do I make myself understood?" She paused and looked as though she were considering what he said. "I don't think I can do it." "Very well, then you may leave now. I have a lot of prisoners to order death warrants for today, and clearly you are not interested in what I have to offer. Good day." "Wait," she pleaded. "I said good day." She started to walk away. "If I lay with you, how could I ever look at my husband again?" "My dear lady, let me make myself clear. If you don't lay with me—" He gave her his most supercilious smile he generally reserved for those who clearly were unable or unwilling to find the amount of money required to save their relative's life. "When you next look at your husband, it will be his corpse on public display for all of London that you will see. Do I make myself clear?" She turned and looked away from him. Ordinarily, he could easily read a person's emotions, and with any other woman, he would know the outcome of the next few seconds before they happened. But with this woman, this strikingly handsome woman, He had no indication. Facing the door, she stopped, and it appeared to him maybe she had resigned herself to leave and let her husband die. Good. No man deserves to possess such an angel. I think I'd prefer to see her husband hang, he thought. Stopping just short of the door, she started to undo her dress, slowly and tentatively, as though she had not yet made up her mind to go through with what she was about to do. Neither of them spoke as she appeared methodical and determined, while she undid each strap and let her petticoat fall to the floor. There was no delay, as she then mechanically pulled down her undergarment and stepped out of all that lay on the floor. She was completely naked. Facing away from him, with her arms loosely by her side, she stood with her legs ever so slightly apart, in what could only be assumed to be a most degrading acceptance of her supplication. He could feel something deeply aroused in his body. She was plainly the most striking creature he had ever seen, and she was all his. At first, she looked pitiful, standing there, a broken woman, so certain of her moral values only moments ago, and now she had completely submitted her body to him. But then, as he admired her naked body further, he saw something else in her. Was it disdain or simple acceptance? "Let me see your face," he ordered. With her body still facing away from him, she turned her head to face him obediently. He looked at her and felt a desire stronger than he had ever felt with any other woman in his life. And then he saw what it was in her. There was confidence in her beautiful green eyes, and although he had so greatly wanted it destroyed, it still burned him with derision. It was as though she had chosen this outcome instead of him taking it from her. He wanted ever so badly to break this woman's spirit. He caressed her cheek with his left hand, while simultaneously wrapping his right around her waist. The warmth of her breath on his own face suddenly thrilled him, and he pulled her forcefully toward him. She made no sound as he entered her. Frustrated, he moved his hands down toward her wrists and leveraged himself deeper, still unable to elicit a sound of pleasure, or better still, pain. Her face maintained its same look. She was not frightened, nor was she in a dream about another place in a different time of her life. She was there, but not as his lover. She never once looked away from him. Her doll-like expression ridiculed him as a man. To his revulsion, he realized somehow she'd made him feel small inside her, as no woman had ever done before. He'd never realized how much his pleasure during sex was the consequence of his sense of power over a woman, and the fear he could elicit. In this case, the innocent woman before him would obey his every physical command unequivocally, but that was it. She'd do it mechanically. Nothing he could do would stir any form of response from her, be it pleasure, pain, or fear. She displayed none. He longed to have a sense of control over her will. Angry and humiliated, he dug his fingers vengefully into her back, and then, as she remained unprovoked, he found himself beating her with his leather belt in his final defeat. No longer in control, he watched in horror while he did it. "What have I done?" She never cried out, not once. Her eyes remained fixed on him, and it stirred a part of him he had not acknowledged since he was a little boy. He was never loved by his mother, and never good enough for his father. To his shame, he found he was no longer able to maintain his erection. "Are you done?" she asked, her tone demeaning. She was the pitiful one who had just submitted her body to another man, so her husband may live. It was she who had come into his office, well-dressed and morally beyond reproach before relenting to his wicked desires. As he looked at her naked body in front of him with her defiant expression, he was shocked to realize it was he who felt inadequate. "Yes, you may get dressed." He now felt worse than when he started the miserable day. Williams expected her to leave the second he told her she could get dressed. But she just remained where she was, with that stupid expressionless face he could not read. "You may go now." "My lord, I believe we have just completed a transaction. I provided you with a service, and now you must pay me, as you would any other whore." Had she tried to describe the agreement in any other lesser form, he would have been tempted to renege on his deal. But speaking so plainly, Sir Williams could hardly see himself, as she described it, not paying for a whore. Yes, of course. Wait there, and I will provide you with your payment." Frustrated and cheated, Williams sat at his desk and started to scratch out a letter of exoneration for Anna's dearly beloved husband. He hated to let a man slip through the hand of the legal system, but he had given his word, and what was a man really worth without his word? He read the details of Matthew Harper's crime, and then reread them again. "It can't be. The coincidence is too much." He had never known the man's real name, but there was no mistaking. This was the same man. He couldn't risk that bastard Matthew Harper spilling his guts about what had happened. No, he must be executed, and fast, tonight, to be certain. He scratched more information on the letter and underlined the top part, "for immediate execution." When it comes to capital punishment, a magistrate ordinarily has very little power. As a magistrate, his duty was to determine if there was enough evidence against a person to withhold him or her, then let a jury of that person's peers make the ultimate decision about guilt. But for someone like Robert, manipulating the machine of justice was simple. His letter, taken to the right jailer at the right time, would set in motion a number of unfortunate events, which would ultimately see the said person hang before any of their relatives could intervene. Carefully and methodically, as someone who had performed the same task 1,000 times before, he neatly folded the letter onto itself 3 times, and then heated the wax stamp under the candle flame momentarily, before firmly sealing the letter with his authoritative crest. He handed the letter to Anna. "Take this to the jailer, and he will see to it that your husband is immediately released." She smiled. "Oh, thank you." For the first time since meeting this woman, she appeared to greet him with something other than distaste. "As you said, ma'am, he was always innocent." Chapter 6. The damp cell seemed warmer than the outside. It was a small consolation, but then Matthew Harper was looking for anything to be grateful for. The warmth was overshadowed by the sogginess the cell exuded. It was dark, and he knew he was being held underground, and guessed the water had been seeping downwards and through rock walls for years. He should have been frightened. There was not much time, and he knew it. There was only one place for him to go now. They would never let him live after his failure. He almost wished the court would find him guilty and get it over with. Unexpectedly, he found this realization brought a certain comfort that allowed him to focus more objectively than he had for years. The fear had left. The stress of living two totally separate lives was finally going to end. Even the pride that coincided with the knowledge he was doing something that mattered, something more important than his own life or that of his family, was finally gone. Only, now that it was all coming to an end, did he realize just how much of a toll it had taken on him after all these years. All that was left was the simple knowledge that he'd played his part, even if he had failed. He had been part of it, part of the movement that was going to outlast his life, his children's lives, and so on, until the world was a better place, a more equal place, where it didn't matter if you had the blood of kings in your veins or that of a street beggar. Your worth as a human being was measured by your intellect, and your ability was all that counted. But how did it happen? It couldn't have been a coincidence. And if it wasn't a coincidence, who then had the ability and the desire to do this to him? He recalled walking back to Emily, the poor child. She had done it for love, not for the movement. She fancied herself in love with him, and that love had led to her becoming one of them. But she never really knew what she was involved in. Nor did she know about his real life, his wife and his beautiful boys. There had been the sound of a single pistol being fired, and then Emily just stood still as though she hadn't even realized it was she who had been shot. Her face still wore the stupid smile of a girl who had risked it all for a future that could never be. Then she had just slumped forward. The man approached him so slowly, at first he didn't believe he could have been involved in the attack. He was a tall man, muscular arms protruding from his leather tunic, and the hardened face of someone who had spent his life doing another person's dirty work. A man whose unique skills could be bought, and one who valued another person's life less than a day's work. It was his smile that gave it away in the end. Something about the way the man just smiled as he walked by. A murder had just taken place, and a beautiful young girl was dead. Yet somehow this man just walked by and smiled as though everything was going to plan. His plan. In the instant it was too late to avoid, he realized what had happened. Before he could think it through, he found he was holding Emily with the fired pistol on the floor next to him. And then it was him they were all after. He thought that without the gold or the fake diamond, he would have been just as innocent as the rest of them. But no, it looked like he had shot her. The lock on the gate rattled open, drawing Matthew back from his thoughts as the jailer walked in. "Did you give her the letter?" "Yes." "Thank goodness, that is a relief. When is my hearing?" "It has already taken place." The guard smiled apologetically. "You must have known they were never going to risk letting you live after this?" Chapter 7. The sound of the downstairs door opening woke Jack from his dreams. He sat up immediately. There was still plenty of light in the room. It must have been early afternoon. He felt a sudden terror as the die that carried his life rolled about the gaming table. Had he chosen the right house to seek refuge? His ears strained for any information that may help him. "No, I don't want to fight you on it, Johnny. You still have to have an afternoon nap." It was a woman's voice. "But I don't want to sleep, and I don't normally have to sleep in the afternoon." "Johnny, as I said on our way home, today is different. I have to get something ready for Daddy today. This isn't a debate. You're going to bed." It was a woman and her young child. He may just survive yet. With the patience of a tiger stalking its prey, he waited until the argument had clearly finished, and the boy went off to bed. Thankfully, his was the next room. Taking each step slowly so as not to make a sound, Jack made his way down the stairs, listening intently for anyone else in the house. He peered around the corner to see the woman making dinner. The coal fire had been lit, and she was in the process of filling the pot with water. She didn't appear to have seen him as he approached. The flintlock on his Purdy and Sons dueling pistol made a distinct sound as he drew the pistol within inches of her face. Her hand gripped the wrought iron handle as though she could somehow swing it at his face. He said, "I wouldn't do that if I were you, my lady." "Who are you to tell me what I can and can't do in my own house?" she replied pugnaciously. He felt himself smile. What sort of woman verbally attacks a man with a pistol? "I'm the man holding the world's most advanced dueling pistol, capable of shooting the button off a man's tunic at 15 paces with deadly accuracy, right at your head." The woman abruptly turned around. He backed away. "Good God, are you crazy? Stay where you are." The last thing he wanted to do was shoot a woman in her own home. Not that he felt any particular moral difficulties over taking her life, but it would undoubtedly do more harm than good for his cause, which was to survive past today. "Please, just stay where you are." "As I said, who are you to tell me what I should do in my own home? We are simple people. You've obviously robbed the wrong house. Surely you must already realize that by now. The most I can offer you is that dress my husband has not yet finished. It would be the most valuable thing in our house at this time, but you're welcome to it, if you care for wearing that kind of thing. Do you?" The last she said with a smile that clearly stabbed at his manhood. She was amazing. Didn't she realize he was desperate, and he had a gun pointed at her? She sounded like she was talking to a small child who had been caught trying to pick her pocket. It was only when he looked into her eyes that he realized it would take a careful man not to become lost in them. She was indeed the most beautiful creature he'd ever set eyes on. Maybe I've broken into the wrong house. In his experience, women such as this were always the worst to deal with, and this must be the most strikingly handsome woman he'd ever laid eyes on. He had a fleeting desire they had met under vastly different circumstances, and also felt a hint of envy of her husband. "I have no desire to rob you, my lady." Instantly he saw disgust on her face, not fear, but utter disgust with him, before she spat at his feet. "Nor do I wish to rape you." He felt repulsed by the thought her mind would instantly turn to such a horrible thing, and at the same time embarrassed by how quickly his mind considered what it would be like to have control over a woman as attractive as she. "Then what, pray tell, are you doing in my house pointing a gun at me? I'm very busy at the moment, as you can see, and I have far more pressing things than this to deal with." "I'm most sorry. Indeed, I am, to burden you with my intrusion." He looked at her child next to her, visibly shaking with fear, and felt another pang of guilt. "I can see you are a very busy woman. I am here because I'm currently a fugitive for a crime I didn't commit, and all I require is to remain concealed until it is dark outside and late enough for me to make my escape. Also, if you would be so kind, I would be most grateful if I could share some of your dinner." She looked like she was considering what he had to say, as though she may or may not approve of it. "Very well. You may stay. But you'd better give me a hand with this dinner. Here, you're probably strong enough to carry this full," she said, handing him the large empty iron pot. "And for another thing, put that bloody pistol away. I have children, you know. You're twice my size." You should feel ashamed of yourself for needing a pistol to threaten a woman." He did as he was told, and helped her as much as he could. He genuinely did feel aggrieved he should impose on her, or have to threaten her. Later that night, he enjoyed dinner with her and her inquisitive child. They talked as though they were friends more than captor and captive. He quickly learned she was a strong-willed, highly intelligent woman. Were she to have been born a man, he imagined her rising to be an influential leader in the world. As a woman, it surprised him greatly that she had found happiness in a simple tailor. Not that there was anything wrong with a tailor, but she could have married anyone if she had set her mind to it. She could have easily become a duchess or countess. Her language made her appear at ease, but there was no hint of poor breeding her parentage would suggest. She could have been just as comfortable in the Queen's court as she was at home, or with a stranger with a pistol, for that matter. Her younger child started to cry, and she quickly retrieved him. He'd forgotten about the bassinet. She must have 2 children. Without any embarrassment, she pulled out her swollen bosom and started to feed her baby. "We're still in my house, and I suggest you keep your eyes off me, unless you wish me to think the utter worst of you." "I'm sorry," he said, trying to look away. "I'll just wait at the front door." She wasn't embarrassed at all, but he was. He would have been even more surprised to know she had weaned her baby off the breast months previously, but was using it to make him feel uncomfortable. She was getting control of the situation, irrespective of who owned the pistol. By 11 p.m., he decided it was time, if there ever was a right time, to make his escape. "I truly am very sorry about this. I wish so much I had met you under different circumstances, and that you didn't think so little of me. My name is Jack. Can we part as friends?" he asked, feeling as ridiculous as his words sounded. "But we did meet under these circumstances, and were I to tell you I like you any more than a barbaric criminal, I would be lying. I do not care how you have come to be in your current predicament. I neither wish you success nor hindrance in your escape tonight, but I will say I would be most obliged if you would make better choices as a fugitive in the future, and therefore do not find yourself in my debt again." "I cannot thank you enough," he said, accepting her reprimand. "If I am ever in the position to repay you, I will do everything in my power to help you. I promise. Good night, and thank you." The woman suppressed her grin, but released her disdain and repugnance toward him. "I think we can both appreciate it is unlikely I will ever make such errors in my life that I will find myself in need of the assistance of the likes of you. Good night, and don't ever attempt to threaten me with a pistol again, because you will not be allowed to leave alive next time." And with those words, Jack took his cue to leave, bowed one last time in appreciation and admiration. He may be just about to make a run for his life, but all he could think about was the fact that wherever he went, he would never meet a woman like her. She was the most stunningly beautiful and acrimonious of persons that he had ever had the misfortune to come into acquaintance with. "Good night, and God bless you, my lady." Chapter 8. In the quiet of the darkness, Jack carefully retraced his steps back to the River Thames, where the fateful events of the morning had taken place. He looked around. Even in the night, there was still enough moon left. He could be seen if anyone was watching, and he knew many people would be searching for him. He looked up and down the river. No one. He placed his hand in the water at the edge, where he had made a mental note the stranger had left the package all those hours ago. Feeling through the obscure cold water with his hands, he found nothing but slime. He was certain this was where the package had been disposed. He tried again, expanding his search deeper into the Thames. Nothing. He shifted his position and tried again. Nothing. In the distance he heard the sound of men on horses. His first instinct was to run, but he knew that wouldn't help. He became panicky. If he couldn't find it, he was not going to get very far. He may not be dead immediately, but if he failed to find it, there was just as much certainty he would not survive as if he were caught by the guards now. He tried again, running his hands deep into the watery ledge. Had someone else retrieved it while he was away? It was always a possibility. Once more he tried to reach his arms into the shallow water of the banks of the Thames, when his hands stopped hard on something that wasn't slimy. It was a pouch of some description. He quickly pulled it out of the water. The weight of it immediately reassured him he had found what he needed. He didn't even wait to open the contents of the pouch, but instead started to walk away. For the first time today, his luck had returned. Chapter 9. Robert Williams heard the commotion outside, a woman yelling. Fitzpatrick's voice could be overheard trying to mollify her hostilities before letting her through, but she was too powerful and vengeful in her current state, and simply walked past him, up the stairs, and into his office. Hearing the debacle coming up the stairs, he promptly looked at the door, chiding himself for leaving it slightly ajar. But then today wasn't a sentencing day, so no one was supposed to be coming to disturb him. "Where's my husband, you toad?" It was a demand, not a question. "Your husband, my dear lady." He appeared as though he had never met her, and had no idea of whom she was referring. "Yesterday I let you fuck me, so my husband's life would be spared. Now why has my husband not been released?" "Oh, yes, I recall that. Yesterday I said I would free him." He paused, and appeared to make some attempt at embarrassment. "I'm very sorry, indeed I am, but it appears when I made that arrangement, I had already sentenced him to death. But don't look so worried. It wasn't just your husband. It wasn't personal, and everyone else who came before me yesterday was sentenced to death. I really am most sorry. I was just in that sort of mood, you see." She came toward him at a speed he'd never imagined. "You will rot in hell for this!" She spat the words out at him, and he could feel her green eyes penetrating his evil soul, while her fingernails scratched at his face with a force that was more powerful than her physical stature would suggest was possible. He fought with all his strength to hold her wrists with his hands. Before she finally settled enough, he felt he had gained some control of the scene. She stopped wriggling, and he could hear his own breathing. She had made him out of breath. A small droplet of warm liquid then rolled down his cheek and reached his mouth. The taste was distinct as it was sickening. She had drawn blood. No woman had ever done that to him before. He licked his lips, tasting his own blood in astonishment. A woman of all people should manage to force her way into his precious little domain and draw his blood. A more sensitive wound opened, as the memory of the last time a person caused him to bleed returned to him. He was just 14 years old, and a student at King's College when it happened. It was his mathematics teacher who had struck him. As a boarding school, it was notoriously strict with its students, and consequently boasted exceptional discipline. He had been caught cheating on an examination, and then blatantly lied about it upon confrontation with the headmaster. His father, a wealthy shipowner, whom the King of England owed many a favor, had the teacher publicly whipped out in front of the school to inform the other teachers that his child, like any other possession of his, was not to be touched by others. That day, like so many other days that followed, he hated his father more than anything else in the world. The way his fellow students looked at him, as though he was no longer one of them but something to be scared of, hurt him far more than the original pain of being struck by the teacher. When he came home that day, his father beat him to within an inch of his life. "That's for cheating," his father said as he hit him hard in the gut. He left his face alone and never once broke the skin of his body, but that made the pain no less. His father was a ruthless man and was determined to teach his son a lesson he would never forget. He remembered crying out for him to stop the pain, begging and pleading like the 10-year-old child he was. "That's for getting caught." Another punch to his solar plexus took the wind out of his lungs, bad enough that he seriously thought his own dad was going to kill him. Laying there as a helpless child, his father finally stopped. "I should have strangled you at birth, like any sensible father would have done, given the circumstances." Robert hated his father, and he hated his little brother, who was always going to be better than him, but he hated the teacher who had started it most of all. When he grew up and became a magistrate, he took it upon himself to track the same teacher down and create a fictitious crime in which he was then found guilty and hung. At the time, he knew he was being overly enthusiastic in his reprisal, particularly when he had deserved the original punishment. Still, he considered at the time that power is lost on those who forgive. Power is gained by those who impose it with the strictest of execution. The old wounds still hurt him deeply, and their lessons were never forgotten. "I could have you hung for this?" He considered the thought seriously. Maybe she was the devil's pet. Her soul seems to have the fire. It is unlikely she would leave this world, and instead will haunt me. No, better I have her deported somewhere. The new penal colony in New Holland, perhaps. The other side of the world, they tell me. I'm sure someone as pretty as her would be a welcome addition to the new colony. He scribbled something on a piece of paper and called for his jailer. "This lady has struck me. I could have her hanged, but in my ultimate compassion I've decided to spare her life, and have instructed her deported. Please take her away." She screamed hysterically. "I have children, 2 boys. Who will feed them?" "Well, my lady, it appears your luck is changing." He smiled maliciously. "It just so happens I also own an orphanage, and I would gladly take on another 2 strapping young boys to work the coal mines." "No, you can't, please." "Yes, I can, and I will. You should have thought about this before striking a magistrate, you silly little girl." She stopped pleading. He had made it clear to her she could not beg her way out of her sentence. Looking completely serious and possessed by some other incarnation of the evil beast that lives below, she said, "I promise you I will survive my deportation, and then I will come back, and I will take everything away from you until there is nothing left, and then you will die as a beggar in the street, with nothing until the winter kills you." She was serious. He could tell she meant every word she had said. No, I don't think you will. He smiled with a confidence he did not feel at all. You have been sentenced to life as a convict in Her Majesty's newest penal colony on the other side of the world. I am told I have no need to sentence people for any longer than 7 years, as the life expectancy for a convict will be little over 3 years. But in your case, I have made an exception and instructed a life sentencing with no chance of parole. Not that it really matters. You will find it hard to gain passage on a returning ship once you are a disgusting creature, forced ugly and aged by menial labor and whoring out of necessity, contaminated by the pox, and starved to skin and bones, which is exactly what will become of you on the new penal colony. Goodbye. Chapter 10. The Gathering of the Fleet, Portsmouth, England, May 13, 1787. Captain Thomas Gilbert looked at the 2 solid gold sovereigns that had been placed in front of him, starkly contrasted by the weathered teak navigation desk. What he was being offered was worth more than his annual salary. Like all good merchant sailors, there was little he loved more than gold or a beautiful woman, and with gold he could have both. Gold was an international currency. It could be melted down and made into coins, easily traded by weight, making it easy to manage and almost completely untraceable, which makes it a perfect currency when you aren't planning on sharing your spoils with the East India Company. Although surprised by the offering, he didn't like what he saw, and he didn't want to be involved with any man who was willing to pay such outrageous amounts of gold to be transported to a penal colony that was not yet established on the other side of the world. Tell me, simply, why do you want to go to New Holland? It was a fair question. The man appeared wealthy, but displayed no obvious unique knowledge or skills that would provide assistance to the new colony. It was not entirely unheard of that wealthy merchants would choose to pay for their own passage to the new colony, with aspirations of great land ownership. New Holland was reported to be one of the largest islands in the world. It was conceivable he would want to cash in on the benefits of being one of the few immigrants who chose to go to the new land and become a very large landowner. Throughout history, for those who acquired large amounts of land, wealth seemed to follow. I could say, dreams of great land ownership. He paused and placed another gold sovereign on the table in front of the captain. But I'd much rather say nothing. The captain had clearly been around long enough to know he was looking at someone who was on the run from the law. But then, he was transporting a boat full of criminals to a penal colony. What did he care if he was a criminal? It certainly wasn't for any reason of altruism he was loath to transport the man. He had certainly done it many times before on a number of passages, making up for the poor amount the East India Company paid him. But this wasn't just an average criminal on the run. This one was rich, and rich men on the run had a reputation of being hunted by powerful persons. He knew if he took the gold, there would be someone out there more than willing to send his ship to the bottom, just to punish the one who stood before him, full of confidence. With his eyes wavering between the gold sovereigns which had been placed on top of his navigation chart on the table in front of him, and the man in front of him, who he was certain would be the ruin of him, Gilbert considered what he should do. What's to stop me taking the gold now, and then calling for one of the many Marines stationed here to have you arrested? You're on my ship, you're clearly on the run, and it seems much easier to me to take the gold and have you hanged now, wouldn't you say?" "Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. Having me hanged and taking the gold would be a much more convenient and simple solution to the predicament I have most regretfully placed you in." Gilbert looked at his face, while the stranger agreed with everything he had just said. His countenance was not that of a broken man, nor was there a display of manly bravado or misplaced overconfidence. He simply appeared to be agreeing with Gilbert's statement completely, as an objective outside witness, whose life was completely unaffected by the outcome of the decision. It startled him. This was a man undoubtedly on the run from someone, but not beaten, not even slightly disturbed. This man was used to winning, and it disturbed him to be placed in a position where he was going to have to match wits with him. Looking at the man for just a second, he knew, so far, this man was winning in life a lot more than himself. Given an opportunity, he would have never accepted to meet the stranger, and instead would be preparing to depart Portsmouth for the new penal colony, where he was already going to make a significant fortune from the East Indian Trading Company, in whose service he was employed. "Very well. I don't want you on my ship, but I concede you're a man not to be trifled with. So I won't take your gold or have you hanged. You may go and try your luck with any one of these other vessels traveling to New Holland, but it won't be mine." The stranger frowned, but appeared neither surprised nor disappointed. "I'm afraid I don't have time to look for another ship. As we speak, many of these Marines that you have so fondly pointed out are searching for me. I have an appointment with an executioner, which I do not intend to keep." He watched the man reach into a hidden pocket inside his jacket and withdraw a letter. "I believe this will assist with my travel arrangements." The man smiled as he passed the card to Gilbert. It was the smile of a person who had known from the very beginning he held the winning hand in cards. The only man who wasn't gambling, because he held the very best of hands. "I do not require much room, and as you see, I travel with minimal luggage." Gilbert took the letter. He had a foreboding sense he should never have spoken to the stranger in the first place. At the sight of the crest on the seal, his sense of foreboding increased. He cracked the letter open. He read the short letter once, and then stared at the signature momentarily. Gilbert forced himself to smile. He had been beaten all along. "We will be departing the inner harbor within the hour. A Marine Captain Tench will show you to your quarters. I have seen enough of you for one day, and for the whole trip, as far as I'm concerned. Good day." Chapter 11. The Charlotte was due to depart within the hour as part of the First Fleet. All sailors and marines were heavily employed with their duties, leaving Jack alone in his quarters. The Charlotte was a three-masted, fully square-rigged ship owned by the Dutch East India Company and hired specifically for the purpose of transporting convicts. Jack was glad to be down below decks. He stowed what few possessions he had on him that morning. He'd been told by the captain not to wander around the ship while they were still in harbor. They were set to sail within a few hours, but even as an unwanted paying passenger, he'd be free to explore the ship, within reason, once out at sea. Jack took refuge below, heartened by the fact he was less likely to be spotted in his quarters as the ship departed the crowded harbor. His freedom was close. He could now feel it. He just had to survive until the ship was out of the harbor. No one could catch up with him in time once he was out to sea. He would be free and rich. He could then get off the ship once it restocked in Cape Town, work out how to sell his diamond, and become one of the richest persons in the world. Already he had started to set his mind to considering how to sell the diamond most profitably. It was more than twice the size of any other known diamond on Earth. What price could it fetch for him? Would he be safer splitting it and selling the resulting 2 large diamonds instead of one massive one? Who would he sell it to? He had traded with many diamond merchants over the years, and each was just as dangerous as the other. Even if his diamond hadn't been a stolen specimen, he would have to be very careful how he went about selling it if he expected to live. It was a hot summer's day. Salt was in the air, but the strong, stale smell of prisoners was hard to ignore. Once out at sea, he hoped the stench would assuage. He laughed at the twist of events. A little over 2 months ago he had been intoxicated with both liquor and greed, which drove him to brazenly continue to gamble against the odds with Sir Williams. In the end, there was nothing for it. He owed Sir Williams far more than he would ever be able to repay. He was then offered a way out by Sir Williams himself. Sir Williams talked of the discovery of the world's largest diamond. King George III had decided to have it made into a stunning tiara centerpiece to be given to his wife upon their next wedding anniversary. An informant inside the royal family had advised him the diamond had not yet been placed in the tiara because King George had started to develop a number of ailments, both physical and mental in nature. His skin had become sensitive. He spent large amounts of time on the toilet with abdominal pain, and he spoke of his wine-colored urine. Although the cause of his ailments had been undetermined, some close to him feared he was going quite mad. At this stage, the royal family had determined George's condition would pass in time, and his people were not to know about it. Until King George returned to his normal state of sanity, the diamond lingered in a secret location, where it was secured by the royal guard. He was told how this presented an opportunity for Sir Williams to gain access to the diamond. If he were able to make a forgery of the diamond, and then make a successful exchange of it, then Sir Williams would see it in his good conscience to not only wipe the debt clean, relieving him from a lifetime in debtor's prison, but would recompense him with more gold than he could spend in a very long life. Jack noted at the time Sir William's use of the words able to, as opposed to willing to. There was no discussion of what Jack was happy to do. He would be doing Sir William's bidding, and he would be recompensed for it, or he would be murdered. It was that simple. Terrified and enthralled by the prospect that had been put to him, he worked hard to make the perfect replica. He gambled his biggest hand while he made the exchange, only to discover he had been betrayed by Sir Williams. Now, as the other poor fool involved had probably already been hanged, he was in possession of almost 100 gold sovereigns and the world's largest and most brilliant diamond. With it, he was heading to the other side of the known world, to some ghastly place where no other nation had any intention of settling, and only the foolish British would consider discarding its unwanted criminals. And even this was only as a result of the successful rebellion of the American colonies. Jack knew he had no unique knowledge or skills that would provide assistance to the new colony. It was not entirely unheard of that a wealthy merchant would choose to pay for their own passage to the new colony with aspirations of great land ownership. New South Wales was reported to be one of the largest islands in the world. Still, he had no desire to spend the rest of his life on a forsaken rock, not when he was in possession of something that would be worth more in his lifetime than any amount of land in New South Wales could ever amount to. No, he would get off the Charlotte in Cape Town. There he could find a way to sell his diamond, make his fortune, and then on to America. He would be rich, and he would be protected from the harsh justice of British rule. But first he would have to survive. He shared his quarters with Marine Captain Tench. Although the term quarters could be mistaken to mean a private sleeping area. In reality, it was also an eating area and the sleeping area of more than a dozen men by means of hammocks, which were raised and lowered specifically for their use. The Marines were all up on deck, assisting with the final loading of the prisoners prior to departing. Jack knew he should wait until he was out at sea before he examined the diamond. He lacked the fortitude required to maintain his due patience. Somewhere, deep inside him, he had to. Something made him do it. The others would most likely be required up on deck, and he couldn't resist the temptation. He hadn't had a chance to look at it properly himself. He didn't know when he would get a chance to be alone again, and the diamond needed to be better secured if he was ever going to receive the benefit of one day selling it. With his ears sensitive to people approaching, he removed his tunic and laid it on the table. Carefully, he undid the button inside his pocket. Removing a large purse of gold sovereigns, he then opened the pouch which held the diamond. Finally, in his hand, he started to appraise the magnificent diamond. It was by far larger than anything he had ever seen in his life, possibly 90 carats at a guess. The color, clear. Clarity, perfect. No distinguishable marks to be found even under his magnifying glass. In Africa, even splitting the diamond in two, he could fetch enough gold he need never work again. I could buy my own island in America. It pained him to stop examining the diamond, but he knew he would have plenty of time for that later. Now, he had to make sure it survived. Looking at the thick leather of his tunic, he pulled out a needle and thread from his small luggage and commenced the painstaking task of stitching. This wasn't the first time he had sewn a valuable gem into a garment, and provided the stitching was done well, it would be indistinguishable to a person searching for it. But he had never hidden such a large stone before. Once he completed the work, he inspected the leather tunic. It was impossible to hide such a large stone completely, but he felt confident it would be overlooked by all but the most tenacious examinations. For the next 3 days, he barely ate anything, and tried his best, under the advice of the Marine officer, Tench, to drink as much water as he could stomach, plenty of which he promptly threw up. The rest of the time, he slept deeply. He had assumed he would be fine at sea. He generally had a good disposition to most things, and had traveled a lot as a young boy without any problem. But for this trip, he'd had the worst seasickness he could imagine. After the 3rd day, he had started to gain his sea legs, and had even managed to keep down some form of breakfast, when Tench came into his room and advised him they were out of the estuary and into the Atlantic. "You told me you wanted to know when we had lost sight of land, and you were keen to come up on the deck?" "Yes, thank you. It would be a welcome change from the stench. Is it always like this? I mean the smell of convicts?" "I can't say I've ever had to experience it. This is my first time sailing, too. But it appears I found my sea legs quicker than you. The wretched people down below have much worse conditions, and the vomit appears to have mingled with their shit. Already the chief surgeon tells me we're going to have to do something about it if we don't want to make it to New South Wales with a hold full of diseased people. And I'm sure no one wants that. It wouldn't be much of a colony without its slave workers, would it?" Crouching down as he made his uncomfortable way up the companionway to the top deck, he asked, "Is the good Captain Gilbert around? I haven't seen him since he was so kind as to offer me safe passage." "Yes, he should be up there this time of day, and you're likely to find him in a better mood than when he first met you. He's a true seafaring man. Feels uncomfortable all cooped up in the estuary there. Hates the politics that goes with this whole First Fleet thing. And between you and me, I think he'll be glad to be rid of us and back to transporting expensive spices." For the first time since he went below those fetid decks, he saw the ship's deck. He had no idea how beautiful the ship was when he first boarded her. Now all sails were unfurled, and they were running south by southeast with the wind. The ship no longer looked like a foul thing that had been decaying in the harbor. Now she looked like a thing of magnificence, skimming the water at a superb rate of knots. Seeing Captain Gilbert standing next to the helmsman, he made his way toward him. "Good day, Captain Gilbert. Your ship looks splendid." "Yes, she does, doesn't she?" He smiled. The first time Jack had seen him smile since he'd met the man. "We've got every last square inch of linen out, and we're running beautifully with the wind. We're just about to throw the chip log out. Shall we see how fast she can go?" "Certainly. Let's see." A midshipman threw the chip log off the stern, while the captain turned over the half-minute sand glass. To avoid ropes that were miles, the chip log had knots every 50 feet. If you work out the math, you will find the number of knots that went overboard in half a minute is equal to the number of nautical miles per hour the ship was cruising at, Gilbert explained to him, like he would a young midshipman. "Start calling off the knots, if you please, Mr. Johnston," Gilbert bellowed. "Aye, aye, Captain." The numbers were read out instinctively, as someone who had performed the task 1,000 times previously. 1, 2, 3. Jack could swear he felt the ship come alive, eager to respond to its master's attempt at speed. 14, 15, 16, 17. "Stop." Gilbert looked at the empty half-minute glass. "What number of knots do you make it, Mr. Johnston?" 17 knots, sir." Gilbert looked at Jack. 17 knots, Jack. What do you think of that? Even as a landlubber, you must appreciate these sailing conditions." "I like that very much, Captain." Enjoying the moment, Jack stretched his eyes out toward the horizon. Slowly turning his head, he noticed the Charlotte, which had started out in a fleet of 11 large ships, already appeared to be on its own. All he could see was the gentle dark blue swell. There were no other vessels in sight. Ordinarily, the thought would have frightened him. What if something happened to our ship? He would have wondered. Thoughts of drowning, or worse, being stranded on a broken fragment of the ship, only to die of thirst, would have been conjured. But today was different. As he watched the last speck of England's soil leave him behind, far in the distance, all he could think of was he was a free man, rich beyond anyone's dreams, and he was about to start a wonderful new life. In the great expanse of the ocean, all he saw was his freedom. He had made it, and he had escaped Williams's reach. His elation would have rapidly diminished had he known the very ship that took him to his freedom also carried with it one of over 30 letters dispatched to all regions of the known world, offering a staggering 50 gold sovereigns as a reward for his arrest and return to London. Chapter 12. Aldgate Courthouse, England. It was the 24th of April, 1786, a Saturday. Sentencing days were normally held on a Saturday because of the ease of viewing for the masses that like to attend. Today seemed to be a particularly rainy day. Maybe there won't be such a crowd. Williams considered it. I do hope the executioner takes his time with the noose. Somehow, The water always seems to allow a person to slip through, and then the crowd seemed to think it was an act of God to reprieve the man. But of course it wasn't an act of God. It was an act of stupidity on the part of the Crown's employee. He wasn't going to the hanging, of course. Nothing could bore him any more than to watch those he had sentenced in their final moments on earth. As far as he was concerned, it was a mere formality anyway. The way he looked at it, once a decision had been made in court to execute someone, that was the moment in which a person's existence ceased. Obviously, there were some processes to complete prior to the said person's death, such as the absurd requirement to comfortably house and nourish the person until the execution. But it wasn't like a person could expect a pardon during such a time. This was particularly the case when dealing with those convicted in his courtroom, he thought with some satisfaction. Williams put on his heavy black coat, brown leather gloves, and top hat. He hated the cold. Then he opened the large wooden door, reached for his umbrella, and walked out the door. "Shall I bring out the carriage, your lordship?" "No, Mr. Richardson." Williams looked up at the cloud-filled sky. "I think I'll walk today. I'm not going that far." "Very good, sir." He walked confidently along the cobblestone driveway before opening the wrought-iron servant's gate at the east wall of his estate, and into the quiet path that ran parallel to the main entrance of his house at number 14, Piccadilly Lane. He wanted to be alone today. Even though he had only left the house to allow himself to think, he found himself walking at a brisk pace. It was the path he had made many times as a child, caught up in the excitement of it all. Down the path to Snow Hill, he turned left and crossed Fleet Ditch by way of a narrow stone bridge, which had been left there by the Romans centuries ago. Then he puffed slightly as he made his way uphill to High Holborn. "I don't recall that being so difficult when I was a child." He then maneuvered his way through the narrow streets of St. Giles before reaching Oxford Road. From there, he could see it, the place where more people had lost their lives at the hand of the triple tree than any other place on earth. Tyburn. The Tyburn River could be seen in the distance, making its way toward the Thames. Across from it, Hyde Park. Without the condemned and the crowds, it looked quite peaceful. It had been only 3 years since they moved the gallows to Newgate, but even now he realized with regret there was little left to suggest such a vast undertaking had ever existed here. He missed the old place already. After all these years, he could still remember the first time he saw the triple tree. Where had the time gone? His father had taken him and his brother when he was just 7 years old. They had seats in the Mother Proctor's pews. "I want you both to know this is what becomes of failures." His father was a hard man. He may have been born into wealth and luxury, but it was his ruthlessness that made him keep it, and even increase it tenfold in his lifetime. The wagon arrived. "Watch closely, boys. You're about to learn the price of failure in this family." His little brother Thomas, although quite young, had already learned the valuable lesson that you never disobey your father, and looked as though he was trying with some difficulty to watch the events unfold. At Newgate, having been released from their chains, the condemned are put on carts. You'll see many a prisoner will collapse on his way to his death, so it is often easier just to give them their last free ride. His father explained it as though they were watching a play. "That's them there," his father continued, "sitting on their coffins. And the ugly one at the back, that's the hangman. The peace officers are the ones walking alongside the cart, and the other 3 men, they're the javelin men. Their job is to stop any of the prisoners from thinking that they can make a run for it. Their aim isn't to kill those attempting to escape, only injure them, so they can still go through the painful process of a slow death by hanging and asphyxiation. After all these years, Robert could still remember the pleasure his father seemed to take in the marvel of the process. Being hanged at the tree was an agonizing death. Standing on a wagon with a rope around their neck, the condemned waited for the horse to be whipped so it ran forward. This meant, as the wagon moved away, the prisoners were only supported by the rope around their necks. A slow death by asphyxiation followed. The condemned couldn't even hope the force would break their neck and kill them immediately. Right then, as if by cue, the disgruntled horse moved away from the sound of the whip, and the lethal process began. As the ill-fated person's brain began suffering the consequences of oxygen depletion, their body would struggle in a vain attempt to survive. Even to a veteran spectator, the image may be hard to witness. For his brother, it was too much to bear, and he looked away. "I said keep a close eye on the condemned." Robert watched as his father, often prone to violence, appeared to withhold his desire to strike. Instead, he did something much worse. He held Thomas's head and forced him to watch in horror. Thomas screamed throughout the entire occasion, and when the last legs stopped moving, his father finally let go of him and said, "Don't ever disobey me again." Chapter 13. Sir Robert Williams looked at his timepiece. It was only 8:30 in the morning. Thunder clapped in the distance. He looked up at the sky to see clouds, which must have been darkening for a while. The rain would be heavy when it finally came. Opening his umbrella, he decided there was still time for him to get to Newgate before the festivities began. It was very rare for him to attend a hanging these days, but then something deep inside him made him obliged to see Matthew Harper one more time. As a magistrate and a respectable citizen, he was entitled to prime viewing position up on the pews, but today he thought it more appropriate to watch from a distance. The wait was short, and there was almost an entire cart today. He knew the order of the prisoners, but still couldn't recognize the man in the group of 12 condemned men. In the end, Robert had to wait until Matthew Harper's name and crimes were read out. It had been more than 25 years since Robert had last seen him. He seemed much older than Robert expected. But then, the man had lived a much harder life than he had. The man seemed content enough as his name and crime were read out. He must have known I'd never let him live. Watching as the noose was placed on each prisoner, his heart raced in anticipation. He heard a child next to him say, "I'm betting the short one at the end will dance the longest." Sir Robert blinked with a slight grimace. Humans were naturally so cruel. "Please let it be quick," he prayed. The hangman cracked his whip, and the horse obligingly started to move forward slowly. Matthew was the oldest-looking prisoner, second from the front of the cart. That meant the 10 before him would be left hanging before he lost his footings. The first 9 were left hanging when the horse suddenly reared as though it had been frightened by something. The 10th prisoner was left precariously standing half on the cart, half off it, before slipping and finding himself with the other 9 hanging. Matthew could be seen standing comfortably, saved for the moment by the grace of God. The man was smiling. Part of Williams hoped for a reprieve, while his more sensible side knew the man couldn't be allowed to live, no matter what the crowd may have wanted. Matthew smiled contentedly. The crowd cheered, "Let him live!" A fat lady, who appeared too poor to be so overweight, screamed out, "On with it! We came to see 12 do the dance, and we've only been given 10. 10 prisoners obliged the crowd by dancing to Old Bailey's tune. It didn't take the hangman's whip long to crack down on the wayward horse, and in a split second the remaining 2 prisoners were left hanging. He watched as the various legs twitched and struggled. For the most part, the initial 10 prisoners had stopped fighting, and could be seen having the occasional jolts seen in a person's death throes. The other prisoner, the one next to Matthew, seemed to die almost immediately. Matthew was not so lucky. He continued to twist and contort his body in pain. The hangman tried his best to pull on his legs, but every time he tried, Matthew would somehow kick him off. He watched in despair as the hangman was kicked in the face. The hangman shook his head. "I'm not bloody going near him again." The crowd laughed at that. 20 minutes went by, and he was still dancing, although it seemed with much less enthusiasm now. He could see what had gone wrong. The hangman had placed the noose too far up Matthew's neck, and it had moved upwards toward his strong jawline. He prayed the hangman would see his mistake before the crowd offered him a reprieve. It was always hard to control a crowd this large, who believed God had intervened on a prisoner's behalf. Matthew, having realized he was not completely suffocating, started to swing his legs back and forth in a purposeful motion to swing forward. It looked as though he was trying to somehow swing his way out of the loop altogether. The crowd started to cheer again. "Let him live!" This was the last thing Williams wanted to hear. The hangman looked at the crowd, then at the peacekeepers. The situation could become volatile at any moment. There was a curt nod from the governor, and the hangman started to move a step toward him. At that point, Matthew managed to swing so high the noose slipped off his mandible, but instead of moving over his neck, it slipped down at the same time that he swung downwards. There was an audible crack as he snapped his spine. His body stopped jolting in an instant. It had taken more than 25 minutes for him to die. Well, at least that is something I finally put right after all these years. I should have done it in the first place, of course, but at such a young age, I couldn't find the stomach to go through with it. Somewhere in the back of his throat, a lump seemed to form. The response genuinely surprised him. My brother's finally dead. Chapter 14. Sir Robert Williams had locked those memories in a place so dark, at times even he doubted their real existence. It had been years since his mind had visited them, but as they cut his brother's lifeless body down, the barrier in his mind was lifted, and he returned to his childhood memories. "If your stupid mother had told me of your existence before you were born, I would have beat her until she lost you." His father took another swig of his liquor before throwing it at him. "You bastard! I should have wrung your scrawny little neck when you were born, but the priests advised me you weren't worth the eternal pain toward my soul. I wonder now if they were right." His father was nothing but a drunk, albeit a very rich and powerful one. He always became this way when he drank too much. His younger, legitimate brother, Matthew, became the best child a father could ever ask for, while he became the illegitimate bastard whose life should have been smothered at the first immediate opportunity. Robert was feeling in a particularly good mood that day. Despite the berating his father was giving him, he had learned early on he was nimbler than his father, and could easily outmaneuver him when he was consumed with liquor-fueled animosity. Occasionally, over the years, he would make a mistake, and his father's massive fists would connect to his own head, leaving him severely dazed, if not unconscious. but for the most part he was confident he could escape his father's wrath. His father's anger today was as a response to the news his wife, whom he seemed strangely attached to, had died while trying to give birth to a second legitimate son. They were supposed to be grieving today. This was one of the ways his father would grieve. He would also take an experienced whore tonight. "Where were you today?" "As I told you before, Father, I went hunting." Apparently, going hunting in the woods was not the most appropriate way a child could grieve the death of a mother. "But she wasn't my mother, was she?" His little brother was only 3, altogether too young to realize what had gone wrong. But he obediently cried for the woman who had truly loved him. For Robert, she was never that type of mother. His father had been married 2 years and was having trouble conceiving when he was informed he had a bastard child. Robert had been told his father's first response was to get rid of him. It was Father Francis, a trusted advisor in all things religious and legal, who suggested other ideas for him. Unable to yet conceive, it had been suggested he take this illegitimate child as his own. If he takes a trip through Europe and returns in 1 to 2 years, he could then pretend this was always his own child, birthed by his beautiful wife. That way she saves face, he gets a male heir, and the child gets to live. In actuality, it was a very good plan and could have worked. For 2 years, it did work. His parents, he had been told, looked much happier, and they had their heir. All was going to be well. That was, until his stepmother fell pregnant the following year with his baby brother Matthew. His father had assured him at the tender age of 4 that a second child wouldn't change a thing. But his mother was destined to love the child of her own birthing far more than she could a bastard, who was a constant reminder of her husband's infidelity within their first years of marriage. His parents constantly fought about it. His mother wanted to send him back to the whore who had conceived him, while his father wanted to continue with the lie to maintain his duplicity. It drove a rift through their uniquely happy relationship, his mother no longer allowing his father to come to her bedroom at night, which in turn led to his father consuming more and more alcohol, which inexorably led to the beatings. His father took this vehemence out on him, and his father was violent, with a mean streak that a 4-year-old boy could never hope to avoid. Inevitably, his father gave in to his need, and obliged his wife by agreeing to make Matthew the sole heir to his fortune. The next night, his father was allowed back in his wife's bedroom. There were few things he could demand of his wife, but this she had promised after their agreement. Robert remembered the day he found out. Even as a boy, he understood what sort of punishment it was to be branded as the older, illegitimate child in the family. The agreement would be done in private, but anyone who knew the family and the servants who watched over them would all know which child was legitimate. It was because of the decision he made on that day he found himself so very happy today, while all those around him seemed to be mourning. With the death of his so-called mother and the second legitimate child, he was next in line for the legitimate heir to the fortune. Only one more death to go. Even as he thought it, he knew it was so very wicked he could never go through with his decision. And then, one day, the solution presented itself to him. They were staying with their cousins in a chateau de fortress in Gascogne. It was a beautiful castle full of turrets and armaments. His uncle was Count Williams in France, and had invited them over for the summer. For 2 young boys, it was a grand palace to explore, an adventure everywhere. To this day, he did not know what his father did with himself while they were there, but he and his little brother were truly happy. In the day they roamed the Chateau de Fortress. They often imagined themselves fighting off the German invaders, helping their French cousins by firing the lethal English longbow at the unsuspecting and helpless attackers miles below, or fighting with wooden sticks, their make-believe sabers, in a duel to the death over honor. After 6 weeks, they were certain they had found a secret passageway to a hidden treasure. It was late at night, and they were trying to secretly follow their uncle's servant, Armand, without him knowing it, a game they had come to play. Today he went into a room they had never been in before, and they had never seen Armand go there either. Armand looked around. He looked pale, and there were ever so small sweat beads on his forehead. He looked around again, as though checking for someone who may have been following. Then, confident he was alone, he pulled back the Egyptian rug that had covered a wooden trapdoor. They watched as he descended down the spiraling stone staircase, holding a candle as the only means of light. The boys, both frightened and excited at the same time, watched as he returned a couple of minutes later with a letter. The writing on it was in French, and Robert could only guess what it could mean, but he could see the waxed seal on the letter, and it looked important. After Armand lowered the trapdoor and replaced the rug, the boys waited for him to leave. When they could wait no more, Robert took a lit candle, pulled back the rug, and opened the trapdoor once more. "We can't go in there?" Matthew said quietly, moving backwards as though something might come out of the dungeon. "Why? Are you afraid of what we will find?" Robert tormented cruelly. "No, but I am afraid of what Dad will do if he catches us where we're not supposed to be. And you should be, too. I've seen the way he treats you when he's in one of his moods. One day, he's going to kill you if you're not careful." "Don't worry about me. I'm always careful around Dad." He lit a travel candle with the flame of a large burning one on the side of the stone wall, lighting the room. Smiling at his little brother, he said, "Are you coming with me?" He then started to walk down the stairs. Matthew looked upset, and for a moment Robert wasn't sure he was going to follow him. He didn't care. He was going to find out what was down there, whether his brother came or not. His brother then looked frantically toward the door one more time, as though he was frightened to death of going down the dark stairs, but equally frightened about leaving the protection of his big brother. Finally, he gave in to the challenge and followed Robert quietly down the stairs. The spiral stairs seemed to go for miles, although they had probably only descended 60 or maybe 70 feet. Robert turned each corner with a childish expectation that he was going to find a treasure trove at the end. The spiral finally ended, and the boys were left looking at a relatively large, empty room, approximately 30 feet wide by 40 feet long. "Where's the treasure?" There were 2 passageways at the far end. With only the flicker of the single burning candle light reflecting off the walls, the darkness had already enveloped the base of the stairs. "Now where do you want to go?" It was Matthew who spoke first. "Let's see where the passageway on the right goes." They walked slowly down the narrow tunnel before reaching an opening. The room was surprisingly small, not much more than 10 feet in diameter, maybe. In the center, there was a table made entirely of stone. "Boring," the disappointment showed in his voice. "Can we go now?" His little brother didn't seem as upset, but fear seemed to be creeping in on him. "No, let's look at the other tunnel." Walking back up the passageway, they took the tunnel on the left this time. It was longer, maybe 200 feet. Robert wondered how far underground they were, but couldn't come up with an answer. There was the sound of slow-moving water in the distance. After rounding another bend in the tunnel, they found its source. The passageway ended at a large cave with what appeared to be an underground river system. There was a little rowboat, big enough for 4 people, tied up to a metal ring bolted to the stone wall. "I wonder where it goes." It was the first time Matthew had shown any interest in exploring. "It must lead outside the castle somewhere. Maybe Uncle still uses it for secret messages. That must have been what the letter had been for. Come on, let's go." Chapter 15. Robert had never specifically hated his little brother. He knew it wasn't Matthew's fault his father despised him. If circumstances had been different, he would have found himself very fond of him and protective. As it was, he enjoyed playing silly shared make-believe games, but he knew this time would pass quickly, and how he got to live his adult life would be decided by the actions he determined to take as a child. Margaret, his brother's maid, was keeping herself busy ironing the creases out of the sheets for the afternoon. "Margaret, where's my father today? I haven't seen him, and the sun was up almost an hour ago." He was never courteous to her when he was alone. After all, she was only a servant, not his equal. "Master, some important business has come up, and your father has had to leave us for a few days." "Where is he gone?" "Master, he did not say, but he did tell me it was of utmost importance that he leave immediately. He left late last night. We tried to find you after dinner, but couldn't. He said he could not wait, and he would see you in 3 days. "And my uncle?" "He has gone for the day, but will be back this afternoon. Your father also told me to advise you that you and your brother are not to go out until your uncle returns. The gates have been locked, and you are to remain within the walls of the Château de Fortress." "How boring," Robert said, as he walked away to find his brother. It was a warm morning, and he and his brother had wanted to go out riding in the forest today. "You know I can't ride yet," Matthew said to his brother. "Yes, but I can. Maybe I could show you." Matthew's eyes glowed with desire. "But we're not allowed to leave the walls until Uncle comes home?" "Yes, but we're allowed to go wherever we want within the confines of the castle. No one keeps an eye on us through the day. We could always sneak out, couldn't we?" "But the drawbridge is drawn up. I've seen it with my own eyes. We're not going to get to go out today." Matthew spoke with disappointed acceptance. "What about the secret tunnel?" His brother didn't look quite convinced. "Come on. I'll teach you to ride a horse. We won't be gone long. We'll be back before anyone notices." "Very well." It was the thought of learning to ride a horse that had convinced him. "It will be our little secret." The boys stopped by the kitchen on their way down to the tunnel so they could pack a loaf of fresh bread. "We're going to have an inside picnic today," he told the cook, Olivia. "Then you'd better take some cheese and fruit too," she replied, handing him some cheese and apples. At the end of the tunnel, they found the small rowboat where they had found it yesterday. Robert confidently untied the painter and sat in the boat that was half on the riverbank and half in the water. "You push me into the deeper water and then jump in." It was common for Matthew to get the worse end of any task the two of them did together, but he seemed to go along happily with the idea. Robert rowed. He had never done it before, but he had seen others do it often enough, and he figured anything a servant can do he could do better, except housework. But that was irrelevant, because he was born into a rich family, and that meant he would never have to do such tasks himself. He got the concept of rowing pretty quickly, and they started to make their way downstream. It was longer than he expected, but he was reassured by the river's continuous, slow, placid pace. He really hoped he had chosen the right direction. After he had rowed for half an hour, he was rewarded by the light of a small opening. The flow of the river seemed to increase only mildly. As they approached the opening, Robert discovered a large willow tree blocked most of the exit. They tied the boat up against the tree. It would never fit through. Then they nimbly climbed the branches of the tree, the way only young boys can, to the side of the river bank now outside the castle walls. "Hey, this is the valley to the southern side of the castle," Robert said in amazement. "The river must have flowed underneath the mountain. It's going to take us forever to get to the stables from here. But look, we're out of the castle." It took less time than they thought to make it to the stables, and it was a warm day. "Father's going to kill us if he catches us with his horse," Matthew said, while his brother threw the saddle on his dad's horse, Sylvester. "That's only if he catches us," he smiled mischievously. "I happen to know he has gone away for the next few days. He took the carriage yesterday and packed his strong box with him, so I know he's gone for a while." "Oh, I understand." He didn't really understand, but appeared to try his best to go along with it. They walked the horse out of the main gate, down to the river, and across the stone bridge. The winter's snow had been melting further upstream by the sun, and it looked as though the river was running pretty fast as they crossed it. On the other side of the bridge there was a shallow riverine pool, which would have ordinarily made a very pleasant swimming spot, particularly in this warm weather. The boys splashed their faces with the ice-cold water and filled up their water holders, careful of the strong current that moved unusually close to the riverbank. Then Robert got onto the saddle and looked at his little brother. "Up you come," he said, pulling him up with one strong arm. They rode in tandem all day. He had never seen his little brother look so happy. He enjoyed that day himself. At times, he really did wish things had been different, that he didn't have to go through with it. But things weren't. He was still the illegitimate child, and so long as Matthew lived, he would be nothing. The sun looked like it had spent enough time in the sky for the day, and would soon make its descent back to the horizon. The air had already cooled, as the distant mountain created a shadow over the field which they rode through. He really didn't quite know where he was. It was a large open field. "I got you something, Matthew." "Really?" Matthew's eyes brightened up, as any 3-year-old's does when he thinks he's about to get a nice present. "Yes, let's hop down and walk for a while." "What is it?" Matthew asked impatiently. "A wooden horse, until you learn to properly ride one." He handed Matthew the horse. It was carved from solid oak, and had a little soldier dressed in red sitting on top of the horse. A tiny metal rapier was hanging from the soldier's belt to the left, in dress presentation. Matthew's eyes lit up. It was the first time Robert had ever given his brother anything. He had often wondered if his little brother realized how much trouble he had caused, and whether this hatred had followed through. Somehow, he hoped it hadn't. Now was his only chance, if he was really going to go through with it. He got back up on the horse. Robert looked back for only a moment. He could see Matthew staring at him. Innocently, he was still holding his new toy, the gift his big brother gave him only minutes earlier. It was inconceivable to him that the brother he looked up to would ride away. He sat down in the field, as though he had accepted what was going to happen, and wasn't going to even try to keep up with the horse. He still had a stupid smile on his face as Robert left, that same endearing expression that said, "Today was a great day." He kicked the horse into a canter, and never looked back. He never heard the slow start of a sob, as realization must have dawned on his baby brother, or the loud cry as he became inconsolable when the sun went down, leaving him surrounded by the cold darkness in a dangerous wilderness of a foreign country. Nor could he have predicted in a wild field in a foreign land, miles from the next living inhabitant, a traveling huntsman would find his distressed baby brother, and then, unable to communicate with the boy, who was now past crying and catatonically mute. The hunter assumed him to have been discarded by his parents for his affliction and decided to take him nearly 100 miles further southeast to a place called Lorraine, where an orphanage prided itself on looking after disabled children. When Robert made it back to the Chateau de Fortress, he ran up to his uncle with his prepared speech. His baby brother had somehow wandered into the fast-flowing river and been washed away. He had spent 2 hours riding further downstream in the vain hope of finding his brother alive. The hounds were sent out immediately, but since the boys had explored half of the valley throughout the previous weeks, they were of little use. They did locate a little riverine pool on the other side of the stone bridge that appeared to be the location where the boy fell into the river. Unfortunately, the hounds were then unable to retrieve a location where the child may have exited the river further down. "We had been out riding most of the day, and when we came back we were both thirsty, and I thought we would be safe having a drink at the river's edge." His voice was trembling. "I should have known the risks. I forget sometimes he is so much younger. It's all my fault." "That it is, boy," his uncle said harshly. "But it will do no good to focus on it. We have to increase our search area." The search continued for another week. Robert became terrified as they came close to the field where his brother had remained behind. He hadn't entirely thought his actions through. It was possible, he conceded, his brother could still be alive, and were he to be found, his own life would no doubt come to an abrupt ending, as his father rapidly determined the string of events. "I should have killed him, but I couldn't. He's my brother. You can never understand the logic that goes through a person's head when they are in the process of killing a person." His father was fetched and joined the search on day 3. After a week, the search was called off. His brother presumed drowned. Only a little older than 3, he never could have expected to survive in the wilderness. Although his father never said it, a part of him always seemed to know Robert was responsible for his brother's death. He couldn't be certain, but he thought he saw fear in his father's eyes when he looked at him now, and even just a little sign of respect that wasn't there before. His father had no intentions of remarrying, and dedicated the remainder of his life to ensuring his last living son would grow up to be a rich and powerful player in the New World. Chapter 16. On board the Charlotte, somewhere across the Atlantic Ocean. The convicts' hold in the bowel of the ship was more disgusting than Anna could ever have imagined. At first, the smell was simply that of 108 convicts, cramped into a tiny space. But after the first few days went by, the smell evolved to include a large mixture of vomitus, urine, and fecal matter that stifled out every other scent. Even the rats no longer came to visit. She felt she no longer had any more to lose. She had submitted her body to her tormentor. Her husband had died. Her children had been snatched from her and were possibly dead from slavery in a mine, and now she was a convict in a hold barely fit to carry animals. A feeling came over her like the waves that attacked the bow of the ship, and she felt she was ready to succumb to the conditions of her captivity and drown in her sorrows. It was her animosity that kept her alive throughout the voyage. After a day's sail beating toward the wind while Captain Gilbert tried his utmost to clear the final port marker out of Portsmouth, the Charlotte was finally out to sea. The calm weather allowed conditions to improve. People had become used to the movement of the ship and either no longer felt the need or no longer had any food with which to vomit or defecate. A working party was assembled and buckets of salty seawater used to clean the holds. The chief surgeon on the ship further improved their conditions by insisting each person on board, convict or otherwise, were to spend a minimum of 30 minutes above deck each day. She took pleasure in noticing how uncomfortable the decision appeared to make the Marine officers. The Red Jackets were outnumbered by more than 2 convicts for each of them. In a cramped place, such as the Charlotte, it would make for a poor fight. No one seemed in the mood for fighting. It was, she felt, as though the convicts had accepted their reprieve from the gallows and were generally happy to start their lives again in the new colony. For many of them, it would mean a better life than England could ever have provided them. Within a week, she'd settled into a routine. If she was going to get revenge, she was going to have to live. And to do that, she would need to improve her physical and mental health. The routine involved praying, meditating, a meager form of exercise, consuming whatever daily rations were provided, keeping herself clean, enjoying as much sunlight and fresh air as was possible in her 30-minute allotment, and long periods of sleeping in the day and night. Surprised, she found her health and mood improved vastly over the following weeks. As the Charlotte sailed southwest and the latitudes fell toward the equator, the weather warmed up tremendously. Anna had never felt such warmth, not once in her entire life living in England. She came to look forward to each daily allotment of sun and fresh air on the deck, and then one day, as they sailed past the Canary Islands, their first sightings of land since leaving Portsmouth, he was there. At first, she didn't recognize him on the deck, but she remembered the voice. He was polite for a villain, she recalled. It looked as though he hadn't shaved for a few days, but the result was nothing like a beard. She'd never liked beards. Matthew had a beard. It was the one thing about him she'd never found attractive. He looks quite handsome, unshaven. It was a strange thought to even enter her mind, she realized. She then struggled to recall what he looked like when she had last seen him, and was surprised to discover she had no real recollection of the man whatsoever. In fact, she hadn't thought about that night since she found out her husband was dead. He had held her captive for more than 6 hours, and the best she could recall about him was that he was taller than she was, and should have been ashamed to feel he needed a pistol to get control of her. She couldn't really tell if anyone in questioning her had asked whether he was good-looking or bad-looking. He didn't smell particularly bad, like so many other men seemed to do. She wondered what he could possibly be doing on this ship. He must be escaping to a penal colony. Some place to escape to, though. It was strange. She hadn't given him a second thought since that night. He was a villain, and she was certain he had done whatever it was he was accused of. She had laughed when he expressed a desire to meet under different circumstances, as though he had expected her to reciprocate the sentiment. There were very few people she could recall having met whom she genuinely wished never to see again, but this was one of them. Still, it entertained her that their lives should be so strangely entwined, and gave her something different to think about for the first time since leaving England. She wondered what he had done. Could he have murdered someone? She considered it momentarily before dismissing the idea. He seemed too polite to be a murderer. She then went on to dream up any number of fanciful reasons that had led him to being a fugitive on this ship. Laughing, she recalled how he had offered to repay her the debt if she was ever in need of his help in the future. I wonder what help he would offer me now. She considered what he could offer her in the way of assistance, and started to consider if he could get her any more food than the rations that were being provided. They were enough to keep her alive, but only just. She then considered maybe he would be unhappy to find her on board with him. After all, she was probably the only one who knew he was a wanted man in London. Would he kill me if he knew I was here? or would he help me? It was a gamble she knew she couldn't afford to take. She had to keep herself alive so she could come home and free her boys from the mines, and then have her retribution. She was glad her appearance had changed so much since he had last seen her, and counted herself fortunate. He would never recognize her again. How their roles had been reversed. Chapter 17. Jack was startled to see her again. She was standing on the deck. Of all the convicts utilizing their above-deck time, she seemed to be the only one who appeared to be genuinely enjoying the more tropical sun. She looked much thinner and a little more pitiful than when he had first met her, but no less beautiful. Her skin looked pale, but somehow clear, and its purity had not been lost. Remembering his promise to help her if their role in life was ever reversed, he felt a strange pang of guilt as he considered he was in no position to provide her with any help. He was rich, but he was still on the run. He couldn't offer her anything anyway. "You know that isn't true," he justified it to himself. He would be getting off at Cape Town. Watching her from a distance, he was relieved she had remained oblivious to his presence. This allowed him to avoid the awkward acknowledgment that he could not or would not uphold his promise to help her in her current predicament. Still, he enjoyed watching her. The woman looked desolate, but no less confident than she did the day he had met her. A part of him really wanted to help her, to be there for her and support her, embrace her in his arms, and tell her it would all be very well now. Of course, judging from her position as a prisoner on board the Charlotte, she was unlikely to ever be all right again. It was unlike him to find a want for such things, and at a primal level he wondered what it was that made him almost believe he wanted to help her for no other reason than to make her life better. He knew these thoughts were ridiculous. She had hated him at the outset, and rightfully so, for he had threatened her with a pistol. I wonder if her husband is here too. Even as he thought it, a wave of guilt attacked him. He did not mean to wish harm on her husband, and he certainly didn't have time to court anyone, particularly a convict who was the only person on the ship who knew about his past. He turned away, promising himself he would not set eyes on her again. Chapter 18. It had taken almost 4 months to get from Portsmouth to Rio de Janeiro, followed by another month and a half to get to Cape Town. Across the Atlantic twice, Captain Gilbert had explained to him that although it had meant covering almost twice as much sea, it more than halved their time due to the more favorable direction of the winds. Science and mathematics seemed to come naturally to Jack, and despite having very little formal education, he had been able to study the navigation maps, predominant wind directions, and make sense of it all. The time it had taken to make the trip was some of the most pleasant in his life. Jack almost wished it could go on forever. It was the first time he could remember since he was a little boy that he honestly didn't have a worry in the world. He knew it was only a temporary oasis in his life, but until he reached Cape Town, there was nothing for him to do but enjoy the ride. During the last leg of the trip, he had seen her 14 more times, and on 2 occasions he managed to bring her something, a small ration of bread and a small ration of salted beef. Both times, he had attempted to make it appear as though he had ample food and was merely discarding it. He wondered what she would think if she'd known they were his only rations for the day, and he had gone without. The first time, He was certain she had not noticed who had left the food on the deck, but ravenously ate it immediately nonetheless. On the second occasion, she had caught what he was doing, and he was rewarded with a smile. Her smile still seemed perfect, even after all she had been through. Jack was certain she still hadn't recognized him, although she had made eye contact with him on a number of occasions. He had made eye contact with most of the convicts. It's not like there are a lot of other things to look at on a ship over a number of months. Hers were the only eyes that didn't seem forlorn or begging for his help. He was under no delusion about the conditions the convicts were living in on the journey. When Tench advised him the Charlotte would make landfall in Cape Town within a few days, he found himself almost saddened by the prospect. Nonetheless, he knew time stood still for no person, and it was time for him to achieve something with the wealth that had fallen into his hands. It was on the morning of the 14th of October, 1787, the Charlotte first entered the deep bay of Cape Town. At the time, it was the busiest port in the southern hemisphere. It was a warm morning, and Jack found himself looking forward to renting a room in a semi-respectable establishment, if there was such a thing in Africa, and then cleaning himself finally with fresh water. The salt, he decided, had created an outer layer on his skin half an inch thick. He would then have a shave, find some expensive clothes befitting a gentleman of his newly acquired wealth, and then start his new life. Selling his diamond was going to be difficult, he knew. There was plenty of time, though, and he had more than enough gold to sustain himself as a gentleman of wealth until he had made the right connections with the right people to sell it. Then he would be off to America. There was a place for civilized, wealthy folk, he decided. There he could buy anything and everything he had ever wanted, and there would be no response from anyone in London. Then he would truly be free. His thoughts were interrupted. Tench was the first to inform him they were searching the docklands for a Jack Overton, who was wanted for murder. "Can I speak to you for a moment, Jack?" It was Marine Captain Tench. Jack was surprised how much he had come to enjoy the captain's company. "Certainly. What can I do for you?" "I was thinking, now that we're anchored off Cape Town, you'd be leaving us." "You'd be thinking rightly. I have business to attend to, and I don't plan on finding myself stuck on some God-forsaken rock for the rest of my life." "I was hoping you would change your mind. The colony could use someone like you, I'm certain of it. You're good with people. It's easy for you to make others come around to your way of thinking. It's going to be tough when we get there, but the rewards for free men will be enormous." "Thank you for the offer, but I think I'll leave it all the same." "I was worried you would say that." Tench looked uncomfortable and then handed him the letter. "Read this." Without hesitation, he opened it. He had worried about this, but he thought he had been fast enough. Quickly reading it, he reached the end and saw the signature he expected at the bottom left-hand page. 50 gold sovereigns is a lot of money. "What do you plan to do?" Jack asked. "Well, I don't think I'll be making it back to London any time soon to claim my reward, and I'm in no mood to hand you over to the local authorities, but I must warn you, I have spoken to some of the other Marines, and each vessel has been given the same letter. By tomorrow you will have everyone in Cape Town searching for you. You're welcome to try your luck, but I wouldn't want to be you in Cape Town right now." "And you're suggesting I follow you to New South Wales?" "Why not?" Tench asked the question kindly. "Think of the adventure. I can write you a legal document to show you are a free man who has come willingly to help colonize the new land. If you don't enjoy it, I'm sure you can come back with a supply ship at any stage over the next few years. By then, they will have given up searching for you in Cape Town." There wasn't much he could say. He was out of options. "I'll need weapons. I have a pair of dueling pistols, but I'll need a rifle to hunt with. As you pointed out, I can't leave this ship. If I relinquish some of my gold, can you find me a good rifle? I won't even look at a musket." Jack quickly switched to thoughts of outfitting himself for life in a new wilderness. "Yes, we'll be in port a week or so getting supplies. I don't think it will be too hard to find you a good quality rifle. So, will you come with us then?" Jack suppressed his grin. "I think I will. Like you said, it will be an adventure." He should have been terrified, but he wasn't. And she will be there. Chapter 19. Newgate Prison, England. "Whose life did you take?" Matthew Harper's tone was sharper than he'd meant, and came out sounding much more ungrateful than he felt. "Matthew, does it really matter?" The jailer stepped back, startled by his attack. "I exchanged your name with someone else's, and now you're alive and he's dead. If my betrayal ever gets back to them, I too will be dead. So why don't you settle down, thank me for your damned reprieve, and forget Matthew Harper ever lived, all right? It matters to me. I want to know his name." Matthew's tone was emphatic. He fixed his gaze at the man and demanded an answer. "Whose life did I take?" "Your new name is David Overton. That was the life you took." He paused long enough for Matthew to take in his new name. "You are being sentenced to 7 years' imprisonment in the new penal colony called New South Wales. After that, you will be a free man. Given your unique skills and knowledge, I have no doubt you will be given land after you have served your time, where you can build your new life. Or I could come back to England after that." He was being hopeful. "No, you can never come back to England. If they ever discover I have deceived them, we will both be executed, and they won't stop there. Our families will be slaughtered like cattle. Surely you must understand that." "What about my wife and my children? I have a family. I will never see them again." "Your family were only ever there to help improve your English presence. The order told you to have a family, and now it will sever that family from your life, if you do not do so on your own accord. And we both know how the order does such a thing." "She may have been chosen by them, but I have come to love her and my children more than any other thing in my life." "I understand, my brother. But you would have seen them no more if you were dead, would you now?" "I know, and I appreciate all you have done for me. Can I ask one more favor?" The jailer nodded his head. "Can you please see to it that my family is protected?" "Of course." "Thank you, Malcolm. You've been a dear friend to me, with everything." Matthew sat calmly the next day, as his ankles were shackled in chains. There were hundreds of other wretched people there, too. The blacksmith had placed them on him so tightly they cut deep into his ankles. This was to account for the weight loss that was expected of him during the voyage. It was going to be an uncomfortable trip to this unknown land. Secretly, he knew he was going to make it somehow. He would see his time served well, and he would discover a way to come back to England, back to destroy the order, whose purpose he had sacrificed everything to serve, back to the woman he loved so much, and to his boys. Chapter 20. Brotherhood of the Truth, 20 years ago. "What is your name?" a voice asked. It was so dark he could not see the man who had asked the first question. There was an intricate semicircle of candles that blinded him from the others. He knew they were there, watching him intently. The cold of the marble floor pained his feet, where he had already stood naked for nearly an hour, nervously anticipating their questions. "Matthew Harper," he responded. "What do you desire?" the same man asked, in a voice only slightly louder than a whisper. "To serve the order of truth." "For what purpose?" Another deep man's voice boomed, threateningly from behind him. "To enlighten mankind of the truth." "And what is the truth?" a different man hissed. "That we are all as good as the service we can provide our fellow men. Our race, religion, and birthing make no difference to our ability to serve." Silence. "What is the earliest memory you have?" "I remember being alone in a field full of daisies, with a wooden toy horse and soldier. It was red, my favorite color. I was in a field in Gascogne, I later discovered. I recall thinking I had lost something terribly important to me, but I had no idea what it was. I was just 3 years old at the time. Did you ever find what you lost?" The question could have been sympathetic, but spoken in the same monotones as the others. "No, but I later learned other children had a mother and a father. Who raised you?" "I was raised in an orphanage in the French village of Lorraine." "What is your name?" It was the same question from another person. "Matthew Harper." "Why do you hate the rich?" "Because they are unjustly endowed with wealth on earth." "What would you do to the aristocracy if you had the chance?" "I would kill them all." "Who do you serve?" "I serve the Brotherhood of the Truth." "And who does the Brotherhood of the Truth serve?" The question asked by all of them in unison. "The true man." "And who is a true man?" "A man whose life rewards parallel his ability and his effort." "And what is not a true man?" "An aristocrat." "What would you do to an aristocrat?" "I would kill it." Silence. "Kill him," a person shouted. "Kill him now," a second person shouted. More silence. He knew what was happening. His friend had explained the testing process to him, and he was prepared. Even so, a certain amount of trepidation had crept into the back of his mind. He would have to pass the test, and if he didn't, he would not be allowed to leave the hall alive. A beautiful young girl came into the middle of the room and stood in front of him directly in the candlelight. She was young, no older than 18, and quite lovely to look at. Wearing a nice white dress, her corset displayed her firm, youthful cleavage in the fashion most elegant women chose currently, worn in such a way that it catches the eye of any man passing, like a bird in nature might flaunt its colorful feathers in an attempt to catch its mate's interest. Nobody spoke to him for almost 2 minutes while he admired the girl. "Do you like her?" Again, the words were in a whisper. "Yes." "Do you want her?" "Yes." "Then take her." This part of the test his friend had not told him about. He reached for her soft hands, displaying a confidence he didn't feel, and pulled her toward him. Like an angel, she smiled innocently at him before obediently releasing the shoulder strap that held her expensive dress. It fell quietly to the cold floor. She took a step forward, her young naked body pressed against him in supplication. His lust overcame his nervousness. Her legs wrapped around him as he entered her. She was beautiful, and he came sooner than he would have liked. Abruptly, he recalled where he was, and his fear returned. Silence. Then something was placed in his hand, something heavy and made of metal. His hand closed around the handle. "It's a knife." The revelation struck him like a needle. "Kill her!" someone shouted at him. "But she looks like she has only just come out as a debutante." Even the pup will one day grow into the lethal lioness unless you kill it." There is only silence from the men in the dark and the sound of the screaming girl. "Will you kill the pup?" He paused, terrified of what he may do. "Kill her! She must die!" They started to chant again. Looking into the crying child's eyes, he strengthened his grip on the knife. The young girl screamed and started to run, as her adrenaline triggered her body's most basic response, to fight or to flee. Chasing after her, he dropped the knife. She was small, but faster than he had imagined, and she had a 3-second head start on him. She had almost made it to the door before he caught her. He wrapped his strong arms around her arms and held her tight. "Please, please don't! I want to live!" she begged hysterically. He pulled her back to the semicircle where the knife had been dropped. He fought his every desire to apologize to the girl and remained silent. She was an aristocrat, and she had to die. She bit his hand with such force that his right trigger finger was severed. Shocked, he looked at his hand. Then he bent down, picked up the knife, and rammed it through her innocent heart. Blood gurgled out from her mouth and all over his naked body. Her body shivered and then convulsed before finally settling in cold death. "What have I done?" Silence and darkness again. "From this day forth, you are now known to the Brotherhood of Truth by your new name, Molak." The first person who spoke said to him, "Welcome, Brother Molak." He felt terrible, but he knew this was his test, and the aristocrat was always going to have to be slaughtered. He killed her and passed his test, and he was happy about his choice. Were he to have known she was an expensive whore who had been paid a fortune for tonight's services, he would have cried. Instead, he felt as though he had achieved the first step toward his ultimate goal of bringing equality to the changing world. The Order of the Truth was one of a multitude of secret societies that had sprouted out from the original Bavarian Illuminati. Its purpose was to one day set in motion a revolution that would see the common man raise up above the rich whose wealth was provided falsely. They believed in the true man whose power, wealth, and pleasure were commensurate with his ability and his effort. Where this balance was inadequate, the Brotherhood of the Truth believed in forcefully returning every man to his truth. This included raising some above their birthright and planting others under the ground. "Do you, Molak, agree to be assigned your new purpose in the Order?" "Yes. It has been ordained your truth is to become a tailor. You may feel your life is above this, but we assure you it isn't. We all have a purpose, and yours is to be a tailor. Do this, and you will play your part in the revolution. Do you swear to be a true man?" "I swear." Chapter 21. Matthew was interrupted from his memories by the sound of waves reaching a shore in the distance. There were no windows in the lower deck of the Alexander, where he and another 176 male convicts were confined. But the sound immediately conjured up images of a beautiful bay. It seemed like such a long time ago. He could hardly remember why he became one of them. He remembered himself as a young man, so very different from the man he wanted to be. So much anger had manifested itself in his life. He had jumped at anything promising revenge on the wealthy. Now, after surviving the ordeal of several months at sea and arriving in this new world, All he could think of was how much he had lost, yet he had never really appreciated. They had told him he needed to become a tailor. They had told him he would need a wife in London, so he looked normal. They had never told him he would end up falling in love with her and having children together. It was then he made his decision. He was going to survive his 7 years as a convict. Then he was going to do whatever he had to do to get back to England. He had been desperate before, and knew that a desperate man was capable of anything he chose. He knew he would do it. He would get back. I only hope she waits for me. Part 2. The Foundling Colony. Chapter 22. Port Botany, January 18, 1788. Coleby remembered that day very well. It was a warm day, during the peak of the hot season. The fishing had been particularly good that morning, and he had come in early after catching all the fish he and his family could eat. It had started out as a very good day. Something about the winds made him sense there were changes to come. He knew it for certain, and only hoped the changes that came were good for him and his clan. It was the day after his father had died. As a junior male in the Eora clan, it was the first time someone so important to him had died. He did not fear death, nor did he look for it. He simply accepted it as a part of life and a person's place on earth. With each stroke of the white paint, Coleby felt his whitened skin prickle with the spirit of his father. He wasn't saddened by his death, for he knew it was a circle of life. The next day, the white walkers came from the sea. The spirits of our ancestors have come home. Chapter 23. He's a bloody idiot, Captain Tench declared. Who's an idiot? Jack asked offhandedly, looking up at Captain Tench while relaxing on deck of the Charlotte, enjoying the sun. He, of all the people on board, was the only one who appeared as though he was on a luxury holiday. That good-for-nothing upstart Lieutenant Cook. He may have been a decent navigator, but he knew nothing about starting a colony. So he writes a letter and advises the Admiralty that here in Botany Bay we can establish the British Empire's latest dumping ground for unwanted persons, and the Admiralty, still pissed off it lost the American War of Independence and in need of a new dumping ground, signs off on this expedition. So here we are with nothing. A perfect place for a new colony. There isn't even fresh water. Do you see any trees here worth lumbering, Jack? Jack looked at the shoreline and the land that followed further inwards. The sun was out, and a clear blue sky could be kindly seen right up into the horizon. Yellow sand lined its shore, and a number of small scrub bushes, but nothing of consequence for the purpose of building shelter, were sparsely spread further inland, past the small sand dunes. No, I suppose I don't. He turned over more on his side to warm his skin. The colony may be in trouble, but as far as he was concerned, he was here to kill time. That would be their problem, not his. But it's lovely and warm. Maybe, if we are not going to disembark soon, I'll go for a swim. It was the first time Jack had noticed the small beads of sweat on Captain Tench's forehead since they left England. This was going to be his problem, no matter which way he looked at it. Tench shook his head at him. Maybe he was doubting his decision to invite Jack on the trip. Cook wouldn't know a good place for a new colony if it jumped up and bit him in the butt. I suppose that's what we get for promoting a person of his birthing into the ranks most commonly reserved for the gentry. Captain Tench continued with his criticism of Cook. Well, here we are, New South Wales. "What do you think of it, young Jack?" It was Captain Gilbert who spoke this time. "It looks like a nice enough place to me," Jack responded, pleasantly surprised by the land that he appraised before him. "Everyone's been telling me it's nothing more than an abysmal solitary rock." "Well, you're just as much of an idiot as Cook, too, then." Captain Tench still hadn't settled from his tirade. "Cook may have been a fool, but I'll warrant Philip's not such a fool, though. I'm confident you will find he sees the colony established to self-sufficient fruition." Captain Gilbert, seemingly uninterested in the debate, then walked around the ship to talk to more of his crew and take stock of the state of his ship and what repairs would be required before they could make their way on to China to pick up a cargo of tea. "That's easy enough for him to say. He's completed the job he was hired for and transported us lot to this rock. He won't be around long enough to see us all starve." Jack didn't buy into the argument any further. He was lucky. The fact he had survived this long proved luck hadn't left him. He would be fine. He walked up to Gilbert, who was by now discussing with his first mate. The East India Company had chartered the Charlotte prior to departing Portsmouth to convey a cargo of tea from Canton to London on the return route from New South Wales. "Tell me, Captain Gilbert, do you have intentions of weighing anchor shortly?" "I've been told Mr. Philip is considering a second harbor, which is further north for the purpose of establishing this colony. At any rate, we won't be leaving for a while yet. Why, do you have other pressing matters at hand, such as where you should go from here, scoundrel?" Gilbert appeared unconcerned. It looked as though he had settled into a simple acceptance of Jack on board. "The weather is so pleasant. I think I'll go for a swim." With that, Jack took off his shoes, socks, and top before diving into the pristine water below with a giant splash. Holding his breath, his eyes stung only mildly from the salt, while he swam toward the sandy bottom. When his head re-emerged, he was holding a handful of sand. "Look, I'm the first one to touch the new land." Gilbert shook his head again. Jack could only just hear Gilbert speaking to his first mate. "He really does think he's on vacation, and sometimes I think he really is." Chapter 24. Anna Harper awoke with a shudder. It was the sound of chime from each link of the anchor chain resonating as it met each interlocking groove that had disturbed her sleep. No one had told her, or any of the convicts for that matter. They were in sight of land and would be anchoring soon. Even though her ears determined the sound came from the anchor chain, Anna struggled to restrain the terrifying fear that was building inside her. They had somehow struck an uncharted reef. Deep in the cargo hold, stored like cattle, with a few speckles of light from the iron grate above that held them locked, and certainly no windows to see out of, it was difficult not to let the mind run wild with fears of drowning alive. No one is going to risk their life to save a convict. It would be more likely, she considered horribly, were the ship to be sinking, the priority would have been to save the precious cargo of cattle, without which the colony would almost certainly starve. She listened with the intensity of a person who could feel death creeping ever closer toward them. The ship creaked in its normal manner, but there were no sounds from above of people frantically trying to stave a disaster. It reassured her, only a little. A sudden jolt then turned the entire ship around from its prior course. She would have fallen out of her hammock had the muscles of her body not already been strained, and her hands gripping the side with the ferocity of emerging fear. A woman, further down from her, screamed as she struck her head on a wooden beam during the unexpected movement of the ship. Weakness had attacked all of them and made their balance less than it had been prior to the voyage. The anchor chain must have found its traction. Anna thought hopefully. Anna's body had become synchronized with the steady movement of the ship. She had been fortunate to find her sea legs immediately, and even though she had lost large amounts of weight, she otherwise found the voyage improved her health, and certainly her mental well-being. The ship settled after the competition between the currents, wind, and anchor finally determined a direction for the ship to rest. Anna found it unsettling that, apart from the constant gentle rock of any vessel on water, the ship had stopped moving. "Now what?" It was Elizabeth Chapman, one of the few convicts Anna had become genuine friends with during the voyage. "Now we do what we've been doing since we left London. We wait to be told what is to be done with us. Do you think it will be nice in New South Wales?" Lizzie was only 17, and although life had already treated her harshly, she had an innocent optimism and a cheerful temperament that endeared Anna to her. She looked nervous as she said it, but at the same time her eyes displayed her growing excitement. In London, she had been caught stealing a loaf of bread, so her stepfather, who had done little except beat her on occasion when he'd had a bad day and there was a little alcohol for him to drink, should have food on the table. It was his idea that she steal it, and he agreed to help her do it and said he would look after her if they somehow caught her. But once she was caught, he disappeared. Once she found out her punishment would be to go to a new place in which food would be provided and she would be a free woman, without her mean stepfather, after serving 7 years, she resigned herself to be perfectly happy about her predicament. She was neither particularly pretty or ugly. She looked like an ordinary woman, but with her youth and positive nature, Anna had no doubt she would become a very highly sought-after young woman of childbearing age well before her 7-year period of service was concluded. From what I've heard others say about it, I believe it will be a much warmer place than what we have been used to. I won't miss the cold of London's winters." She stopped mid-sentence as the thought made her remember the boys she had left behind in London. "What is it?" Anna looked away. She was not ready to tell anyone her worst secret. "I wish I wasn't here." "But you have so much to be thankful for. You have just survived traveling all the way around the world. I mean, we could have drowned." She was trying to be helpful, but her voice betrayed her accusation. "You're right, Lizzie. I should be more grateful to have survived thus far. And I have so much more to live for, if I'm ever going to get my revenge and see my boys again." Chapter 25. Port Botany Bay. Jack Overton was the first to see the 2 large ships enter Botany Bay. It was January 24, 1788. His powerful brass monocular telescope examined them in the distance. Each had 3 masts, and looked as though they had seen better days out at sea. Hoisted at the very top of the center mast, a flag displaying the colors blue, white, and red flapped limply. They were French ships. It was the first time in a number of years that English and French hadn't been at each other's throats, even if they had supported the American revolutionists. They were on fundamentally amicable terms. Even so, it didn't bode well that they were here at the same time. "Captain Tench!" It was the first time he had something of importance to provide for the captain. "What is it, Jack?" "We're preparing for the scouting party." "I think you'll want to see this." Jack handed him his telescope, infinitely more powerful and expensive than Tench's marine-issued one. "Shit! What are the bloody frogs doing here?" They had both had the same thought. Have the French already established a colony? "You there! Run down below and get Captain Gilbert here at once." "What have we got?" Gilbert was already making his way up on deck when he heard the order given. The frogs are here! Jack decided he was as good a person as any to notify the captain. Have we heard from Philip since he left on his sojourn up the coast in his toy boat? It's called a yawl, Gilbert corrected him, showing his disdain for the Marines, who were clearly not sea-minded. And no, we haven't heard a word since he left. It's not far, not more than 12 nautical miles, if Cook's measurements can be believed at all. Gilbert pulled out his telescope and observed the 2 ships anchored in the distance. Well, what the hell are they doing here? Shall we go see? Tench asked. Mr. Faulkner, have the longboat lowered quick as you can, please. How's your French, Captain Tench? I can speak part of it, sir, but I can better understand Spanish than French. I wouldn't trust myself not to inadvertently talk my way into another war with the frogs. Jack, you seem to have a way with people. How's your French? It's very well. My father used to trade with them, so I spent much of my youth in France, sir. I know more than a couple words. Good. Then you better come too. The longboat was lowered into the water, and Captain Gilbert, Marine Captain Tench, 3 Marines, and Jack climbed down the rope ladder and into it. After the security of the Charlotte, it felt like nothing more than flotsam. Jack found the longboat's instability on the water unsettling, and had images of the 6 of them falling into the water on their way to greet the new arrivals. The weather was diminishing, and the strong easterly winds were creating a swell in the otherwise calm shallows of the bay. No rain yet, but the clouds were dark, and a squall could be seen forming only a little offshore. Ahoy! Captain Gilbert yelled out to the scout who watched them approach. This is Captain Gilbert of the transport ship Charlotte. Bonjour! It was La Perouse himself, who answered in English. My name is Jean-François de la Perouse, and I am in command of these 2 ships, the Astrolabe and the Boussole. You seem a long way from home, my friend. Yes, we are on a voyage of discovery, following in your Captain Cook's wake, no? Even at the distance, Jack could see the captain smile. He appeared happy to see another European. Would you and your men care to join me for some wine? Jack was happy to be back on a steadier ship. We are on an expedition of science, and we're expecting to find a thriving new colony where we could repair our ships and restock supplies. La Perouse looked at the pitifully small fleet. Is this all there is? Yes, we only just arrived 5 days ago. Gilbert smiled. As you can see, Cook's Botany Bay has left much to be desired. We are in the process of moving the fleet to Port Jackson, the next entrance, approximately 12 miles north of here. Captain Arthur Phillips has identified a much more appropriate bay to establish the colony. He has named it Sydney Cove. I believe your Captain Cook was an excellent navigator and explorer, but maybe he did not know a whole lot about establishing a colony, no? No, he did not. It was the politest way Tench had yet described Cook. Even if he didn't like Cook, he would be damned if he was about to disparage him in front of a frog. Are you planning on staying long? It was the first time Jack had come into the conversation. No. We intend to stay just long enough to make repairs and gain some provisions for our ships, and then we will continue on our expedition. We will be happy to provide any assistance we can, but warn you that we have very little provisions of our own. Gilbert spoke honestly. I understand. We will make our own arrangements to fell trees and replenish some of our much-needed provisions. They talked briefly about the voyage and their encounters, then Gilbert interrupted their conversations. We are planning to set sail this afternoon, so we must be going. We will try to keep in communication before you set sail again. Of course. Bon voyage, and good luck. Jack spoke briefly to La Perouse in fast, fluent French. Tench and Gilbert watched, completely unaware of what Jack was planning. Chapter 26. After 8 days since the Charlotte had anchored in the shallow waters off Botany Bay and then moved to Sydney Cove, Anna was finally able to view the new world where she had been sentenced to live out her days. It was the longest period any of them had spent trapped below decks since they left Portsmouth, made ever so much longer by the fact that they all knew they had reached the colony and expected at any moment to be allowed out into the sunlit fresh air. To many, Sydney Cove represented a second chance at life and a new future. The majority of convicts would find themselves better off as convicts than they could ever have hoped for while living in an overcrowded England, in which jobs and food were scarce. When Anna first looked at Sydney Cove from the deck of the Charlotte, all she saw was the dry and desolate landscape that would be her chain that kept her from her children and from seeking the revenge she would spend the rest of her life searching for. The excitement on Lizzie's face made her look more youthful and striking, she noticed. "It's truly beautiful, isn't it?" "Yes, I suppose it is." Anna didn't think it looked beautiful at all. But who was she to ruin the dreams of the one and only convict who genuinely felt she was lucky to be going to New South Wales? "Oh, Anna, for once just open your eyes and look around you." "I have, but what I see is a place far from home." She smiled kindly at the young girl, whose age was near to hers, but mind appeared more closely to be half her age, and then said, "What do you see, Elizabeth?" Anna watched as she breathed deeply and took in the entire landscape. "I see water that is as clear blue as it is pristine, unhindered by man. I see grottos with distinct plantations of the tallest and most stately trees ever found in any nobleman's garden in England. There is no man-made landscape that can excel in beauty in which nature now presents itself to our view. There are singing birds amongst the trees, and the flight of numerous birds which make it look like an enchanted place. There are stupendous rocks from the summit of the hills and down to the very water's edge, hanging over in a most awful manner from above and forming the most commodious quays by the water." Anna had to laugh. It had been a long time, but for once it wasn't forced. "Yes, when you put it that way, it is very beautiful here." It was then a young Marine officer, one who appeared to be balding much younger than he should have been, advised them all the male convicts were to be offloaded immediately, but the female convicts were to remain on the vessel until such a time as the female tents were erected. She could see the immediate disappointment on Lizzie's face. "We have just spent the majority of a year traveling. What difference does it make if we wait another day?" "I suppose so," Lizzie agreed. 1 day turned into 2, then 3. But on the 4th day, while she was still waiting to finally disembark the ship, he came to see her. Chapter 27. I think it highly unlikely I will ever make such errors in my own life that I find myself in need of the assistance of someone the likes of you, the stranger said. "Excuse me?" Anna asked. "I believe you once said something along those lines to me." It was the man who had held her prisoner in her own home, she realized. She had known he was on the ship with her, but hoped he would not recognize her. "And for whatever reason you are here, I doubt very much you would keep your promise and provide any assistance to me anyway," Anna said, wondering why she was being so needlessly confrontational. "And why should I? You clearly shunned my offer of peace the first time." She couldn't tell whether he was being serious, or enjoying himself at her evident loss in society.
"You had a gun pointed at my face the last time we met."
Jack frowned. He looked more bemused than hurt, she decided.
"So it was. May I please apologize for that night once more, and may I now render my assistance to you in any way possible? I think you will find I am quite well without your help, so no, you may not offer your assistance to me now, or your apology, as I do not want to risk offending you with my reply."
"Well, if that's the way you feel about it, I'll wish you good day. I sincerely hope your circumstances improve, because right now you look to me like you have run out of options. I'm the closest thing to a friend you have in this country."
"Then I will gladly find myself all alone. Listen here, young lady."
It was the first time the man had seemed close to losing his temper.
"It was against my better judgment I decided to offer what help I may for you, and now I understand I should have relied more heavily on that judgment. As it turns out, you are the most acrimonious, vile-spoken wench I have ever met. I bid you good day." "And my opinion of you hasn't changed once since I first met you, and found you the most disagreeable of persons I have ever come across. When we first met, I didn't have the strength to wish you harm, but now I wish—" "Anna, the gentleman has already left," Lizzie said.
After the scolding had commenced and poor Lizzie's interruption, she found she was out of breath. It had surprised her how much she resented him, and it made her wonder why. Yes, he had held her captive at gunpoint in her own home, but if she was to be completely honest with herself, it was not like he had meant her harm, or even that he had behaved ungentlemanly about it. In all matters he had behaved quite the opposite, and had appeared most regretful for the events which he said were quite entirely out of his control, and most completely out of his ordinary character. He had done nothing since the event that suggested this statement had not been correct. If anything, he had proven he was a gentleman. On the long voyage, he had intentionally ensured she was provided with additional rations. Was he to be purely looking after his own interests? Would he have divulged who he really was to anyone? He was the one person who may have offered me assistance in this foreign land, and I have spurned him so thoroughly that I cannot expect to ever see him again. Who was that gentleman?" It was Lizzie who interrupted her brooding.
"No one of any concern to me. I met him once, that was all. I didn't like him then, and I certainly don't like him now."
"Did you notice how handsome he was?"
"No, I most certainly did not. If anything, I found him overly tall, a little too solid a build, and altogether rather too plain in the face."
"But what about the way his dark blue eyes looked at you?" Lizzie was being entirely foolish. "I wish he looked at me like that." Anna realized in that instant the only reason he was willing to help her, and it would certainly do him no good at all.
"You can have him. He is the last person I would ever like to meet again, let alone marry."
"If only he would have me." Lizzie had already started dreaming again. Chapter 28. Sydney Cove. Jack watched as the botched colonization took place. As the newly appointed first governor of New South Wales, Arthur Phillip's first priority was to establish a safe location, which was able to defend itself against natives, commence clearing the land for the purpose of agriculture and farming, secure water supplies, and make the small colony self-sufficient. He had been advised the fleet had enough supplies, including such things as rice, oats, barley, and livestock, to feed the colony for up to 2 years. Tench had then highlighted to him that in reality, failure to produce less sustainable food, such as fresh fruits and vegetables, would result in widespread serious illness and death
of many of the colonists well before the year was out. While the natives subsisted on local plants and fish, the settlers found few of the plants to be appetizing. As the settlers appeared to have been poor fishermen, most of their food had to come from the supplies brought with them on the ships. Rats, dogs, crows, an occasional kangaroo or emu were to be used to supplement the food. Shelter was also a problem. They had very little building material, and the government had provided only a very limited supply of tools, which were of bad quality. With the local trees being huge and the wood hard, these tools were soon blunt or broken, and building slowed. Extra clothing had been forgotten, and by the time the second fleet arrived, convicts and Marines alike were dressed in patched and threadbare clothing. Jack worried little about any of this. It was not his problem. His first priority was to find a suitable location to bury his precious diamond. Even as the colony starved to death, there would still be people who would gladly kill him for his gold or diamond if they knew what he carried, both of which served little to no purpose on this remote island, but one day would change his life. Philip was adamant that all persons, be them convicts, Marines, or free persons, must work if the colony was to survive. "Let me scout the area for a few days." "Absolutely not." Tench looked as though Jack had just told him he was about to jump off a cliff. "I am supposed to provide defense for everyone in this colony, and that includes you. Don't you understand the natives may not be friendly?" "Our experiences so far suggest they're a very primitive race and mostly docile. Besides, I'm well equipped, as you know. Not well enough equipped to fight off 100 or so of the natives. I've been a trader since I was a boy, and I have traveled throughout most of Europe doing so. Maybe I will be able to make contacts with the local people, find a way to get new foods for the colony. Besides, I'm lucky. I always have been. I'll survive, don't you worry about me." "From what we have seen, the native people are very much uninterested in trading and appear to live lazily on a day-by-day basis, never storing any food sources for more than a day or two. So I doubt you will be able to appropriate anything of value from them, even if you were to succeed with negotiations." "Give me 4 days, it's all I ask. I will come back with some better information about where we now live. I've been cooped up in this ship too long, and I need some freedom. I will return, and when I do, I will have some information for Philip and will place whatever skills I may possess at the colony's disposal. I promise." "Very well, Jack. Sometimes I think my life would have been easier had I left you in Cape Town." "Oh, I think you'll find I'm more resourceful than you have given me credit for. Philip will be glad you brought me along someday." "He may be, but I doubt he will." Tench said the last with just a glint of humor. Chapter 29. With his carry-bag on his shoulders, his 2 dueling pistols at his waist, and his long Baker rifle strapped firmly to his backpack, Jack turned and started to make his way to the southeast of Sydney Cove, where the clearing of some land for the purpose of farming had begun. He figured he looked more like he was going to war rather than on a scouting mission, but as he had promised Tench, he wanted to return alive. He was a rich man, if he could live long enough to spend it. Stopping at the highest point to the east of Sydney Cove, he could see the outline of New South Wales First Agriculture. There was a hive of activity in the distance. Jack could see a number of convicts working to clear land. Some were attempting to fall the enormous trees. Others were digging, and a number cleared the soft sandstone from the land. His eyes fell on the people working the field. For some reason, Jack found himself watching them, scanning as though he was looking for something in particular, but he didn't quite know what it was. He'd always enjoyed the machine of Great Britain's industry. Given a task, her people would unite in a grand manner, he considered. They all looked so wearied. It would be hard to differentiate between the men and the women, the convicts and the free persons. They all looked the same. Even their clothes all had the same tainted, tattered look about them. He then spotted her. Jack was still upset with himself for talking to her. He knew he should have trusted his first instinct not to get involved. He was a slave in exile here, just as much as she was. He could not leave this country any more than she could, so why did he feel he could rescue her? More importantly, why did he even want to rescue the cantankerous wench of a woman? Working in the field, he noticed she looked different somehow. She seemed to be in the best health of all of them. He soon realized she was underweighting like the rest of the women there. Her hair looked somehow more disheveled than when he first met her, and her skin for once displayed some of the marks of manual labor. But there was something that made her stand out from the other women in the field. His eyes had spotted her from a quarter of a mile away, out of more than 300 workers. It was something about the way she worked that intrigued him. There was a determination, he realized, made her stand out from the rest of the women working in the field. She was digging out a particularly large rock with a mattock that was clearly insufficient for the task. She was attacking it with a ferocity he had never seen. The other women around her continued in their work as required, but with no more or less enthusiasm than would have ordinarily been required to eventually reach their purpose. But for her, it was different. It was as though each task made her stronger and more equipped to get revenge on something or someone. Something terrible must have happened to her, and she was channeling all her anger into the immediate task. It made her look no more or less beautiful, but more human? How could anyone have hurt this woman? Jack hadn't really given it any thought until now, but for once he started to question why this woman was here. It was a penal colony, and she was a convict, that much was clear. But when he had first met her, she lived in a basic but reasonable cottage in Newham, and appeared to be a kind mother, married to a respectable tailor. His mind flicked through a dozen or so questions that would most likely remain unanswered, but he desperately wanted to know the truth about. What could have gone so horribly wrong with her life since he first met her? What happened to her children? Where was her husband? Does she still love her husband? Jack paused at the last question. Why would I want to know that? He was a selfish rogue, always had been. Jack knew there was only one person in the entire world who he wanted to help, and that was himself. He was born with the gift of a kind face, so trustworthy even he sometimes wondered if it weren't just a little bit genuine. It made others around him feel he was a better person than he really was, and he had often abused this trust by manipulating other men and women to achieve a means to his own well-being. At the heart of it, if he was to be honest to himself, he would acknowledge he had spent his life being nothing more than a common crook with grand ideas. She was the first person he had ever met who had instantly seen him clearly for who he was and hated him for it. She had told him just how despicable she thought he was in the most vehement of terms, yet for some reason it bothered him. Maybe it was because she knew the truth about him, not about his stolen diamond, but about who he was. He became determined to change her view, to make her think he was better than she gave him credit for. To his own surprise, he realized he didn't have to do much to be a better person than the one she saw. He had been staring at her while she worked for more than a couple minutes now. His heart fluttered in a nervous manner while he considered the last question. At that moment, she looked up at him. Their eyes met, and he quickly turned his head away. Part of him desperately wanted to talk to her, but something told him now is not the right time. He knew very well how she felt about him, and the last thing he wanted to do was offend her any more than he already had done. Even at that distance, Jack could see she knew he had been watching her. She didn't look flustered or concerned. She looked at him as though he was the last person she wanted to see, and then continued digging, even harder this time. He continued walking on, past the farm, and further to the south and past the clearing. 2 Marines, standing guard, stopped him. He handed them a signed paper from Captain Tench, identifying him as a free man, and he was on a scouting mission for the colony. They talked momentarily. The 2 Marines admired his dueling pistols and made a comment about him clearly being better equipped than the rest of the colony's army before wishing him good luck on his journey. After several hours of pleasant walking across the land, he considered the ground he traversed in a new light and realized it was lush in a way that was implicitly unique to anything he had ever seen in England. It was more of a dry land, but no less beautiful. There was dense shrubbery everywhere, but not much taller than a man's knees and easy to navigate on foot. More sparsely were large trees, as big as anything back home, but much less straight or useful. He had already been told these trees were very solid and almost impossible to cut down with the poor tools provided. Already, more than half of the tree saws had been blunted by the giants. A pleasant melody of a variety of birds could be heard throughout the leafy canopies. Where the native landscape seemed barren and bereft of color, the native wildlife seemed vibrant. Some birds had yellow feathers at the top of their head that reminded him of an English archer's cap. Other birds had red and orange breasts. He even spotted one with a rainbow-colored breast and a bright green back, drinking the nectar of a yellow flower. Jack found he was enjoying himself while he walked. If the voyage had given him time to find peace with no distractions, then this place showed him the pleasure and tranquility of honorable purpose. If he wanted to spend his money, he was going to have to live long enough to return to civilization, and for that, the colony was going to have to survive. He didn't have a lot of skills, but he was a survivor, and he knew, just as Captain Tench had, he would adapt his skills to the task of making the colony survive and flourish. In his own way, he would help, and for the first time in his life, he was going to work towards something that was going to help the greater good, and not just his own selfish desires. And it felt good. But first, he had to find somewhere to hide his diamond. Chapter 30. Colby watched in fascination as the white man removed the items that covered his skin. Underneath, he appeared whiter than any creature Colby had ever seen. He was tall, and his body looked uncommonly strong for one of the strangers, but his flesh looked soft and weak. At first, Colby had assumed these white walkers were his ancestors, returning to the living. But as he watched them over the past few weeks, he became certain these were of no relation to his ancestors. The white man before him carefully took apart the hide that had once covered his chest until he removed a plain stone from within it. The white man washed the stone in the water, and it sparkled as the sun shined through it. Maybe The white man can use this thing to catch fish? From what he had seen so far, these ignorant people seemed incapable of providing for themselves. The man stared at it for a while, as though it were the most important object in the entire world. Coloby watched in anticipation of some greatness, but was disappointed the stone seemed to not change a thing. The man then carefully wrapped the boring stone up in some form of animal skin, tying the ends of the animal skin with a string so the stone was secure, and then covered his skin again with the original animal hides. He watched as the man then climbed the rocky cliffs above him. At the very top, the man tied what appeared to be the longest length of hair he had ever seen to the base of a tree, and then used it to climb further down to a cave that would have otherwise been impossible to reach. From the distance, he watched as the man buried the stone in the cave. The white stranger looked around, concern displayed on his face that he had been watched. Coloby wasn't worried. He knew these white men were fundamentally blind, and he would never be spotted unless he chose to be. The man then climbed up the hair-like string and then made his way back to the waterhole. He watched as the man left. Coloby was curious about the stone and wondered what its purpose could possibly have been. And if it was so valuable, why then did the white man just leave it there? Unlike the white man, his agility on the small rocky cliff face made it easy for him to climb to the top. Once there, he wasn't quite as certain how to get into the cave. He didn't have anything like the long piece of hair to climb. He considered leaving the stone where it was. Maybe it wasn't worth the risk. The cave sat approximately 50 meters off the ground, and Coloby knew enough about the effects of gravity from that height. He waited and simply looked at the cave. There was always a solution, given time. Maybe the white man was right. Maybe it isn't worth the trouble. But what is it? Even so, the curiosity about the stone became intolerable, and he decided to take the risk. He climbed down the rock face with his fingers gripping the rock until his knuckles were white. The toes of his bare feet dug into the little crevices in the rock until he was able to climb down. His right hand slipped when the rock he was holding broke free with his weight. He slipped abruptly down to the cave no more than a couple of meters below. The fall would have killed him if it wasn't for a small tree branch that was struggling to establish roots on the side of the cliff. His feet hit the branch first, before sliding past it, and then both hands reached out, fortunately meeting their mark. He was more embarrassed by the fall than worried about his near-death experience. The soil at the end of the cave still looked freshly turned, and Coloby wasted no time digging the bag containing the stone free with his bare hands. Quickly, like a child with a gift, he unwrapped the bag and took out its precious contents. There were a number of heavy gold circles in the bag. He wondered what they were for a couple of seconds, but rapidly lost interest and tossed them on the floor. Then he discovered the white stone the stranger seemed to place such importance upon. He stared at it in the sun for some time. The light reflected off of it, and could be seen as a million tiny stars within the dark cave. Then he curled it in his large hand and squeezed it. It seemed very hard. Examining it closely, he thought he could see his own reflection, as he did at the waterhole at times. Unable to determine a purpose for it, but certain the white man believed in its importance before discarding it, he took the large stone in his hand and then placed it in his loincloth pouch, as he would a spearhead he was working on. Maybe I'll have more luck than the white man at catching fish with it. Chapter 31. Matthew had spent many days farming as a child in France. Agriculture was a ruthless game, which left more people starving than any other form of employment in eastern France during his childhood. It was because of these difficulties that he promised himself he would never be a farmer. It was in part what had led him to the order of the truth. Fate, it would seem, was perverse. It was the knowledge he had gained during this period that had left him as one of the most experienced farmers in the new colony. The knowledge he had acquired over the years was, to a certain extent, the reason the colony didn't completely starve in those first 2 years. Despite the poor preparation, quality of tools, meager soil, limited water supplies, and almost non-existent experience amongst the other convicts, Marines, and free persons alike, all of whom were required to labor for the survival of the colony. His talent was quickly spotted when he was made an overseer of other convicts who were in the employ of farming. Few Marines saw it as their duty to guard convicts. After their erroneous belief, their only purpose was to defend the colony from attackers, either European or native. He didn't mind the name David. There were many names he used in his life for various reasons: Thomas, Matthew, and Moloch. It didn't ordinarily take him very long to develop his new facade, the way an actor dons his persona. But this time, it had been different. It had taken him longer to come to think of himself as David Overton. On more than one occasion, he very nearly made a mistake which could have resulted in his execution, although by now the colony appeared to need him too much. After more than 12 months since he had first been placed on the Charlotte, he had finally accepted he was now David, at a subconscious level. He knew he had made the transition when, in his dreams, his friends called him David. It was because of this he was very much surprised when Governor Philip, who had come to see him on a Saturday, that he nearly forgot his current persona. It was a stifling hot day. Without a cloud in the sky, it was a dry heat, the kind he had only ever experienced since he came to this new land. He was working on a new project to move water more efficiently from a natural lake through to the area to the east of Sydney Cove for farming, using simple methods similar to those the Romans had used with the aqueduct nearly 2,000 years earlier. "David, David, the master will be wanting a word with you." It was Frank, who was as big as an ox, and probably strong as one too, but simple. His speech was labored, like someone who had just run a mile or more. "Which master?" David was at the most southern part of the farming area, looking at the new aqueducts being built to bring water down from a natural freshwater dam nearby. He had no desire to speak to any number of people more senior than him at the moment. "Master Philip." David searched his memory for one of the Marines who went by that name, but found it wanting. "Governor Philip, do you mean?" David began to see the reason Frank was so flustered. Ordinarily, the Marines left David alone, because he was a good worker and he knew how to farm, even in his forsaken environment. He knew Philip took an active role in reviewing the farm, but he had never met the man and wondered what could possibly cause him to choose him specifically over the rest of the overseers. It was because of this worry he didn't notice the man trailing in behind Frank. "You must be Mr. Overton." It was Governor Philip. At the age of 49, a life of service had left Philip with the endurance of a much younger man, although his health was diminishing with age. Despite keeping pace with Frank from the northern entrance, his breathing looked no different than a man who had just completed afternoon tea. David didn't respond. "Are you Mr. David Overton?" "Yes, I'm David Overton, your lordship." David was alarmed by his own mistake. Does Philip somehow know his name isn't David Overton? "Good. Now walk with me back to the barracks. I have other urgent business to attend to, but I want your opinion on something." Philip turned around and began walking back the way he came, without waiting for David's acknowledgement. "Now, they tell me you've had your share of farming experience back in England, is that right?" "No, I've never farmed in England. I was in France, and I was only a boy, but yes, I have had some experience."
"Lieutenant William Dawes tells me you know a little more than that. Has he exaggerated his statement regarding you, or do you know a little more about farming than you let on?"
"It is true, my only experience at farming was as a boy, but I have always had a love of plants and have generally succeeded quite well at it. As a boy, I did a lot of it, more than 10 years.
David knew he was the best man for a job, and felt no sense of modesty by stating it as a fact.
Out of the convicts, he would be correct in stating I know the most about agriculture.
Good, so I haven't wasted my time by walking out here. Dawes may be an insubordinate pup, but he has a surprising accuracy when measuring things.
Oh, he's a good man. We've been working together for a while now, trying to move some more fresh water consistently toward the farm."
Philip continued as though David hadn't spoken at all. He assumed Philip was either too focused on the problem at hand, or he had a long-standing problem with Dawes that he certainly wasn't going to share with a convict. "At this rate, our rations will be depleted long before the colony is able to produce anywhere near enough food. Already we've had reports of scurvy as a result of this diet." David nodded his head. He, like everyone else in the colony, knew their problem was serious. "Now, there are 2 islands nearby, with what I have been told are considerably better conditions for establishing agricultural sustainability. You will be leaving here tomorrow on the HMS Supply, and will be helping determine if either of these islands are indeed feasible for growing purposes. Do you want to go?" David neither cared to stay or go, but if he was ever to make it back to England to see his Anna again, a working relationship with the governor would be useful.
"Yes, of course."
"Good man. I'd rather not have given you the option, but then I can't have a convict whose heart is not in it farming over there. It is too important. It may be our only chance to avoid starvation before the second fleet arrives." Philip stopped walking and picked up the soil in his hand, letting it fall through it. "See here. This soil is completely useless. It is riddled with sand. Our European crops will never produce much in this soil." Matthew was surprised by Philip's appraisal of the soil.
"You know more than you let on about farming, don't you, my lord?"
After losing the colonies in the Battle of Independence and having no other naval war in which to maintain my employ, His Majesty's Royal Navy decided it had no need to pay me the exorbitant pay of a post captain. Consequently, I was retired on half pay, and spent a year in the south of France, where I took great joy in the simple pleasure of farming.
"Which would make you British Navy's prime suspect for this post," Matthew noted.
That was the way the Admiralty sold it to me. Although, if I'm to be completely honest with you, I believe it was given to me as much out of punishment as it was a gift."
"Are you happy with your accepted position?"
"I would be much happier if I had crops to feed my people." Philip seemed to suddenly realize he was chatting to a convict and thought better of it. "I'm sending Gidley to look after you lot. He's a good man. You will do well out of it. If the islands aren't worth farming, get back here right away. We need to do something to make this work." Chapter 32. Culleby rapidly became unimpressed with the white man's stone. He had taken it to the very best fishing spot, where he was always certain to catch plenty of fish for his tribe. Taking his dugout, he paddled out into the bay until the water below became green. Here he was certain there would be fish. He examined the sparkle of the stone in the sun again, and noticed how it glistened the way the clear water did at times. Somehow, he knew, this would be the secret of the stone's power. The sun caused the water to shine, and the fish liked the sun, so the fish must be attracted to the light the stone exhibited. That seemed reasonable, he concluded. Now all he had to do was hold the stone in the water, and it would attract the fish, which he would be able to easily spear.
The fish appeared indifferent to the shimmer of the stone, and no matter which way Coleby tried to attract them with it, he was unable to catch the fish. Maybe it's broken. Frustrated after his efforts that afternoon, he took the stone back to the clan to show his friends. Benelong was the first to see him. "How was the fishing today, Coleby?" said Benelong. "I've had better catches." He held out his empty basket to show Benelong. "That's very well. Maybe tomorrow you will do much better?" "Yes, I hope so." "Besides, some of the other boys had much better luck." Benelong was a lot older than Coleby, and he felt disappointed he didn't have anything to contribute to the clan. It particularly irritated him to discover the other boys had been more successful. He walked further up the slope to where 3 other boys were standing around a fire. They seemed impressed with their catch, which was large and already cooking on the fire. It was enough to feed the entire clan tonight. "What did you catch today?" It was Alambi. He was about 1 season older, but he already had hair on his face. "Not much by the looks of it." It was Borado, a boy only a little older, but known for his ability to swim and hunt. "Can you smell what I caught today?" Coleby ignored the question. "You're lucky you're not on your own. Otherwise you would have starved by now." Coleby often felt tormented by Alambi, and today he wanted to show him he too had discovered something wonderful. "Look what I found." He pulled out the stone. "It doesn't look like much. It's just a stone." Borado was not impressed. "Yes, but it came from one of the white men." The other boys looked mildly interested. The stranger still held some level of interest amongst them. "But what does it do?" "I don't know. I thought it was used to catch fish, but I can't make it work." "So it's broken." Borado was losing interest. "Maybe it can do something else," Coleby suggested. "Let me look at it," Alambi said, as he took the stone and examined it. Coleby waited patiently. "I don't like it. I think it's boring. It doesn't do anything." It wasn't the response Coleby was hoping for. He was only 15 seasons old, but that made him an adult, albeit a very young one. He had always been the youngest, and even if he were not, he would have certainly been the smallest of the young boys in the clan. He'd always felt belittled by the others. He wanted to prove to them he could do more. The back of his throat was sore, and he felt tears well up in his eyes. He wasn't a child any more. He shouldn't respond to their taunts so poorly, but he did. "Look, Coleby's going to cry again." He wanted to respond somehow, but he couldn't. Benelong, having apparently seen the confrontation, came over to talk to him. He didn't want to be consoled by Benelong. He wanted the other boys to see him for what he was. Upset, he ran off. Down at his favorite waterhole, he sat alone for the remainder of the day. It was a deep, fresh waterhole, and they would often jump from the large rocks into the water and try and reach the bottom. No matter how much they tried, none of them ever reached it. He took one last look at the white man's stone. "I wish I never found you." He then threw the stone into the deep center of the murky water. Chapter 33. Early March 1788. Sydney Cove. Anna had seen him come and go several times over the months following their arrival at Sydney Cove. They had spoken only briefly, and often no more than he would have with any other convict. Today it appeared he had sought her out specifically. "I wonder what it is he wants from me." They were all on strict food rations, but she had felt comfortably full after dinner and was determined to walk to the top of the hill south of the camp before the light disappeared. She, along with the rest of the convicts, were prisoners and had masters to obey, rules to abide by, and numerous tasks to perform, mostly during the hours of light. But there were no chains, and no one went to bed locked away in her group of convicts. The new colony provided the perfect prison. Escape would only lead to starvation, thirst, attack from natives, and ultimately death. There were a few who tried to escape, but they would eagerly return to the strict punishment of the cat-o'-nine-tails, the lethal whip only just better than starvation. Others were found dead in a nearby land, either from their own folly or through attack by the natives. Tonight she made her way up to the top of the hill and found a large rock to sit on. It was a vantage point in which she could see the entire foundling colony of Sydney Cove. It was approaching winter on this side of the hemisphere, but she found the weather mild and pleasant. It was perfect for a walk, although it would be dark early. That was hardly relevant, she realized. She did not have a means of measuring time, and she was always up by the twilight just before the sun rose over the horizon, and her day was finished when it sunk down again. Tonight she had eaten dinner early, in celebration of the return of the Sirius. This gave her precious light to make the short climb. The harbor in front held the remaining 2 ships, the Sirius and Supply, both at anchor. She looked to the east, where the farm displayed a large rectangle of cleared trees, and large plots of crops could be seen in lines that were clearly unnatural with their surroundings. The batteries at both entry points to Sydney Cove could be seen, with their cannons pointing outwards at enemies unknown. The first 5 streets could be seen running up the hill from the north to the south, while 2 streets could be seen running west to east, where the farm stood. In the distance, she could see more of the upper harbor and the sandstone walls that held its bank on the northern side. It was quite a lovely sight, she considered. She felt at peace. This was probably the first thing she had done solely for herself since arriving. It was a warm afternoon, and she felt happy. And then she noticed him approach. He must have followed her. "I didn't know you were allowed to leave the camp," Jack said. "I'm not, but the Marines are generally willing to turn a blind eye on my account. They know I'm a good worker, and it's not like I have anywhere else to go from here, is it?" "No, I suppose not. It's not like any of us have anywhere far to go from here. And yet I see you wander in and out of camp like you're on vacation, while the rest of us are toiling to make the colony survive." "I've been scouting for Philip. I've already made contact with some of the local people and traded with them." "I wonder why they don't kill you." Anna didn't intend for it to sound so callous and hurriedly followed the statement with, "We've been told not all of them are docile." "No, but I think we will find the majority are. You can't really blame them for it, though, can you?" "Whatever do you mean?" she replied. "You say the most absurd things at times. They've been here for hundreds, if not thousands of years, somehow coexisting with the land in a way we English have never been able to do. And now we come along and want to change everything. It would be most inconvenient if someone came to Great Britain with similar aspirations, don't you think?" "Yes, I can see what you mean." Her voice soothed, and she smiled at him. "I hadn't really thought about it that way. It's not like it was up to me whether or not we colonized this place." The 2 didn't talk for a while. They just sat there and watched as the darkness closed in on the new colony. "It's really beautiful, the colony, you know. I've never seen it from up here." It was the first information she freely gave the stranger. "Yes, and you grow to love it." She could tell, while he spoke about the colony, he was looking only at her. It didn't make her feel uncomfortable, where a year ago she would have planned how to escape him. She was past having any fears of impropriety. She was a convict, little better than a slave in a penal colony, trying to survive. Even so, she was worried about where the conversation was going. He was the one to change the subject. "What did happen to you?" "I don't even know you." She laughed at him. Her smile, coquettish in appearance, seemed to make him laugh too. "What reason could I possibly have to share my story with you?" She laughed mildly at the absurdity of the thought. "Because neither of us is what we appear to be. I am not a rich lord who has come to New South Wales to seek a greater fortune, and you are by no means a criminal who has come here to serve out the remainder of her days in exile." She went to object, and then hesitated. It was the first time someone had realized she was different in some way other than in her appearance. He had said it, the truth. She had been lying since she had come here, and she had no doubt he had a much greater tale as to why he was here. It was his abrupt honesty that made her seriously consider telling him the truth. "No, I don't want to tell you." "Then tell me your name, if nothing else." She laughed. It was the first time she had found herself genuinely happy to be talking to this strange man. "You really are intent that we should become friends, aren't you?" "Yes, and irrespective of whether we like it or not, our lives seem determined to remain entwined. If it should so continue, I would rather wish we were friends." He smiled in his ingratiating way, and it infuriated her that he should feel so confident. "My name is Jack Overton. Will you tell me yours?" "It's Anna Harper." She smiled kindly at him for the first time. She had no desire to tell him, but found she no longer had the strength to maintain an obtuse level of confrontation with him either. "Well, it's nice to finally meet you, Anna Harper." She wasn't entirely certain it was nice to meet him. Instead, she says, "Come on, Jack. You can walk me back to the camp." Chapter 34. The next day, Jack went to see Captain Laperouse. His ships had been repaired as best they could and re-provisioned. On March 10, 1778, they were to continue their journey through the Pacific in the wake of Captain Cook's voyage of discovery. It was the last time Jack would sit in Laperouse's master cabin, drinking expensive French wine. He'd enjoyed the man's friendship and valued his counsel. "So, you have decided to stay after all?" "Yes, I have an unsettled matter here, and I can't just leave it yet." Jack drank more of the wine Laperouse seemed to always bestow on him. "I thank you for the offer again. From what you have told me about her, she must be worth every bit of effort you are putting toward it." "To whom could you possibly be referring to?" "Jack, we are friends. You have spoken, and I have listened. This girl, Anna. She is both beautiful and intelligent, and she confuses you and irritates you to death. She must be the one you are talking about." "It isn't like that. I'm doing it because I promised her I would help her if I could, and I can." "You may tell yourself this, but I think there is more to it than an obligation. I think you love her." "Love her? Do you jest? She's beautiful, that's for sure, but she has a tongue like a serpent, and I couldn't think of any woman I would like less to fall in love with." "Men rarely like it, but they are helpless with whom they fall in love." "I don't believe that." "Really? Then why do you risk everything to stay with her, then?" Jack didn't have an answer to this. "Why am I staying in Sydney Cove?" Chapter 35. London, May 31, 1778. I call this special meeting to order on the 31st day of the 5th month in the year of our Lord and Creator, 1778. The Grand Master of the Order of the Truth spoke quietly. He did not have to speak loudly to be heard. There were only 3 other persons in the room, and the room was very small. It could have been an underground cellar, no larger than 10 feet in diameter and perfectly rounded. It could have been the remains of a large well. A small wooden ladder had been erected on one side. There was a single candle at the table in the center, which was used to light the place for their purposes. The Order of the Truth differed greatly from the secret society it had stemmed from, in the fact that it did not need grand places to form its meeting rooms. Every member had his own room, just like this one, somewhere underground. None was decadent, and none displayed any information or writings. It was the true man who brought the society together, not the location. The Grand Master prided himself on this, although, if he were to be entirely honest, his was a little larger. But then it was conceivable his table would sometimes hold more people. As you are all aware now, our brother Molac failed in his purpose to get the gold we were going to use to bring about this revolution. For his failure and the risk his imprisonment may lead to us, we have ensured he has paid the only price available for his failure. He was executed 2 weeks ago. The Grand Master could have been reading out of an obituary by the mellow, unemotional tones of the words he spoke. Let us bow our heads and pray for our fallen brother. A minute passed in silence. Quadir, where are we in finding the gold and the diamond? A man by the name of Jack Overton was hired to make the replacement diamond, and due to Molac's failings, it appears he has both the diamond and the gold. His house has been watched since the exchange took place, but as yet he has not returned. There are others looking for him, too. It appears he has gone to ground. Our greatest concern is he has fled the country. We have been keeping an eye on all ships from Portsmouth, but no person, even closely resembling his description, has been seen. The third option is he is already dead, and the gold and diamond are in another person's hands. Very good. Keep searching. If he's alive, he can't stay hidden forever, and if he's dead, whoever now has the diamond can't sell it without us finding out. I want a man in South Africa at the diamond market. No one has ever seen a diamond like this. If he tries to sell it, someone's going to know about it. He paused again. Mentally, he was reading the next item on his agenda. Brother Paxton, how goes the general mood in France? Are the peasants willing to rise to the task? The harvests have failed, and starvation stalks France. The peasantry is in open and continuous revolt across the country. Gentlemen, I think we will see our revolution soon. Excellent. Chapter 36. Sir Robert Williams was in a particularly bad mood today. He was sitting at his desk in the middle of summer. It was not overly warm, but the ventilation was poor and uncomfortably humid. To make matters worse, the prison at Newgate left much to be desired in the way of smell when the weather warmed up. But it was not weather which had him in a foul temper today. Today marked the anniversary of when he was supposed to have repaid the money he had borrowed for the gold in the first place. I should have been able to leave here by now. Fitzpatrick, any news from the London Guard? Nothing yet, my lord. It's been over a year since that bastard ran off with the king's diamond, and still no trace of him yet. Fitzpatrick shuffled some papers, trying to avoid his master's gaze. No, but they tell me they have men in all ports around the world, which the British occupy. Fitzpatrick looked nervous. You have to remember, it can take months for our ships to reach some of these ports. For all we know, we have already found the man, and have the diamond in our grip once more. Get me Samuel. Robert stopped as he considered if this was the right choice. You know where to find him? Yes, but given what he knows about you, my lord, are you sure it is a wise choice to request his services again? It is exactly because of what he knows that I keep him employed for his unique services. Besides, of all the rotten bastards I have to deal with, only he can be trusted to achieve results." "Yes, but aren't you worried about what he can do?" Robert was definitely worried about what the man could do with his rare knowledge about his wicked past. But right now there was no choice but to use the brute. "Jack Overton, it's been over a year and still no word. I mean, the man can't have just disappeared. I sent a letter to all the countries in the British rule. I want him found, and I want him brought to me alive and healthy, so he can be executed." Matthew was gone. Anna was living in a penal colony. But where was Jack? Chapter 37. It was the second time Coleby had seen this particular white man. Unlike the others, he seemed to wander alone and seemed free to come and go as he pleased. The white man was more like Coleby himself, he decided. Today, the man seemed to be swimming in the waterhole for no apparent reason. He was not trying to get fish. He had taken off most of the outer coverings his kind seemed to wear, and could be seen naked, playing in the water. The weather was warm. It could simply be the man wanted to cool off. He had been told since they first arrived not to go near the white men, to fear them. It made him wonder how such poor hunters could be dangerous. Until recently, he had watched, appalled by their inability to look after themselves, and wondered how anyone could fear such useless creatures. They appeared more like the ants or the snails that were unable to live on their own than the mighty kangaroo. Then, one night, he'd witnessed one of them fire its boomstick and kill a kangaroo from a great distance away. It could have been magic. Either way, it was worth being afraid of. Somehow, though, this man seemed there was nothing to be frightened of. Today, there was something different about this man, and Coleby decided to go against his better judgment and try to communicate with the fragile creature. It was all on its own, far away from the others like it. Coleby reckoned this must make it safer. "Hello, Alone One," he said in his native tongue. The creature turned and looked startled, but not upset. It looked right at him, and then said something he couldn't understand. He smiled at it, and then offered it some fish that he'd caught. The man looked interested, and pointed to a yellow object that seemed to sparkle in the light. "This must be like the useless thing I got rid of when he first arrived." Coleby shook his head. "No, I don't want it. You keep it." The man then pulled out a small pointy stick. He scraped it along a piece of wood to show it was very sharp. He then threw it gently toward him. Coleby impulsively moved backwards. The man gestured to him it was very well, and he came closer and fetched the object. He then scratched it along the base of a tree. He could see the indentation in the hard wood, better than any of the rock head spears he had used before. He then took the pointy end and touched it to his hand. "Ouch!" It drew a small drop of blood immediately. Coleby threw it to the ground as though it had bitten him. Then he looked at the strange man, who was laughing at him. "Why did you do that to me?" The man stared blankly at him and smiled. Then he came up to the pointy object, picked it up, and cut open his fish with the pointy object. Intermittently, he looked at Coleby and smiled as though he was showing a small child what his object could do. It sliced the fish open across its belly, and he removed the guts. The man then looked at him with the knife and the fish, as if to say, "Look, isn't my pointy thing useful?" And it was. So, these white creatures do have something of value. The man came up to him and kindly offered him the knife again, and then said something he didn't understand. "You keep." Colby wasn't sure quite what happened, but thought his new acquisition would surely impress the others of his clan, far more than the useless sparkling rock he had previously discovered. He then carefully backed away from the white man, still wary that it might be a trap. Then the man waved at him and pointed to the waterhole. Again, he said something Colby didn't understand. "I'll see you here again." Chapter 38, June 28, 1788, Sydney Cove. Jack made a further 11 trips out to the surrounding areas over the course of the year. In that time, he had developed a rudimentary method for communicating with some of the natives in exchange for certain things and information. One particular fellow, a shorter native with longer hair, who only ever carried one spear and nothing else, seemed to take quite an interest in him. He was quite young, probably still in his teens, and generally wandered on his own, and would often meet Jack down by a waterhole to the south of Sydney Cove, which Jack had enjoyed as his private bit of paradise. He wasn't sure where the man fit into his clan or what his purpose was, but he seemed to be making an extraordinary effort to meet him on a regular basis. Jack had high hopes this would one day lead to his understanding of the native man's language. At first, the native man seemed to treat Jack as an adult would a child, but as the time went on, especially after he had introduced the man to his rifle and shared kangaroo meat with him, he seemed to come to a certain level of respect. As time went on, the two of them were better able to interact, and Jack decided at a basic level the two had become friends of some sort. They were not able to say more than a handful of words in each other's language, but Jack was confident in the other man's good intentions and was able to communicate for simple things, such as trading food, clothing, or equipment. He was also able to draw pictures of a type of river or a hill which he had been to previously, and the man was able to duplicate where he meant and take him there. One day, he had taken this experiment further by showing him the soil which was filled with sand, and then drawing a picture of grassy hills without sand, the type of land that would be good for cultivation and agriculture on a large scale. The man became interested, and when Jack showed him a map of the Sydney area they had already discovered, he became interested and pointed toward the west. Jack instantly realized the importance of this discovery. He tried his best to say to the man, "Can you show me?" He pointed to the map and asked, "Where?" The man just kept pointing to the area indicated as west on the map. Eventually, the man seemed to grasp the concept that Jack wanted him to take him there, but it just seemed to frighten the little man. In the end, the native became frustrated and refused to interact anymore and walked off. Jack hoped he hadn't offended the man too much or severed the colony's only real successful interaction with the natives. That afternoon, Jack made the continuous trek back to Sydney Cove in search of Captain Tench. It was late, but he could still see a candle burning inside, and determined Watkins would still be working. He knocked at the door. "Jack, do you know what time it is?" Tench then looked at him with kind concern and asked, "Are you very well?" "Yes, I have it." "Have what?" Tench asked patiently. He'd become used to Jack's antics by now. "I have been communicating with a native and—" "What? You understand the man's speech?" "No, not exactly. But we have traded on a number of occasions, and in general, we are able to understand one another." Jack took a deep breath and then continued. "I showed him all the sand in the soil around Sydney Cove, and then asked him if there was a place where there was no sand, and then showed him a map of the areas surrounding Sydney Cove that we have explored so far." "And What did the fellow say?" "He pointed here." "Did you convince the man to take you there?" "No, he seemed frightened. From what I gather, it's occupied by another tribe, not his own." Captain Tench considered the options in front of him, and then, as though he'd only just thought of it, said, "Well, I suppose it only makes sense there should be less sand the further you get away from the beach." The two of them laughed at the simplicity of this. "Very well, Jack. This is what we'll do. Governor Philip has already established a party to take the yawl further up the river tomorrow to explore possible agriculture sites. There's already Gidley King, Arthur Phillips himself, me, and an intelligent convict who's an excellent farmer named Dave Overton. I suppose we'd better bring you along too. So that makes 5 of us." Jack went to speak, but couldn't quite get the words out. "Are you very well, Jack?" "Yes, sorry. May I ask what crime Mr. Overton did to come here?" "I don't know a lot about many of the crimes these convicts once committed, but have looked into Mr. Overton's past, given the responsibility he holds as one of our chief farmers. He will one day be pardoned, mark my words. You will be happy to know he didn't do anything terribly awful. He sold fake diamonds." "Why do you ask?" "So, it is my stepfather." "No reason. He just shares the same name as a dear friend of mine, that's all." Jack didn't know whether to be excited or terrified. His stepfather was here with him. They hadn't spoken in nearly 5 years, and the last time his stepfather spoke to him, the words had not been kind. Jack didn't blame him. He had done everything to raise him up from the slums he lived in and teach him the difference between right and wrong, only to find out he had continued to cheat people out of their money dishonestly. He had told him he never wanted to see him again. His real son, his only son, had died 20 years earlier. Still, time had passed. They had been close once. Maybe they could mend their differences. It didn't even occur to him David had never farmed a day in his life, and he didn't even consider why his stepfather would have sold fake diamonds in the first place. Chapter 39. It was midwinter, and David had already decided they were going to have to get an early start on the plowing if they wanted to plant in spring. He had chosen to head a group of 5 persons who would travel up the Parramatta River today in a yawl to determine the viability of a large agricultural establishment west of Sydney Cove. The plan was to leave at 5 a.m. today, but he was waiting on one man who had been recruited to determine if they were going to have problems with the natives in the area. He'd already taken a disliking to the man, although he hadn't yet met him, and the man's tardiness confirmed it for him. Jack Overton was his name, and he was a wealthy free settler who had already obtained the reputation of a buccaneer who was here for his own adventure. Like the big game hunters who came to seek their fortune in Africa, the man seemed unconcerned by the plights of the colony itself. The man would come and go as he pleased, a man free to do what he so chose. David knew the type of man, rich and walking a different path to all other persons. He had always hated such people. In fact, he had spent his life fighting them, which is how he ended up here in the first place. Given the choice, which he didn't have, David would have vetoed the man's involvement in this expedition. He'd actually tried, but Philip was the one who insisted the man had worth. Who ever heard of the British trying to determine if the natives were going to be friendly or not anyway? If the soil is as good as they say, why not establish the agriculture, and then if the natives become violent, bring in the Marines to sort it out? David was just about ready to leave without him when the man turned up. "I do apologize for my delay.
I became postponed, talking with someone. The man seemed positively cheerful, as though he was out on a leisurely cruise, not a care in the world that the food production and ultimate survival of the colony relied on the outcome of today's efforts. "My name is Jack Oliver. Pleased to meet you all." That figures. The man got stuck chatting to someone at 5 in the morning. Lying prick. "Well, Jack, if you want to maintain your place in this party, I suggest you don't find yourself late again, unless you have a very good reason." He had a very good reason to be late today. I had stopped him on his way here to discuss a problem I have with the Eliora people. I suggest you listen to his ideas. It was Governor Philip. "Yes, of course, my lord." So, that was it. The man had connections with the governor himself. David had no intention of getting caught up in an argument he could not win. The best thing for it was to depart on the expedition as planned, and hope the young buccaneer became bored of the hard work involved and left of his own accord. The 5 men and some heavy equipment were loaded into the little yawl, and the small party departed by 5:30 with Governor Philip's blessing. Good luck. Coming up to the winter solstice, it was a cold day, but no colder than he'd had before in England's winter. The sky was devoid of any clouds, and already in the twilight he could tell it was going to be a beautiful day. He watched as the river widened at places to almost half a mile, and then narrowed at other points to less than 100 feet. It was a beautiful land, he decided, as he watched the native bird life flourish in the water. Large trees outlined the river bank and the sky. There was no sign of the native people on either river bank. But he knew they were watching him. Already, the new settlement had discovered the native people were much craftier than they had given them credit for. They had lived in unison with the land for what could have been an eternity, and that gave them the ability to move throughout its land in perfect concealment. David watched Jack for a little while. There was something different about him. His happy-go-lucky demeanor suggested he didn't care about the world around him or those it had changed. He was sitting up the front of the yawl and seemed to be fidgeting, changing his seating position and looking out. Something was making him very uncomfortable. And then it struck him. This was the man who had made the fake diamond. Did he recognize me? Before he even asked the question, the answer. Of course he did. That's why he is so uncomfortable. They were both prisoners here, hiding from their far greater crimes, which would have seen them hung at Aldgate. He watched the man, as nervous as he felt, and considered the most important question of all. But would he tell? So, it was Robert Williams who had betrayed me. The voyage stopped at 5 distinct shores on the Parramatta River. Each time, all the occupants would disembark and study the area for its usefulness. This meant assessing the availability of fresh water, good soil without a high sand content, and the ability to defend if necessary. The locations seemed to improve the further up the river they got. In the end, Philip suggested they assess the area at the furthest, most navigable point along the Parramatta. It was the early afternoon by the time they reached it. The river itself came to a natural lake, and the previously brackish water now seemed quite fresh, making it usable for servicing the crop. The place looked deserted. There were small marshlands along the riverbed, but green sloping grass, which from the shoreline already looked like a much better option for agriculture than what they had at Sydney Cove. "Looks like the natives don't even occupy the place." It was Captain Tench who spoke. He had been sent in charge of their safety and to observe potential armaments in the future, how well the place could be protected if it became a second settlement. "I wouldn't be so sure, Watkin. The use of the informal first name in which Jack spoke to Captain Tench didn't go unnoticed by David.
"Oh? What makes you say that?"
David, who had been studying the shoreline for a long time now, wanted to know what he had missed.
"It looks pretty deserted to me."
"There have been 2 Aboriginal scouts who have followed us since we first entered the Parramatta River. I can bet you a month's rations the Eliora people use this area for something." He then proceeded to point out their 2 following companions.
"Yes, but are they going to be a problem?"
"The Eliora people have been mostly timid in their assaults on us thus far, but we won't know for certain until we discover how much they use the place. In fact, we probably won't know anything until we start to build a settlement here and get attacked or left alone."
"Shall we continue on land then, gentlemen?"
Tench asserted himself comfortably as the most senior in command of the party. David was still unhappy they'd let the man join their party. What use was he, if the best he could determine was they wouldn't know how hospitable the local clans would be until they built a settlement here? They continued walking for a little over an hour. David took some samples of the soil, observed the natural flora, and assessed the land for natural fresh water. By the afternoon, his initial impression of the land was confirmed. The area would make a much better place for the establishment of good agriculture. The river had turned from brackish water to fresh, which flowed into the area and widened itself into a natural lake. "Well, David, what do you think?" Governor Philip was smiling. A naval man by trade, he'd spent some time farming in the south of France when Britain had run out of battles for him to fight, and so had pensioned him off on half pay. "It's good. Very good. What about you, Tench? Can we defend it?"
"We can do that very well."
He then pointed to a highly defensible hill curved around the river bend.
"Give me a few good men and time to install battlements on that hill there, and we'll be able to defend her against any number of these natives, or any Europeans, for that matter."
Tench had not forgotten the risk of other Europeans intending to settle or conquer the land. "So then, what shall we name it?"
"How about the hill?"
Tench expressed that as a Marine. He had rarely found a better place to defend. "How about Rose Hill? After George Rose?" Jack asked, surprised. "Yes, that's the one. Secretary of the British Treasury. He supported a vote in my favor, and ultimately got me elected to command this venture." Philip said no more, as though this was explanation enough for Jack as to why it should now be named Rose Hill. Gidley King, who was the skipper of the yawl, then looked at them.
"It's getting dark. I don't like the idea of trying to navigate the unknown river after dusk. May I suggest we set up camp and leave in the morning?"
"Yes, sounds fine to me. But let's make the camp close to the river, in case we have to pack up camp in the middle of the night due to an attack." David noticed it was always a matter of choosing the less dangerous option in a world full of risk. They set up camp with the efficiency of the British military. Jack got the campfire going. He built it big and explained it would be seen for miles, but that didn't matter because the local people of the area were already watching them. At least with the fire, there was enough light to observe deep into the bushes. "We'll take it in 2-hour turns to keep watch?" Tench said it with authority, not as a question. David was starting to feel better about the day. They had found a good place for the new settlement and agriculture, which for the first time since he started farming here, he thought would be capable of sustaining the developing colony. He'd met a dangerous, unscrupuled man from his past, but at least he seemed to share his desire to keep the past secret. Everything was fine, and they would all get some rest tonight. And then the loud cry of 100 warriors could be heard in the distance. Chapter 40. It was early in the morning Still very dark, maybe 3 a.m. Jack, who had been comfortably asleep previously, woke to the deafening sound and looked out at the stars above. No moon showed its face, but his eyes, accustomed to the dark, could easily recognize the shapes on the hill in the distance. "Jack! Get over here now, you bastard!" He heard Tench's voice call for him. "I can hear them just as well as you." Jack was already checking his weapons. "What do you think?" "They're very loud when they do this." "Yes, but will they attack?" "I don't think so. This is a show of force, a demonstration of their power. I don't think they'll attack tonight." "What makes you so certain?" It was Philip who spoke to him. He'd been in battle many times before, and of the 5 of them, was most likely to view the problem objectively. "There are well over 100 men there, and we are just 5. If they wanted us dead, we'd be dead by now. No demonstration of their power? No, I think this is purely for show." At that point, a multitude of spears flew through the air. For a moment, Jack understood what it would have felt like to be under Henry V's volley of arrows at the Battle of Agincourt. They then fell no more than 50 feet from their camp, safely into the soft soil. "I hope you're right," Philip said. "So, now what do we do?" "Can we retreat to the boat?" David asked. "No, there's no wind, and we'd never be able to row out fast enough if they attacked." Gidley looked at the landscape and back to Tench. "Any suggestions?" "Let's build the fire up so that we show we acknowledge them. And then, when we come next week, we bring at least 200 men." Philip looked up at the warring party again. They hadn't moved at all. "With that thought in mind, I think I'll return to my bed. Jack, you can stay up with David and make your assessment of the natives until the morning." "Very good, my lord." Jack was amazed to see Philip, Gidley, and Watkins return to their sleep. Having accepted his appraisal of the situation, they seemed confident to return to sleep. Or acceptant of their deaths? He didn't consider the thought very long as he approached David. Up until that point, he'd been fortunate enough to have very little to do with the small man. There were so many questions unanswered. But was it in his interest to go searching for them? Why did Robert Williams set them up? How had he traded positions with his father? And most importantly, now that David knew he was in the colony, what would he do about it? The 2 of them sat there for another half-hour without saying a word to each other. They were both tense. Strange. They faced an entire native army who were still staring down at them from the hill above, and yet their greatest fear was the truth about who they were. Jack was the first to break. "What happened that night wasn't my fault, you know." The man looked both worried and confused, as though he'd already decided it was best to ignore the truth altogether. "I think you must have mistaken me for someone else." So, he'd rather lie about it? "I rarely forget a face. But I'll never forget the look you gave me when you were caught. I near thought you were going to kill me if we ever met again." Jack needed to say it. They both knew where the other one had come from. There was no point in hiding it. The 2 of them were going to have to work together, if they were going to survive. As far as he was concerned, he may as well know now whether or not he had a new ally or enemy. "And if I was that person, what then? It won't change anything, will it? We're both stuck on this God-forsaken sandy rock, and we'll probably die here anyway. So why do you care if I once was another person? Besides, you're not the person I once met either. You seem to be doing a lot better for yourself than that person." "I care, because I have to know what happened to my father." He was less angry than he was when he'd first found out. "Your father? Who the hell is your father?" "My father was David Overton, and he was being tried at the Newgate prison for counterfeit diamonds. And I loved him." The man's face visibly paled. "I don't know." "Bullshit, you don't know." Anger rising in his still quiet voice. "I watched you get caught for murder. You would have either been hung if you were found guilty or freed if you weren't. By the looks of things, we were both betrayed by Robert. That being the case, you should have never survived sentencing. But here you are. And now your new name is my father's. So I'll ask you again what happened to my father." "I never met your father. They were going to kill me, but a friend switched the names. I didn't know he was going to do it. Instead, I was sentenced to 14 years as a convict. So, if they switched the names, you got sentenced to exile and my father was killed? I don't know what happened to him." But looking at the man, Jack could see the answer was true. His kind stepfather, who had taken him in as a boy, had been executed for another man's crime. Neither man spoke for quite a while. "And now here we are." "I am sorry." He could tell the short man meant it too, but that didn't change the way Jack felt about the man. He still wished he could kill the bastard. As their own heated battle of wits eased, he noticed the natives in the bush lose interest, and one by one leave the site. Eventually, only the 2 scouts stayed, evidence to the fact they were still being watched. In the morning, everyone woke up to find they were still alive, and Jack's appraisal of the situation had been correct. They ate a cold broth that morning, and all loaded into the yawl once more, and returned to Sydney Cove. "Next time," Philip said, "we'll show them force." Chapter 41. "You're in a bloody foul mood, if ever I saw one." Anna knew she shouldn't talk to Jack like this. "I'm sorry, Anna. It's wrong of me to let my emotions run wild. I'm sorry." "So out with it. What got you in such a fury?" "I met another person from my past, that's all." Jack looked at her and smiled. "Apparently this God-forsaken island is overrun with people from my past. Not all of them are as attractive as you." She frowned. "Was he that bad?" "The truth is, I don't really know the man." "So then what's got you into such a state?" "He was there. He didn't betray me, but he was there." "What are you talking about?" She'd always guessed he was on the run, but he'd never told her the story or admitted it to her. "We were a team, and someone within that team betrayed us. The man who betrayed us is very powerful, and even now I have people out hunting for me. I thought this other man was dead, but now I have found out he's alive, and he's living here too." "But would he tell?" "I don't think so. He can't destroy me without harming himself. But then he has less to lose. After all, he's a convict, and I'm a free man." She found herself becoming genuinely worried for the well-being of the man she had so often despised. "It gets worse. There's more, too." Her eyes narrowed. "What else?" "The man was supposed to hang, but at the last minute one of his friends switched his name with another prisoner who was supposed to be sentenced to exile. He got to live, and the other prisoner died." "That's awful." "That other prisoner—" He stopped speaking, and his eyes had welled up with tears. "Yes?" "He was my stepfather, and I loved him dearly." She threw her arms around the broken man before her. "I'm so very sorry." They embraced for a couple minutes. It was the first time she had ever even touched him, she realized. Previously, she'd even refused to shake his hand. It felt nice to be held. With them both standing up, her face reached the top of his strong chest. She could feel the tears well up and finally break free from his face. And Jack said nothing. I could get used to being held by this man. He was the first to break their embrace, and she wished it could have been just a little longer, and her place in this world returned to her. You must be getting back to the barracks by now, he said. She could have waited longer until she returned for the night. Many convicts had relations with people who weren't prisoners, Marines and free settlers alike. Her friend Elizabeth had struck a relationship with a Marine named James Moffat, and on 2 occasions had failed to return to the barracks until the morning. She could only guess what the two had got up to, but Anna wasn't sure if she was being told to leave. You're right, I better go. Anna started walking back to the barracks. She wished she could have done something to help Jack. Most of all, she was worried this man was going to ruin him. Jack wasn't perfect. In fact, if she was completely honest with herself, he had more than the average amount of faults. But he had never done anything to hurt her, and he had somehow, against her expectations, upheld his vow to do as much as he could to return her favor to him. She didn't get far before she stopped and turned around to face him again. They're sending more convicts to Norfolk Island. They need farmers, only farmers. Philip still owes you a favor. Why don't you suggest he send this man, David, over there? Jack's eyes lit up at the thought of it. That's a great idea. She then walked away and wondered, have I just saved the right man? Chapter 42. London, April 28, 1789. Sir Robert Williams took his place in the stateroom at Parliament House, London. Prime Minister William Pitt, the younger, sat at one end of the table, along with a variety of advisers. It was rare he was invited to such meetings these days, but this was a unique event. The room, he decided, was less grand than he had expected, given the importance of today's meeting. He looked around the room with interest. It was very warm, and he found it difficult to distinguish whether or not people were sweating because of the news or simply because it was so hot. The room was mostly sealed away from the outside world, with no windows. Many of the people were still talking amongst themselves nervously, as though the outcome of this meeting would in some way change the outcome of the world. Of the entire group, he alone seemed to be waiting for the king, without a care in the world. King George III finally came through the doors, advised everyone they could sit down again, and took his rightful place at the head of the table next to the Prime Minister. He spoke for a short while from a set of notes he had in front of him. Sir Williams watched as the people around him seemed to fidget at the news. In the end, the king finally said, "What do you all make of it?" "So, the French are revolting, are they?" Sir Robert Williams was unconcerned by the news. "It is said this will end the aristocracy in Europe," said Henry Addington, the first Viscount of Sidmouth. "Well, what are we going to do with it?" William Pitt the younger asked. There was a pause in the room as everyone considered for a moment the notion, somehow, whatever the madness was affecting France, it could be avoided here in England. "Let the French do what they want. Poor Louis has made a frightful mess of it all, hasn't he?" Sir Williams listened to the king's advice, and wondered how much his ailment was affecting his mind still. He doesn't even realize whatever they decide to do to poor Louis may one day happen to him. "We must enforce stricter laws. Punish the weak, so the strong maintain power. The last thing we want is for the revolution to cross the Channel." "I agree, that's exactly what we'll do." William Pitt the younger looked at him with beaming eyes. There was a general murmur of agreement throughout the cabinet. "That's settled, then.
We must do whatever is possible to prevent this disease from infecting Great Britain." There was then a general acceptance by the unanimous chorus, "Hear, hear!" and "At a penny for each man I help convict, I can be a rich man." Chapter 43. The year of 1789 was no easier on the foundling colony in Sydney Cove. While the settlers at Sydney Cove were unaware of the French Revolution taking place on the other side of the globe, Jack was contacted by his native friend, whom he now knew to be called Coloby, who told him of many horrific stories of mass deaths amongst his people from a strange new disease. With the limited mutually understood language at their disposal, Jack came to wonder whether the native people had somehow contracted smallpox, and currently a plague was decimating their population. "Show me," was all he could say. He had to see it with his own eyes. Coloby seemed reluctant and almost frightened of him, as though it was the white people who had brought this terrible illness on his people. "What you are describing, I have seen before. I may be able to help. Please." Jack was uncertain how much his friend could have understood from this, but he was reassured to see the man accept his help. "Please, help my people." Jack followed him for an hour. It was the end of summer, and the start of autumn, but to Jack it still felt much hotter than anything he'd experienced back home. The little man moved through the bush much faster than him, despite his short legs. Jack then found himself standing in front of a dozen or more natives. The place must have been housing the clan which Coloby belonged to. A moment of anxiety overcame him when he realized this was the first time he'd actually met his clan or been around so many natives by himself. He was proud Coloby trusted him so, but also worried he would not be able to defend himself against so numerous an opponent. Coloby quickly took his arm and, unable to communicate quickly enough using words, pulled him toward a young male who may have been one of his siblings. It only took him a glance to know for certain the person before him was suffering with smallpox. Jack was thankful that he himself appeared to be immune, having once contracted the disease as a child. He knew the death rate was very high, but those who could beat the illness seemed to never get it again. He didn't know what to tell Coloby when the poor man looked at him. "Fix this." "I'm sorry, I can't." The little man became angry, as though Jack had been refusing to help, when really there was little he could do. "See this?" Jack pointed at the pustule on the boy's arm. It was swollen and looked like it was about to burst. "This is bad. This person must not see anyone else while this is like this. He may live, he may die, but he must not see anyone or others will become infected." Coloby looked quite blank at him. Clearly, his rudimentary understanding of English didn't include the logic behind quarantining an outbreak of smallpox. He explained again, as simply as he could, and in the end took those who had the smallpox pustules, which meant they were in their infective state, and placed them all in a group. Then he took all persons who didn't display any of the signs of smallpox and moved them away. Coloby was an intelligent man, and quick. He realized what Jack was saying to him. Somehow, he had to separate the sick from the well if anyone from his clan was going to survive this terrible plague. As it was, despite Jack's best efforts, smallpox decimated the Aboriginal population of Port Jackson, Botany Bay, and Broken Bay over the next 12 months. Chapter 44. Anna had been searching for him for nearly 2 days. She had visited Captain Watkins Tench, and he told her no one had seen Jack for a number of days, but not to worry. The man seemed to come and go as he pleased, and would most likely show up sooner or later. The answer didn't help her. She needed his help today. It could not wait any longer. Anna had all but given up searching for the man and started making her way back to the barracks when she heard the familiar sound of his happy whistle. She looked further ahead and could see his cheerful face as he made his way down Macquarie Street. He had once mentioned to her that he really did feel Sydney Cove was his home, far more than any place he'd experienced previously, and he took great pleasure in returning to it after time away. It took some effort for her not to go running up into the man's arms. Jack, of all the people she knew, may have the means and power of persuasion to right the most horrible wrong she'd discovered. Instead, she walked briskly toward him. "Well, good afternoon, Anna. It's a pleasure as always to see you." She'd often wondered how many other women he said that to. In his case, he had just the right knack of saying it and seemed genuine all the same. "Hello, Jack. I need to talk to you." She sometimes worried she was often too direct with people. "That's what we're doing, Anna. Shall we do it some more?" "I mean, I need your help." "What have you done now?" "It's not me who has been wronged." "Oh, for goodness sake, woman, what poor damsel do you want me to save now?" "Their names are Bennelong and Coleby." "I don't know Bennelong, but are you talking about my Coleby?" "He's just a child. What has happened to him?" Jack stopped walking and looked directly at her. He was fond of Coleby, she could tell. "Governor Philip's gotten the notion in his head if the native people are refusing to learn English and communicate with us, then he would just capture them and force them to study it until they could speak it." She watched as it took a few moments for him to understand what she was saying. "Phillips kidnapped Coleby?" "And Bennelong, too," she reiterated. "That bastard! Coleby is just a boy. Besides, he never would have gotten close enough to get caught had he not been my friend." Anna knew Jack was going to want to know about what happened. She knew he was going to be angry. Some people become loud and violent when they're angry. Jack was different. He became sharper, and his thought process more succinct. He considered steps miles ahead of most other people. In front of her, now, he was very quiet, dangerous, and angry. She watched as Jack walked up to the newly constructed government house at Rose Hill. "You can't go in there." A Marine officer who did not know him tried to stop him. "Is he in? Is the bastard in?" His anger clearly portrayed in his voice. "Yes, but you can't see him right now. He's in a meeting." "Fuck his meeting." "I'll have you arrested for that." The Marine officer pushed him. Governor Philip then walked out into the entrance. "Whatever is the meaning of this?" "I just found out you've kidnapped 2 of the natives. Is it true?" The Marine officer tried to restrain him with some failing effort. "I'll deal with this, Mr. Baker." "So it is true?" Governor Philip, in his usual stance that the ends must justify the means, calmly responded it was. "Yes, you have heard correctly, although I'd rather if people didn't go around saying I've kidnapped them." "Good God, why, man?" "Because we can't communicate with them, and as they will not attempt to speak English, I must teach them." The bastard seemed so confident in his rightness. "I can't believe you." She pulled at Jack's arms. Anna had expected a more politic response from the man. Instead, she had gotten a violent eruption she would have expected of a lesser man. "In the end, we must communicate with the savages." Jack knew when he was beaten, and simply left. When they had walked more than a mile from Government House in silence, he finally turned to her and said, "We're going to have to break him out of there." Chapter 45. Coleby had spent 2 nights in the rock cell on his own. He had never been confined to any place ever in his life. The prospect of spending another one trapped like a wounded animal had nearly killed him. He cursed the white people, and wished upon them a plague so foul none of them would survive. He cursed their violence, their ignorance, their filth. Most of all, he cursed Jack, the one man amongst them who he had trusted. In a more rational state, he could have been convinced it was unfair to blame Jack for what others had done to him, but tonight, caged up, all he could think about was getting revenge on the one white man who had pretended to be his friend and brought him to this point. It was the one thing that kept him alive that evening, the thought of one day killing Jack. He was just about to fall asleep when there was a sound at the far end of the room. "The guard is coming in early to check on me." There was the sound of metal on metal, followed by a slight clunk, as though a lock had been lifted off the heavy door. And there he was, standing before him, the man he hated the most. His first thought was to kill the man. "Coleby, are you in here? We've come to get you out." It was Jack, and he hadn't forgotten him. "Jack, my friend, you have come for me." Then the door was unlocked, and he was making his way to the end of the hall and to his freedom. He'd almost made it to the door before he stopped. "Where's Bennelong?" "Who?" "The other one who was with me when I was captured. I'm sorry we couldn't find him." Jack looked sorry. "Do you know where he is?" "He was here yesterday. Sometimes a man takes one of us and tries to teach us. Sometimes the lessons go into the night. This is the longest I've ever known him to be away from here." "Well, we can't stay here until he gets back. Maybe we can try again, but for now we're going to have to get you out." Coleby wasn't sure it was right to leave his friend, but without Bennelong here, there was nothing more they could do. They walked out the door quietly into the night. The moon was absent, and the bush in the distance barely visible through the darkness. "Listen to me, Coleby." Jack stopped him momentarily. "I want you to run from this settlement and go as far away as you can. One day I might see you again. I hope so. But right now, there are going to be a lot of angry people here searching for you when it's discovered you're missing. But right now, there are going to be a lot of angry people here searching for you when it's discovered you're missing. Do you understand?" Coleby didn't understand much of what his white friend had just told him, but he knew he never wanted to lose his freedom again. So he was going to run as fast and as far away as he possibly could. "I understand, Jack." He then smiled at the one white person who he believed in. "One day, we meet again, my brother." Chapter 46. On the 13th of March, 1790, the HMS Sirius and Supply were spotted to the south of Norfolk Island. There was a general rush toward Point Hunter, where a clearer view of the arriving ships could be had. David, in charge of one of the main farms, thus having more freedom than the other convicts, was among the small group of people who had come to witness it. For David, and every other person on the island, it was a cause for celebration. Although their food supplies were sufficient at the time, all other requirements, such as blacksmith's tools, clothing, and eating utensils, were in such a state of disrepair as to render them completely unusable. He watched as a terrible southerly was blowing that day. As a man who, given the freedom he was not offered, would never set foot on anything that sailed across oceans, David could tell the weather was too severe for the ships to risk coming into the usual anchorage near the settlement at Sydney Bay. He watched as the ships were lost from sight when they sailed around the western side of the island, presumably toward Cascade Bay,
which was on the leeward side and a little calmer. There, he later discovered, they had unloaded the convicts and Marines who then came overland to the settlement at Kingston. Both ships were then blown out of sight of the island and could not return until the sea and the wind abated. By March 19th, the weather conditions had eased, and the ships returned to anchor in Sydney Bay. David was working at Point Ross off Sydney Bay on March 19, 1790. He'd seen the ships approach, but had taken little notice as they performed the challenging maneuver of sailing across the bay into the western point, before changing their tack to get around the point and anchor. It was merely coincidence he had stopped to catch his breath from his efforts, when he noticed, as the two ships were tacking to enter the narrow anchorage, a sudden gust of wind hit them from a more southerly direction. Even on land, he noticed just how strong the gusts were. The smaller and lighter of the two, the HMS Supply, was the first to fail to tack, and instead jibed violently, so it was now sailing directly toward the reef. At a much slower rate, the cumbersome HMS Sirius, a 500-ton vessel with a crew of more than 130 people on board, struggled to complete the tack. David watched as its complex web of canvas luffed in the wind. The ship stood still for a moment. If the sails caught the wind on starboard side, it would complete the tack and safely miss the reef. But if they caught on the port side, the ship would jibe, sending it in a direct line to the reef. As the disaster unfolded, David was unable to do anything to help. Even at that distance, he found himself uselessly yelling, "The reef! You're headed for the reef!" Although both ships knew very well, they were headed directly for the reef. He watched as the Supply managed to loosen its sails and then tack once more before it reached the reef, narrowly avoiding the disaster. The heavier HMS Sirius was not so fortunate. Its crew, having failed to complete the initial tack, tried desperately to loosen the sails and commence a second tack. The distance was too short, and they were only halfway through the process when they struck the reef. David watched in horror as she was blown straight onto the reef. She struck stern first, but the strength of the wind, he noticed then, swung her around broadside to the reef, and she was holed right along her bottom. It was like a clap of thunder. It was then he first realized he may be the only person on the island who so far knew about the calamity. He yelled at one of the other convicts who had been laboring away and had not seen the horrible event, to run all the way back to Kingston to get help. There was no help on the island, David soon realized, which could save the ill-fated ship. Having dispatched Jonathan McGregor to get help, he himself ran down to the shoreline to see what help he could offer. It looked like pandemonium, but the crew of the HMS Sirius seemed to be performing an admirable attempt to save the ship. The crew were fighting a losing battle to save her. Her boats were lowered and lines were run out toward the bay, where anchors were then dropped. They tried their best to methodically save the ship. Anything that could float seemed to be thrown overboard. David watched as a number of items of flotsam started to make their way toward the empty bay. One item in particular took his interest. Then he saw something barely holding on to a floating barrel. Just two hands, nothing more. "My God, there's a woman there!" The realization struck him like fire. He ran into the cold water in an attempt to rescue the girl. The barrel didn't seem to be floating in toward the bay like the other flotsam. Instead, it just seemed to be wedged on a piece of the reef. The girl was struggling with all her remaining strength just to hold on and keep her head above the seawater. He had never liked the ocean, but had grown up swimming in rivers and lakes every summer in France. Consequently, even though it had been years since he had done much swimming, He was still a very strong swimmer and had plenty of experience swimming across strong currents. Not many men on the island would have made it out that far in the poor weather conditions of the day. Every time he got close to reaching her, the swell would come in again, and a new wave would carry him back toward the shore. He prayed the wave would lift her and the barrel over the reef and to safety, but his prayers were not answered. On his fourth attempt, he dived under the white frothy wave that approached him. Then, rising on the other side of it, he paddled his arms and kicked his legs with all the strength his adrenaline-fueled body could muster. It was just enough for him to reach the barrel as the next wave hit him. He held on as the barrel scraped along the reef. After the foam of the violent wave receded, he was relieved to see she was still there. He had reached her. She was still alive, but only just. He fought with the barrel and noticed that a chain along the bottom of the barrel had trapped it on the reef. The barrel itself was floating, but it wasn't going to move any further. He dived down. His eyes were unable to see anything in the turbulent water. David resorted to feeling around the barrel. Then he found what he was after, a latch, which opened the bottom of the barrel. He pulled on it, and the entire contents of the barrel sank to the ocean floor. The barrel immediately floated higher in the water, and on the next wave, it was carried all the way into the shore. David helped pull her up onto the rocky shoreline and laid her down to rest with his remaining strength. It was the first time he actually looked at her. She had a pale dress, which was soaked through, showing a clear profile of her striking figure. His eyes were drawn to the silhouette of her cold nipples penetrating her wet dress. It aroused him instantly, and he felt an immediate pang of shame and guilt that he should have such a reaction at a time like this. She had long brown hair and big blue eyes. There was an innocence about her that he had not seen in years. She was the most beautiful woman he had seen in a long time. Then he looked at her more closely. She wasn't quite awake yet, still whimpering as she relived the last moments of her nightmare. She's barely more than a debutante, maybe 18 or 19. The girl then coughed up some seawater, and he helped roll her to her side and pat her back. She then looked at him with her big blue eyes, the pupils larger than anything he'd ever seen. "Who are you?" she asked, as she threw her arms around his strong shoulders. There was nothing more he could do but embrace her back. "My name's David Overton. I'm so very glad you're alive." While the poor girl rested on his shoulder, he watched as a rope was fastened to a barrel and floated ashore, and then fastened to a pine tree that allowed the remaining men on board to scramble to land. By that evening, the ship was empty apart from some surviving livestock. 2 convicts volunteered to swim out and release the poor animals. This was done, but the convicts realized they were the only people on the ship, so set out to see what they could loot. They found the grog store, became drunk, and set fire to the ship. A Marine then swam out to the ship and put out the fire and brought the convicts ashore. When the fire aboard the Sirius was finally extinguished, it had burnt through to the gun deck, and the guns had then collapsed into the hold on top of the much-needed goods stored below. The decision was made to strip the ship, as she could provide some of the hardware that was needed. Everything was removed: the sails, hawsers, masts, and spars, fittings, and the timbers of the ship itself, until she was down to the waterline. The ships had brought them new food supplies, equipment, clothing, and blacksmith tools. But as a result of the loss of the HMS Sirius, it also brought them an extra 400 mouths to feed. If the HMS Supply was dispatched immediately, it could conceivably return with assistance in no shorter time than 6 months, by which time the majority of the island's occupants would have starved. For David, The sinking of the HMS Sirius meant he was now responsible for ensuring his crop yielded enough food that they might survive. It had also brought him Sarah Anderson. Chapter 47. David soon discovered Sarah Anderson was indeed little more than a debutante. She was quick to inform him she was nearly 20 years old, which already made her an adult. He learned her father had been a Marine officer who had moved her mother and her to Sydney Cove in the First Fleet. Both her parents had the misfortune to die since arriving, her mother having caught some illness which she was too weak to fight off, and her father was then bitten by a snake and died less than a week later. This left her all on her own. She was on her way to China with the HMS Sirius, where she was hoping to gain passage with a French vessel traveling to Europe, where she could stay with her aunt when the disaster occurred, leaving her now stranded. Sarah had already told him she thought she might like to stay here. She had never been overly fond of the journey across oceans, and was far less fond of it now, having nearly drowned. She then pointed out how this place seemed much more like the Garden of Eden than the dry, starving land overrun by savages she laid witness to in Sydney Cove. He tried his best to discourage her, although he could hardly avoid noticing the way the sweet young girl had taken a liking to him. David struggled to look at her in any other manner than he would a child. Of course, she was beautiful, but she could be at least 10 years his junior. Not that he even knew how old he was. Besides, he was married to Anna, who, although much older than Sarah, was still the most attractive woman he'd ever met, and by far more intelligent and worldly. One day he would return to her and his boys. It was all of little concern to him, as the high probability of starvation overcame the small island's settlers. His mind was occupied with more serious concerns. Sarah was taken in by one of the wives of a Marine who was permanently based on the island. As time went on, Sarah, like everyone else on the island, was required to become heavily involved in the life of agriculture, and spent many hours under his guidance and direction. She told him how she'd come from a good family, and she had been forced to waste her youth learning useless skills such as playing piano, singing, and patchwork, that bordered on vanity and maintained her female folly she believed to be so frequent in London society. Consequently, she had felt a new freedom here, which she had never dreamed possible. As David spent many hours of the day with her, he watched her grow and found himself developing a very fond relationship with her that narrowly fitted somewhere between a deep friendship and protective love. He admired her beauty, rather than succumbed to it with lust. The now crowded Norfolk Island, he calculated, would starve within 3 months if nothing improved, a time very much short of the 6 months it would be required at best to bring help. As luck would have it, the local Mount Pitt birds were just starting to come into the island to lay their eggs and raise their young. In desperation, the settlers began to exploit the local Mount Pitt birds for food. Christened the Providence petrel, the settlers took so many the numbers collapsed to the point where the bird became extinct on Norfolk Island. The birds arrived in the middle of March, and by April, there were more eggs than the settlers could ever eat. So, it appeared that the settlers would survive after all. On the 24th of May, 1790, Sarah came to him after church. It was a Sunday, and all persons on the island went to church. She came to him, as she often would, whenever there was a time she hadn't been instructed to perform any other tasks for the day. It was coming toward the start of winter, but today it had been a uniquely warm morning. "What are you doing today, Davy?" She had given him the nickname. He had tried to instruct her his name was David, or Mr. Overton, and not Davy, but she failed to be concerned by his reproaches, and consequently the name had stuck. "I have to go make sure the crops on the northern side of the island are very well," he answered in his normal curt tone. It was his job to keep these people from starving. "Do you have to go? I mean, it is a Sunday." "It doesn't matter what day it is. If something needs to be done, then it needs doing. Weekends are for other people, people who still live in London." "That's not what I meant." She looked upset, as though he'd touched on an old insult to her previous life. "I mean, when do you do something that's fun?" "I enjoy my work. It is fun." She didn't look convinced. "Do you know what day it is today?" "Yes, you just told me. It's Sunday." "No, silly. What the date is?" "It's the 24th of May, 1790. "Does that mean anything to you?" "Yes, of course. It means we may have our supplies in approximately 2 months, if I get to my crops and stop us all from starving." She looked cranky with him, but not upset. "Can I come with you?" "Sure, I'd be happy for the company. We can have a picnic at Mount Pitt. Seeing as it is a Sunday, I've already packed a meal for the two of us." Her eyes beamed. "Oh, thank you. I knew you wouldn't forget." They reached the northern side of the island just before midday, and he was happy with how the crop had been progressing. Satisfied nothing more was required for the day, they started to make the moderate journey up Mount Pitt. From the top, they had a beautiful view and could see all the bays right back to Kingston. He opened up a small basket and laid out cooked bird, eggs, and lettuce. There was salt, too. It was the staple of the settlement, but he'd made it look nice, and she looked pleased he'd gone to all the effort. When they finished eating, he handed her something from his bag. It was wrapped delicately in a large dried leaf, more commonly used as toilet paper than to wrap something. "What is this?" she asked, her young girlish smile displaying her perfect white teeth. "Go on, open it up. It's yours." She unwrapped it with the impatience of youth. A moment later, tears began to stream down her eyes, leaving small wet droplets on the ground where she sat. Her smile and glowing eyes were the only evidence he had done something right, and she was the most content he'd ever seen her. "You did remember it's my birthday today, and you went to all this effort." "There was a time you may have mentioned it to me, on 1 or a dozen occasions. How could I not?" She pulled the dress out of its wrapping. It was a purple floral dress. Before the sinking of the HMS Sirius, she had a number of such beautiful dresses, but she had lost them all in the disaster and had been wearing the same clothes which she had washed up onto the shore with. By now, they looked as poor as those which the convicts were wearing. "It's beautiful," she said while measuring it against herself. "But where did you get it? Its size is perfect." "I stole the material from one of the containers that washed up on the shore. I used to be a dressmaker many years ago before I was convicted. I was quite good at it. Anyway, you mentioned your birthday, and I thought it would be nice to try to give you something that could remind you of your old life." "The dress is wonderful. Can I try it on?" "Of course, it's yours." Her enormous pupils beamed with delight. David watched as Sarah walked toward the bushes with her new dress. She then stopped before she reached the scrubs. With her back toward him, she stripped the clothes she wore daily, providing him with the most intimate view of her delicious body before pulling the new dress over her head. The flowing dress exemplified her figure, and she looked amazing. "It fits perfectly. How did you know my size?" David mentioned something about it being a standard size he used to make. In actual fact, he was embarrassed to mention his mind had recorded every portion of her perfect figure to memory on the day they first met.
Thank you so much, Davy. I love you.
I love you too. I only hope she hasn't misunderstood my kindness and love for something more than I can offer her. Chapter 48. Jack observed the year 1790 was to be an eventful one for the new colony. He still hadn't seen or heard anything about his short native friend since he'd helped him escape. Governor Philip seemed to know it had been him responsible for the breakout, but without evidence did not challenge him on the topic. He did, however, find it in his wisdom to inform Jack, personally, that the other native, Bennelong, would have his security tightened. As it was, Bennelong eventually escaped, but not before he had mastered the English language with a rare aptitude. About 3 months after his escape, he organized for Philip to visit Manly, where he was speared in the shoulder, most likely as payback for the kidnappings. Retribution happily achieved, the man became good friends with Philip, who accepted the reprisal with uncharacteristic approval. He maintained ongoing good relations with the colony and acted as interlocutor between his Eliora clan and the European settlers. The colony had much better luck with Sydney's second settlement along the Parramatta River. After the exploration to the land west of Sydney Cove yielded a new location for agriculture. Jack had been there when they discovered the place, and still recalled the way each member of the party looked at it, as though they had found the holy grail of agriculture. Governor Philip aptly named the new settlement Rose Hill, after his biggest supporter and friend, Parliament Treasurer George Rose. Being further away from the sea, its soils were free from the ubiquitous sand that was rife in the farm to the southeast of Sydney Cove, thus allowing for much more prosperous agriculture. Although on a small scale at first, it was beginning to become quite successful. Lack of transport meant crops, when harvested, would not be readily available for Sydney. Convict James Roos became the first settler to be granted land title within the fumbling colony. It went expressly against what Arthur Phillip had been instructed by King George III. Food shortages had become dire, and he had chosen a novel solution in which he provided Roos with a number of convicts and good land, and told him it was all his if he could grow grain. James had been successful in his endeavor, and it became the first grain to be successfully harvested in New South Wales. With the immediate situation making sustainability quite dire, more convicts were moved to Norfolk Island, where the land was remarkably more fertile than at Sydney Cove. The island was full of tall pine trees, which provided a high-quality wood for construction of dwellings. Unfortunately, the rocky cliffs surrounding the island meant it could not be loaded on the ship for transport to Sydney Cove. Green turtles were found there, and the supply brought a few back on its voyages from Norfolk Island, which helped to supplement the food in the colony. In February 1790, the Sirius was ordered to proceed to China to purchase further supplies. This was delayed, as with the supply, she was needed to take more convicts to Norfolk Island, in an endeavor to reduce the strain on the dwindling supplies in Sydney. When the news of the sinking of the HMS Sirius off the coast of Norfolk Island reached Sydney Cove, the colony was faced with its darkest days. It was a blow to morale. So much so, Governor Philip strongly considered abandoning both fledgling colonies. In March 1790, matters were worsened when the Sirius was wrecked off Norfolk Island and the colony was left with just one ship. Jack wondered whether the man from his past, who had been sent there under the rationale of their requiring his strong farming background, had been on the ship when she went down. He felt a darkness descend on his mood when he realized he was uncertain of what he wished for more, that the man from his past was or wasn't drowned. When the supply returned in April, It was decided she should sail to Batavia to get supplies as the situation was becoming desperate, with only 3 months' supply left of some foods. On 17th April, the Supply set sail, leaving behind some very anxious settlers. Chapter 49. On the 3rd June, 1790, Jack heard a ship had been sighted off the coast. It was the Lady Juliana, a transport with 225 female convicts in her hold, and the first of the ships in the Second Fleet. This was followed on 20th of June by the Justinian, which was loaded entirely with provisions for the colony. Rations were immediately increased, and with the arrival of further ships carrying convicts, even though they were in very poor condition, and many died after arrival, the old labor hours were restored. New buildings were planned, and large areas of land near Rose Hill were cleared for cultivation. Jack was interrupted from the first sound sleep he'd had for months by Watkin Tench. It was the first sleep he'd enjoyed with a full stomach, not including emu or kangaroo, which was mostly poor tasting. "I have some more bad news for you, Jack," Tench said. "Surely our rations can't be dwindled any further now that the Lady Juliana has arrived." "It's not about the fleet. The Juliana brought with it another letter searching for you. This time the offer has been raised to 100 gold sovereigns." "Wow! Are you interested?" He knew his past would one day come looking for him in this new world. It had always been a matter of time. The challenge to the colony to survive starvation had only been a welcome reprieve for him from what would one day come for him. "You know I wouldn't turn you in, but I'm starting to think there's a lot more to this than I originally thought. I mean, it has been 3 years since you left London. You must have really upset someone for them to be so keen on capturing you. Murder wouldn't see the king's gold be spent so frivolously. So who then did you upset?" Jack could see the offer that was being made to him. If he didn't want Tench to cash in on the reward gold, he wanted an explanation. There was nothing more he could do. He was going to have to tell someone the truth, or at least part of it anyway. "I was involved in a business venture with Sir Robert Williams." Jack stopped and collected his thoughts. If I was to be entirely honest, I was obliged into a business venture with him as a result of my being unable to pay a gambling debt I developed one drunken night. It was a common enough story about a rich man who needed the specific skills of a poor man and would continue to loan the man money until he was into so much debt he would never be able to repay it, and therefore be obliged to do anything for the man. A rotten thing to do, but then gambling led to stupidity. The Sir Robert Williams, who inherited the second largest privately owned estates in England, whose family the royalty have sought information from over years? The very same man. My God, this is bad. Go on. So this certain business venture, in which Williams had borrowed a fortune from usuries to fund, needed me because I was a jeweler by trade, specializing in diamonds. I was to purchase a special kind of diamond, and he needed to know it wasn't a forgery. Very well, so? Did you go through with it? Yes, of course. Like I said, I owed him more money than I'd ever legitimately earn in my lifetime. I knew he was a crook and couldn't be trusted, and the rich ones are always the worst. But I had no choice. It was made abundantly clear to me that he would have me executed if I failed to help him out. Here, drink this. It was Tench's flask of whiskey. He told me I too would be rich if I did my job correctly. It was a simple job, and I knew I would be able to do it. In the end, I did my job exactly how he wanted. So then, what went wrong? I don't think Williams wanted any loose ends to his plan, and I was a loose end. How do you know that it was him that tried to kill you? There were only 3 people who knew the plan.
and the other person involved is now dead. Williams was impatient and tried to kill the other person before I had offloaded the diamond. But I knew it was only a matter of time, so I left. I have been running ever since. Who has the diamond now? Who do you think? Sweet Jesus! And this thing's worth more than any other diamond in the world? Yes. Are you still certain you don't want to hand me in? If I was at all that way inclined, I would have done you in at 50 gold sovereigns. No, I just can't believe you can look so confident, walking around with a diamond worth more than this entire colony. Where is it now? Jack looked at him. You don't think I have kept it on me, do you? Of course, realization displayed in his countenance. That's why you were so bloody eager to get out on your own, to scout, in those first few weeks here. You needed to dispose of your diamond. Exactly. So now what are you going to do? It must be time for me to go exploring again. Chapter 50. Sydney Cove, October 22nd, 1792. It had been 4 days since Jack had discovered his new idea was even possible. The prospect excited him. It was the best thing to happen to him since he'd arrived in this desolate land. Ever since he had found out it was even possible, he couldn't wait until the process was complete and he could tell Anna. He wanted to tell her immediately, but decided it would be better to complete the formal process first. Today, he had finalized the forms at the Marine office on Macquarie Street and handed over the payment and received a small paper receipt, identifying him as the purchaser. He had waited all afternoon for her to return from the foraging party. "Hello, Anna," Jack greeted her. She looked tired and sore after her day's work in the field. "You look particularly pleased with yourself, Jack." She smiled at him mischievously. "What have you got to be so happy about? Wouldn't you love to know?" "I'm mostly indifferent to your whims." "This I think you will find pleasing." Jack and Anna had become good friends over the past 2 years. Jack handed her a piece of paper and then watched her open it. He could barely wait to see her reaction. She was going to be so happy. She read it once, and then for a second time. He was certain she was capable of reading. "How can you do this to me? How dare you?" "I can protect you like this. I thought you would be happy." "Happy? You purchased me as your slave? Did you really think I would be pleased about that?" "Anna, you really are the most impossible person to help at times. I did this so I can protect you. Besides, there's nothing improper about it. I have also purchased the child that seems to follow you like a forlorn pet. What's her name?" Jack pulled out a convict ownership paper. "Elizabeth Chapman." "I can't believe I ever thought that I might like you." "Anna, listen. In this place I am rich, and you are a worthless female convict. It may not be right, but it is what it is. If you want to get the revenge I know you are longing for, then you'd best accept the help I can provide." "I think I'd rather remain at the barracks." He couldn't believe she was serious. "Well, it's no longer your choice. I have purchased 2 convicts, one named Anna Harper and the other Elizabeth Chapman, and I will take them both." He left the room, a happy whistle as he walked out. It would likely be the only time he ever bested Anna. Chapter 51. Through the course of the day, Anna and Lizzie were still required to work on one of the colony's primary farms for 8 hours, from 6 a.m. until 2 p.m. After that, they were to be employed in whatever tasks Jack set for them. They had their own small farm and 1 cow and a number of chickens that Jack had somehow managed to appropriate. The man, Anna decided, seemed to have a gift in forever getting what he needed. He was the luckiest man she'd ever met. He'd agreed with her. Even after living with him for a number of months, she was unable to determine the source of his good fortune. She knew he had not come from riches, and he wasn't related to anyone who was important. So why then did he always have what everyone else needed? She, Lizzie, and Jack made an odd household, she decided. She had not remained angry with Jack very long before she realized the sense in what he had done. As his convict, he could protect her in ways he never would have been able to had she remained at the barracks. She even got over the indignation that she needed his help. After all, she could swallow her pride if it meant surviving long enough to rescue her boys. And life had become much easier now that she and Lizzie were his responsibility. Anna still laughed as she recalled some of the first conversations she'd had with Lizzie when it first happened. Lizzie had told her how romantic she thought the whole thing was, that Jack had purchased her so he could make sure she was very well. Besides, Lizzie pointed out, it's not like he has ever asked for anything in return. Lizzie emphasized the word anything, as though the least Anna could do was offer him some kindness as a reward for how much he cared for her. One afternoon, while she was working on the farm, which needed an unusual amount of work to be done, as she started her normal rant to Lizzie, she was stopped before it all started. "Anna, you're my friend, so I'm going to tell you this as a friend. He has done this for you, and it is time that you stop letting your pride get in the way of your gratitude. All I'm saying is, where is he? I don't see why we should do all the work around the farm when he goes off walking. You know he does special projects for Governor Hunter." Governor Hunter was the new governor of the colony. He had taken over when Philip had returned to London because of poor health. Bennelong had gone with him, and to Jack's delight, Colaby had started to be seen again. "Well, I still don't know why he felt the need to purchase us, as though we are slaves. He said himself slavery was abolished in the British colonies, and he's never treated us as anything but friends. Besides, you know why he's doing all this, don't you?" "Yes, he still feels guilty about what he did to me all those years ago, and feels obliged to repay the debt." It sounded stupid, even to her own ears, as she spoke the words. The man could have left long ago, having repaid his debt. There had always been more to it, and she knew that. "Stop being so ridiculous." "What? Why else would he stay here?" "Surely you must know by now." "What?" "He loves you." "Now you're being ridiculous." Anna finished her chores and told Lizzie she was going for a walk. "But is it love that I feel for him, too?" Chapter 52. Norfolk Island, March 1793. It had been 4 years since Sarah had come into his life on that fateful morning when the HMS Sirius sank. David found she brought a new wave of happiness into his life. She had never filled the hole in his heart where Anna and his boys were kept, but she brought something else into his world, and he was grateful for that. She had become his assistant, and she was able to help him navigate through the complex political world that the upper-class British elite lived. He had been granted much power on the island by Philip, who knew he could produce large amounts of food and single-handedly change the course of starvation within the colony. But he was still a convict. Therefore, significant changes he wanted made often required making others in power believe it was indeed their decision to change something and not his. This was where Sarah helped him. She had grown up in the social elite of London society. Although she had never liked it, she had learned to play the game.
Tonight, they had decided to have dinner together to celebrate the anniversary of the disaster which had brought them together. It was the one good thing that came from the event, he decided. Food was no longer an issue on the island. Supplies of simple materials, clothing, and European foods were still a problem. He had saved a bottle of wine, and tonight he sat across the table with her whilst they ate like a king and queen. He'd even slaughtered a chicken for dinner. Mrs. Whitley's husband is returning to England. His duty being complete, he has decided to return home and sell his commission. The house will be returning to the next Marine who takes his place. It was not the first time he'd heard the news. What will you do? I thought that I might move in here. Her voice was so sweet and tentative as she spoke, as though she were terrified he might reject her. In here? With you, Davy. It would be nice to be close to you. I wouldn't have to keep walking up here. She had obviously thought it through. He hoped she hadn't completed the next natural progression for her moving in. But you're so young. What would people think? I'm not so young anymore. I'll be 21 in a few months. Besides, I don't care a bit about what other people on this island think of me. She stood up. Angry, he knew exactly what was coming. Everyone else can see it. Why can't you? Please, don't say it. He shrugged stupidly. He didn't have anything worth saying. I love you. I fell in love with you when we first met. And every day, I fall deeper in love with you. I'll always be yours. I must be 10 years older than you. But I don't care. She was crying now. He wanted desperately to hold her and tell her he loved her, and always had. He wanted to take her to his bedroom and make love with her, start a new family here with a beautiful woman whom he'd always adored. But what we want, we can't always have. You know I'm married. My punishment will be complete in 2 more years. She probably doesn't even know I'm still alive. Hell, I don't even know if she waited for me. But don't you see? I have to try and get back to her. She wrapped her arms around his neck and placed her head on the nape of his neck. I understand. I do, completely. It is right and just. It is what I would expect of you as an honorable man. And it is exactly what I wish you didn't have to do. She kissed him on the mouth. It was a long and passionate kiss, and he responded with all the eagerness of a man who had loved someone right next to him for 4 whole years. And then he stopped. I know. You can't, she said as she rested her head back on his shoulder. I'm sorry. I wish things were different. Chapter 53. The next day, despite all they had discussed the night before, David came to her and told her to move in. He told her this was no place for someone so young and beautiful as her to be left alone, and he would feel safer having her under the same roof as him. He then explained to her that she didn't belong here. In 2 years, he would be a free man, and he would make his route back to England and back to the woman he was married to, and to his children, who were still so young when he was convicted. I would like to take you back to London with me. What do I have back there, if I don't have you? You're an intelligent woman. You need to finish your education, a real one, not a silly study of music and poetry. One day, you will meet a man who deserves you, and when that day comes, I would like to have the honor of walking you down the aisle. Even as he said the words, he could tell just how much they hurt her. She suffered the news better than he'd expected. In the end, like any woman as beautiful as she, it appeared she'd decided to see what would happen after 2 years living with her. She hugged him again, but didn't even look like she wanted to kiss him again.
"We're going to have a lot of fun. Just you wait, Davy." The next day, he helped her move her few belongings from the Whitley house to his own. David had even built her a bed of her own downstairs. His was built in the loft below the roof. It surprised him as the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months. The relationship worked. In fact, the two of them seemed to be a better match than he and Anna had ever been. If he was honest with himself, Anna was always too smart for him. She could have done anything, whereas Sarah seemed to be more at his level. She was content to just be happy for the time being, and she was. They both were. People talked, of course. It was to be expected. After all, she was 10 years his junior, stunningly beautiful, and he had rescued her. For anyone other than themselves, it would seem a certainty their relationship was more than what it was. Sarah agreed it was going to happen, and seemed to be more comfortable with the whispers of the other women in the settlement than he was. In the end, the time went by, and he was happy. If only it didn't have to end one day soon. Chapter 54. Rose Hill, December 1793. He had slept lousy the night before. It had been one of those nights when you toss and turn while your mind contemplates 100 things you are unable to change while you're in your bed, and that may well have waited until the morning to confront. It was because that damn Watkins Tench had decided it was time to return to England that he was so troubled. Not only had he become a dear friend and a valued counsel, but he was the only person who knew the entire truth about where he had come from. Watkins would never betray him, he felt certain. It was more a matter of, without him in New South Wales, he would have no other real ally, the only person he could confide in. He would still have Anna, but even she didn't know the full story. Is she really mine? It wasn't the first time recently that he had considered this. Chapter 55. It was December 1793. Jack couldn't believe it had been more than 4 years since he had become one of the richest men in the entire world. In his dreams, he had imagined such wealth would have provided him a lot more benefit. As it was, his extraordinary wealth currently provided him with next to no benefit whatsoever. It was the same amount of time he had known Anna. He found it difficult to remember what had made him dislike her so much. He recalled instantly thinking her the most beautiful woman he had ever met, and at the same time deciding no amount of physical appeal could make up for the trouble of living with a woman like her. Her shrewd intelligence was only beaten by her viciousness when she wanted to be. Anna had a lot to be spiteful about. Although she had never told him the full story, he gathered her husband had been wrongly hanged, and her own children were taken from her when she was sentenced. Since that time, he had lived with her, albeit as master and convict for 2 years. Even then, it had been with another convict too, Elizabeth Chapman. The young girl, who by age only was 2 years younger than Anna, could have easily been her child for want of maturity or life experience. After such a short time, he found it hard to imagine spending more than a few days away from Anna at any one time. In his happier fantasies, he believed her to reciprocate his feelings, but wondered how much she still hated him. They had fought a lot when they first met, but he was certain that was a matter of circumstance only. While time progressed, he had done his utmost to help her. Even after he became accustomed to the knowledge, she had some need for an unspoken revenge that took precedence over her own happiness. She no longer seemed to hate him, which he considered to be a good thing if he was ever to convince her to marry him. but she had never openly displayed any fondness toward him, either. Anna, he realized, may have also simply learnt to disguise her dislike better. Or had it been that it was he who had simply stopped seeing it? He had decided it was time to find out. "Good morning, Jack. I've seen you looking better." Anna spoke first. She had a pail of milk for her efforts earlier this morning. "I've had better sleeps," he admitted. "I've been thinking." "Oh, what have you been thinking about now?" She didn't sound happy. "I've come up with a plan, and it involves you, Anna." He wasn't sure when or how men usually did this sort of thing, but had decided over breakfast would be as good as any. "Please let it be a better plan than the last one you got into your head for my benefit, just before you took it upon yourself to purchase me." She slid the butter toward him, and he noticed the slightest curl of her left eyebrow downwards. It was spoken in jest, he was certain, but she still seemed upset by his previous efforts. He winced under her scrutiny. "Christ, what have you done now?" she laughed. And then he saw her white teeth beneath her smile. "After all we've been through, how could she not know how much I love her?" "Watkins Tench is leaving at the end of the month." He stopped. Jack knew he was going down a tangent, and regardless of her decision, she would not respect him for that. "Anna, please run away with me." He waited for a response, which she was slow to give. Finally, she laughed. "Christ, but you're serious, aren't you?" She looked at him, and he knew she would not have to ask again. "Where do you think we would go? I haven't completed my service. I'm still a convict." "I can fix that. As your master, I could say I need you to travel with me, and then we could go to the Americas. They won their independence, and you would be free there. We both would be." "But I could never go back to London. My boys will be in their teens by the time I get there, but I must find out what has become of them. I have 3 more years to go with my service, and then I'm a free woman. There's more to it than I wish to ever confide in you, but there are things I have to do. Things I'm no prouder of than you were of the things you did when we first met, but must be done." "I understand." Jack may have considered himself one of the more selfish men throughout his life, but he had come to learn that certain things were more important than wealth and personal gratification. Certain things took a higher priority than one's own happiness. It surprised him, but without a doubt, he truly understood what she meant, and knew it would be pointless trying to dissuade her. He knew what he would really like to do was return to Cape Town, sell his diamond, move to the Americas as a rich man, with this beautiful woman by his side. It was because of this he knew what he would actually do, that he would gladly spend every last ounce of gold at his disposal to make Anna happy. And what would make her happy was revenge. "If things were different, Jack, I would have run away with you." "Thank you, but I understand they aren't." "No, they aren't," she admitted. "Then I shall wait until you are a free woman." "I'll never be a free woman, Jack. Even once I'm free, I must go back to London. There is something I must do, something terrible, that I cannot ask your help with or your forgiveness for." "You may not have to ask for it, but I will give it freely." Jack was beginning to realize that more than all the wealth and freedom the Americas offered, he wanted to make her happy. "What I need to do is going to take a lot more than your goodwill, Jack. And it's going to take a lot more gold than even you may have. I think you would be surprised by what resources I have available to me." He held her hands with his own. It was the first time he had ever touched her. Since he purchased her as a convict, he was overly aware she assumed he had done so for his own personal and lascivious desires, Consequently, he had made certain he never came close to her physically. Anna, please tell me what it is that you so desperately need to do once you find your boys. And I promise to do whatever is in my power to make it happen. She looked like she was torn between telling him and not. I need to kill Sir Robert Williams. Well, Anna, for the first time in these 4 years, I think you may be in luck. As it just so happens, I, too, have reasons to see him dead. Chapter 56. It had taken Jack the better part of the morning to complete his story about how he came to be obliged to Sir Robert Williams, the diamond theft and the attack afterward, how he had come to be on the run with both the gold and the diamond. He described how he had high hopes that he would have been free in Cape Town, and once he sold his diamond, he planned to go to the Americas, but his plan was crushed when Watkins advised him of the letter offering a ransom for his return. In the end, he very sheepishly told Anna how much he felt he had gotten the best out of it all, because it brought him to her, and he would rather her over the gold or the diamond. Once he was finished, she looked up at him, realization of what he was saying displayed on her face. So where's the diamond now? I hid it when I first came to the colony. It was one of the first things I ever did. So you see, I can now retrieve it, take you with me, return to Cape Town to sell it, change both our names, and return to England with enough gold to buy you any amount of revenge you want. You make it sound simple, don't you? This is the largest diamond ever discovered, and it is perfect. Even selling it at half its value, I will have enough money that anything is possible. Chapter 57. Jack stared at the empty hole in the ground. He had left it buried in the back of the cave, which could only be reached by climbing down a rope. He recalled how he had dug the hole deep, and then covered the loose soil with a sandstone rock that was so large he could only just maneuver it by using a large piece of wood as a lever, which he then discarded down off the cliff face. It was inconceivable that any native could have discovered the stone by accident, and just as impossible, someone from the First Fleet had stolen it. Despite those facts, he found himself staring at an empty hole where his precious diamond should have been. Like a person driven half mad by the revelation that the miner next to him had just discovered a fortune worth of gold, while your efforts produced nothing, Jack found himself digging the hole deeper and deeper. They say one of the craziest things a man can do is continue trying the same thing over and over again, with the expectation of a different outcome. Jack wasn't sure if this was true, but despite a hole deeper than his legs, he struggled to comprehend that he was never going to see his beloved diamond again. It took a long time for the consequences of such a realization to really sink into his mind. He sat down, looking out the front of the cave and into the ocean ahead. The swell was relatively composed today. Without the diamond, Anna will have to wait for her revenge. And even then, how am I to provide it for her, without the wealth it should have given me? He was still a very much wanted man in London. Even if he were rich, there would have been an immense risk involved in returning to where it all began. It would have been a risk he was willing to take for her, but without the gold to help him, he doubted very much it was even possible. By the time his hands were sore with blisters from digging, he finally struck solid rock. He had just about cleared the entirety of the soil from the entire cave. There was no way he could have missed the diamond. He checked his compass and his markings again and again, but even without their aid,
He knew for certain he was in the same cave he found in those first few weeks in New South Wales. Finally, he accepted. His diamond was gone. Someone from the First Fleet must have it, but if they hadn't lost it by now, they would be long gone, certainly out of his reach. His mind recalled that uncomfortable feeling all those years ago, as though he was being watched. It was like a sixth sense, but he had known it then, and he should have reacted to it. Of course, any one of the Marines on the Charlotte would have known he was a thief, and that he had something to hide. It was conceivable that one of them could have followed him in the hope of discovering the source of his wealth. His thoughts turned quickly to Captain Gilbert. He already knew he was rich and a thief. It would have been easy for him to steal his diamond and then leave before it was noticed missing. He admonished himself for his own laxity. Once he accepted the inevitable cause, Jack found it was easier to accept his loss. It didn't matter now. Whoever stole it would be well gone by now. He climbed back up the rope. This time he left it there. He no longer needed it, and it wasn't like his diamond could be stolen again. He walked all the way home without stopping. Somehow, he knew it wouldn't change what he wanted. By the time Jack approached his house, he found he was in a better spirit than he should have been, given the circumstances. After all, I may not have lost what is most valuable. Chapter 58. It would be dark by the time Jack reached the house, she considered. Anna was still up, waiting impatiently for him. Already she had dreamed about what so much money could do for her cause. She laughed when she realized that she never once thought of the things she could buy for herself. In her mind, she considered what such an amount of wealth could do to save her boys from a life in the Sir Robert Williams mines and purchase her retribution. She imagined buying a number of armed men, the rough kind that were good for nothing except no good. They could abduct Sir Williams and bring him to a secluded location where she could inflict him with all the fear that her anger could develop. She would take no real pleasure in destroying the man. It was out of necessity she would seek her revenge. Anna promised herself she would not let it take her to an unforgivable place. It could not beat her freedom or love for her boys, or even love for Jack. Do I really love him? Or is it the love of what he can provide? She was startled to find her mind so comfortably associated with her love for her boys and Jack so readily. Her mind was not free to consider these thoughts for long, because at that point Jack walked through the front door. Anna could see as soon as he walked through the door that he didn't have what he'd gone out to find. She heard him tell his news. She was sad for the loss of her dreams, but even sadder when she saw the disappointment in his eyes. "I'm so sorry we will have to wait longer before you're free," Jack said. "And I'm sorry it will take longer for you to see your boys and have your revenge. But I promise, without my wealth, I will still do all that is in my power to help you get these things." She could see he meant it, and she was grateful. Anna kept seeing the disappointment in his eyes. Even without his diamond, she found she still loved him. They talked and talked, and in the end she looked at his sad face and didn't know what else she could say to make him feel better. So she kissed him right on the lips. He kissed her back with all the passion he had felt over all those years. "Marry me?" He said it almost immediately when they stopped kissing. She paused, her large emerald eyes wide and disconsolate. "I'm sorry. I can't. I have to kill someone first." Jack shrugged. "Very well. Let's go kill someone then." Chapter 59. London, January 1794. It was a cold day in London. Years had passed, and still nothing. Robert had just about forgotten about his loss. He was sitting down having breakfast. The London Times sat open, but he was not reading it. There was a knock at the door, and then his butler came in quickly. "This has just arrived for you, my lord." Robert didn't acknowledge the man, but took the note and started to read. The author of the note had indicated the two should meet face to face at 11 a.m. today at St. Paul's Cathedral, second aisle, about midway along. At the very bottom was the man's signature, Samuel Frederickson. Could he have found it after all these years? It was already 10:30 in the morning, and St. Paul's Cathedral was still some distance away. He didn't wait to finish his breakfast. He picked up his top hat and immediately started to make his way to his place of meeting. Samuel Frederickson looked like one of those vicious dogs that likes no one, but adores its master. Sir Williams was that master. "Are you certain it's him?" "Yes, my lord. My man in Sydney Cove tells me the description is almost certainly him. He may be a little skinnier and a lot more tired, but it'll be him very well." How has he lasted so long? At last count, I offered more than 200 gold sovereigns reward for his return to London. He must have friends in authority there. It's the only explanation. So that's how he escaped my net. The daft man went where no one else wanted to go with my gold and my diamond. Is he alone? Or does he have help in the colony? I've been told he's living with the girl. He's taken her in as his own convict, but most say they are lovers. What girl? Who is she? Harper's little bitch, Anna. The one with the two brats you've been keeping your eye on. Williams had never liked Samuel Frederickson very much. Their relationship started slowly many years ago, and somehow he had always ingratiated himself deeper and deeper into his personal life. Samuel knew more about his own dealings than any other person alive. He'd been very useful, of that there was no doubt. But as the years had passed, he found himself often wondering when it would come time that he was better off murdered. Those two brats are my brother's sons, as you well know. They're the last blood relatives I have alive, and I'll see to it that they become grand gentlemen to make their mark on the world as other powerful Williams men have before them. It was always dangerous working with someone who knew your darkest secrets. I meant no disrespect, my lordship. So, Anna and Jack have found each other. I wonder how much they both know. What do you want me to tell my man in the colony? Tell him? Robert considered the question for a few seconds. No, you should tell him nothing. You must go, Samuel. This is too important to be entrusted to another party. You must go and bring him back. You must make sure he has the diamond before you kill him, and if you can't find the diamond, then you must bring him back to me alive. Very well. Oh, and Samuel, the woman, Anna, I sentenced her to life in exile, but I'm becoming wary she may in fact find herself a free woman one day, and get it into her head she should return to England and kill me. I'm rather fond of this lavish life that I have here, and would much rather she does not get the chance to return. I will kill her the second I have the diamond. No, this woman, there is something so very sinister about her, I can't believe that it would be in my best interest to set her spirit free. No, I would like you to have her branded as a convict for life. Governor Hunter won't like it. He's always been against slavery. But maybe you can have her arrested on some false charges, and state that I have, for personal reasons, decided I would like to purchase her for the remainder of her days on earth. That I'm sure I can do. Very good. Now, there is a ship leaving next Wednesday. You must be on it. Take 10 men who you trust and who will help you, and I will ensure they are given letters of special authority to get the job done. And Samuel, I'm trusting in you here. Don't let me down." "I won't, my lord." Sir Williams watched the horrid man leave. He then pulled out notepaper and pen and started to write a letter. It was addressed to another man who would be going to New Colony. At the very end of the note, he read the words he had written. "Wait until Samuel has the diamond before you kill him." Chapter 60. Sydney Cove, May 1795. Colaby felt terrible for what he had done. He could never have known the strange man actually wanted his useless stone. "But I'm so sorry, my friend. There is nothing that I can do about retrieving it now. It lies deep at the bottom of the water, and even the strongest of swimmers would never be able to retrieve it." "Colaby, can you take me to this waterhole?" "Yes, of course. I have fished there many times over the years." "Good." He watched as his friend swam in the crystal waters. Occasionally the man attempted to dive down to the seabed below, but even someone as simple as a white man must surely know there was no way to reach it. He felt sorry for his friend, and wished there was something he could do to help. He had already tried to reach the bottom with Borado, who was by far the best swimmer in his clan. If he couldn't do it, then surely no white man would be able to. Eventually he watched as his friend came out of the water. To his surprise, the man was actually smiling. "Colaby, my friend, I think I've just discovered how we're going to get my diamond back." Chapter 61. "It's called a diving bell." Jack appeared unusually animated by his revelation as he rushed through the front door of the house. "What is?" Anna was unconcerned by Jack's sudden outburst, but smiled at him patiently, as a mother would her son who had just discovered something. "A diving bell. That's how we're going to do it." "Do what?" She had become accustomed to these grand ideas from Jack. "Retrieve the diamond." She turned to face him, all of a sudden interested in his news. "I've never heard of it. How does it work?" "Leonardo da Vinci came up with the idea while he was working in Venice. I came across it out of interest, never expecting I might one day be required to put the theory into practice. My stepfather was a diamond merchant, and we spent a lot of time in Venice when I was younger. David, my stepfather, had high hopes that by providing me with a good education, I would make more out of my life." She could almost see a tear forming in his left eye. There was more about Jack and his stepfather, she guessed, but realized she may never truly know. Anna would have liked to ask him more about his stepfather, but didn't want to interrupt his thought process. "The idea is quite simple, really, it is." Jack used a stick to draw, in the soil in front of her, the outline of a bell with a rope and pulleys attached to a framework. "This is a heavy copper bell, like the ones you see in large churches or cathedrals. As you lower the bell into the water, breathable air becomes trapped in the space below. A man can then swim underneath the bell and pop up in the small bubble of air, thus allowing him to breathe whilst underwater." "So then, how does the man leave the bubble to go and find the diamond?" She pointed out the obvious flaw in his plan. "Well, for that, the man will have to hold his breath. But at least by that point, the man will be at the bottom of the grotto, where he will then have the entire time that he can hold his breath to search for the diamond. The water is deep. I'm a strong swimmer, but even I couldn't get anywhere near the bottom of the water. But it isn't large. If I can get down to the bottom of the lagoon, then I'm certain I'll be able to find our diamond again."
She didn't miss his use of the words "our diamond." "And where do you plan on getting this enormous bell? Pray do tell." "James, the smith, told me it would take him months to build a casting for a bell as large as I need, and even then he wouldn't have enough iron and brass to build it. He told me the Albatross was leaving at the end of the week to Cape Town for supplies, and I could place an order if I was willing to pay upright, and he would have one brought to Sydney Cove." Jack smiled at her. "At least there, my gold is still worth something." The science of the concept seemed reasonably simple to her, but she was worried about the more practical problems of moving a 5-ton brass bell, not to mention the questions it would inevitably raise when someone noticed it being moved. "Please let this work, for Jack's sake." Chapter 62. 2 months later, Jack was delighted to see the arrival of his diving bell. Jonathan Tobias, captain of the Albatross, congratulated him for his acquisition. "The colony must be coming along nicely if you're able to afford such luxuries as this." "God's will is never a luxury," he chided the man politely. "This is to be used in St. Philip's Church." "No, of course." The captain looked adequately reproached. It never ceased to amaze Jack how blithely a civilization could follow a superior master that never once showed its face. Faith, he imagined, required a man to be blind. Still, the new Governor Hunter was impressed he had agreed to donate the bell to Sydney's first Anglican church. It took more than a dozen men and a complex system of pulleys more than an hour to maneuver the giant bell onto the dock. This followed with a short journey by horse-drawn cart, which took the entire day to see it at the front of the grotto. The process of building a frame to suspend the iron bell had commenced weeks earlier and had been completed prior to their arrival. James, the blacksmith, helped build it for him, without any idea what he could possibly want it for. Finally, it was time to lower the bell to the bottom of the water below. Once again, his elusive diamond was within his reach, or at least within 100 or so feet of it. He had heard of a diving bell before, but had never seen one in real life. He had heard about a number of things that can go wrong with them. He wasn't diving very deep. He just needed to get to the bottom of the clear waterhole. At first he thought he could hold his breath and free dive, but the clear water was elusively deceiving, and the bottom always seemed so close, but never within his grasp. It was hard to explain to Colby and his friends how the system worked, especially because he didn't fully understand it. They were fascinated by the contraption, which was good, because he needed their help. It took more than 8 men to lift the thing. They cut 2 moderate-sized trees down, which they then tied together to form a V that overhung the water. Then Jack fitted a wooden pulley and block and tackle. He still remembered the story about Leonardo da Vinci being able to lift an entire ship with the strength of one hand through the use of pulleys to moderate the physics of the weight. As he watched his native friends, they looked as though it could have been magic he was using. Jack had no idea how he could explain such simple physics to his friends, so he let them continue believing in his divine ability. That was what he was going to have to do to get the bell in position. The diving bell was carefully lowered. Every 6 feet of rope was marked so he could determine how many fathoms deep the pool was. Slowly, the rope filtered over the turnbuckle and was lowered by 4 strong friends of Colby, who still stared at the contraption as though he was a magician. 5 fathoms were followed by 6, then 7, 8, and just before the 14th fathom, the rope lost its weight. For an instant, Jack worried the rope had snapped. "Pull her up gently, boys." He ran his hand along the line of rope and felt reassured as the tension grew strong again. Is everything well?" It was Colaby who had taken the task's success upon himself. "Yes, very good." Jack waited until the rope marked 14 fathoms. "Very well, hold it there, boys." He then carefully tied the tail end of the rope through the cleat bolted into a large boulder on the shore, in a figure of 8, until he was certain it was secured. Jack guessed the diving bell must now be hanging a little under 1 fathom off the bottom of the sea floor. "Well done, Jack," Anna congratulated him. "An engineer and a thief." "Thank you." He let the side of his lip raise, only slightly. He had achieved another major milestone in his search for the diamond. It was close. There were still a number of things that could go wrong, but he was getting closer. His greatest fear was still that someone would come along and demand to know what he was searching for or steal his diamond. After all he and Anna had been through, it seemed the closer he got to achieving his goal, the more frightened he became of failing. He looked over to see Anna laughing to herself. "Now what?" he asked. "Very well, Jack, now that you have your diving bell at the bottom, how do you propose you get to it? You already told me that even you can't hold your breath long enough to make it to the bottom of the waterhole." "With this." Jack pulled out what appeared to be an oversized metal bucket, with a chain and stirrups for his feet at the bottom of it, from the back of the cart. At the very end of the chain were a number of lead weights. "James the smith was able to help me with this." "And what do you do with that?" "I call it a diving ladder. You see, a man places this above his head, creating a little pocket of air to breathe, and then we attach the other side of the bucket over a pulley set up above, and then he can use the pulley to raise or lower it. The weights on the other end of the bucket allow it to have a neutral buoyancy." He waited for Anna's sharp mind to follow what he was describing. "That way, a single man can use it to go up and down to the diving bell. Once there, he should have sufficient air to breathe, while another person uses the diving ladder." "You really are very bright, Jack. Much more so than I would have expected from a thief." Jack was pleased to hear her respect for him growing, despite her unwillingness to relinquish the attack on his honor as a thief at every chance. He was the first to go down the ladder. From the surface, the water was stunningly clear. He could see the bell deep down, near the stone-covered bottom. Already he imagined the little speckles that could be seen were the reflection of light from his precious diamond. Once under the water, his visibility was greatly impaired. The salt water lightly stung at his eyes. He could see the diving bell far below him. It looked much closer than the 13 fathoms he knew it rested. From his experience freediving, he knew that crystal-clear water was the most dangerous to dive, because it confused his perception of depth, and consequently, a man was more likely to be caught attempting to dive deeper than his lungs could support him. These thoughts were at the back of his mind as he descended to the bottom using his dive ladder. Jack was proud of himself as he reached the bottom and made his way under the diving bell. He had read about these concepts in books, but had never put any of them in practice before. Watkin Tench had been right, he considered, when he told him that he could be ingenious when it was required to fulfill his greedy self-purpose. He pulled on the rope for the diving ladder 3 times. At the other end of the line, Colaby received his signal and pulled the line back toward the surface. Jack looked around the diving bell. It seemed much smaller now that it was his only life support at the bottom of the sea. He felt a small sense of claustrophobia as he imagined himself unable to return to the surface. Getting control of his fears, he took a deep breath and started to explore outside of the bell. The light was clearer, and he could see a little more. He didn't venture far from the bell before returning to it. He felt instant relief as his lungs filled with fresh air from the bell. He ventured out again. By the third time he left the bell, he found himself enjoying the experience. It was a new world, but outside of the bell, it felt like he was on the greatest free dive of his life. He could look at the surface and see it was immeasurably high above him. Jack had settled into a routine of swimming over the surface of the seabed for 30 seconds, looking for the stone that would one day change his life, returning to the bell to catch his breath for 3 minutes, and then doing it all again. On his 5th trip, he saw Colby surface inside the bell. He appeared to be struggling with his environment and was frantically trying to remove the belts that made up part of the diving ladder. "Stop, Colby. You're very well." No, I have to go up." "Just wait. You're very well. You can breathe, I promise." "No, I have to go back. I have to." Jack then felt the pain on the side of his head as he was struck by Colby's elbow. It almost knocked him out of consciousness. His entire world seemed to be spinning out of control, and he let himself float to the back of the bell on the opposite side to the one Colby was fighting on. In the corner of his diminishing eyesight, he saw Colby come to a realization about what had happened. It was enough to allow him to concentrate and come to Jack's aid. "I'm so sorry, my friend. Are you very well?" "I will be. How are you going?" "I'll be very well. I've never experienced anything like that before." "It's very well. I felt the same way when I came down. The sensation passes soon, and then it becomes surreal to be down so far. The world is beautiful. It's like being on another planet." The two of them started to make a systematic search of the water below them. The basin was a relatively narrow ending to an arm of the sea. Because of its depth and relative narrowness, entirely surrounded by rock walls, the clarity of its water was flawless. No more than 50 feet at its widest point, it held a large grotto at its southern tip, which allowed just enough light to let him see that it continued at least another 30 feet under the rock. The grotto looked as menacing as it did beautiful, and even from outside, Jack could see the prying eyes stare back at him of creatures he dared not think about. As Jack's eyes explored the view of an outer world, he noticed the myriad of fish which swam in their unique schools. He looked for sharks, but saw none, although he didn't doubt their existence in these waters for a second. He hoped the immense amount of sea life had kept the predator's appetite down. After a reasonable amount of time, Jack could not be certain, but maybe an hour, he made his way to the top, feeling very cold. "Any luck?" It was Anna. "Not yet, but the bell is working perfectly." Jack glowed at his achievement. "I was just getting a bit cold. Would you like to have a go?" "Down there? Are you kidding me?" She stared over the rocky edge to the abyss below. "No way." "I'll just warm up, and then go down again. We're close, I'm certain of it." Having warmed himself in the sun for a little over half an hour, he donned the diving ladder for the second time today, and prepared to make his descent for what he hoped would be the last time. He then returned to the great depths of the world below. It was then that disaster struck. Chapter 63. When Jack reached the seabed and entered the dive bell, he found Colby floating inside the pocket of air within the bell, unconscious. He shook him and tried to wake him, but there was no response. He then placed his ear to the side of Colby's chest and was reassured by the sound of his heart beating in a continuous rhythmic strong tone. Jack didn't have any idea what had happened since he had been on the surface, and nor did he know how long Colby had been unconscious. He needed to get his friend to the surface, and he had to do it quick if he was going to survive. There was nothing that he could do for his friend 14 fathoms below the surface. He wasn't sure if he'd have time to ascend using the diving ladder. Besides, He wasn't even certain that the diving ladder could support 2 persons. In the end, he decided that the simplest and fastest route to the surface would be to place the bucket over his friend's head and then cut the rope so that the 2 of them floated rapidly to the surface. He did so, and was rushed to the surface the instant the rope holding the dive weights was cut. "Quick, we need to get him out of the water," Jack said, before he even had time to swim to the side of the basin. "What happened?" It was Anna who first realized something was wrong. "I don't know. The air must have become stale somehow. I just found him like this." He dragged him to the side of the water, and then Borado and Alambi pulled him up onto the rock. There they rolled him on his side and tried to drain some of the water from his lungs. He sounded like he was gurgling. Jack then placed 2 hands at the center of his chest and pushed down as hard as he could. He did these 10 or more times. Each time, more water seemed to come out of his friend's mouth. Maybe he hadn't entirely floated while he was in the bell? Jack then held Coloby's nose to block the air going back up through that direction and breathed into his mouth. He did this a total of 4 times before Coloby started to vomit. It was a dark mess of seawater and food. Jack then rolled him on his side. He was then reassured as his friend's breathing became less labored and more rhythmic. "I think he's going to be very well." "Thank God," Anna spoke the words. "I think we got lucky." "What are you going to do now?" He wasn't sure if Anna was more worried about losing the diamond or that he was going to keep trying and get himself killed. There were a few times he had ever heard such concern in her voice. "I'll be going back down. We divided the bottom of the area up into 4 quadrants and had already searched 3 of them. We'll find the diamond before the day's out. I'm sure we will." "But what about the stale air?" Her voice wasn't panicky, but he could hear the concern. It was almost a challenge to him. What was he going to do about the problem? "We will have to raise the dive bell again so that it is filled with fresh air. Last time, it seemed very well for the 2 of us for almost an hour. This time it will just be me, so it should last at least 2 hours. Just in case, I will surface after each hour and a half, and we will raise the bell again. It will take much longer, but we will be safe by doing that." "Are you certain?" "We won't know for certain until we try, but I'm sure I'm close to finding it." The bell was raised without any hindrance. With a great amount of effort, it was then turned upside down. Jack explained to his companions that if the stale air can be caught in the normal bell underwater, maybe the same thing could occur above the water, still trapping the toxic air. He wasn't sure about the physics of it, but he decided it was best to be safe. On his recommendation, 3 of Coloby's people then waved large leaves over the bell to fan out any remaining stale air. "Very well, it's ready. Let's give this another try," Jack said, as he organized more people to help turn the bell right side up again. "You don't have to do this, you know." Anna placed her hand affectionately on his left shoulder and looked him in the eye. It was very rare for her to show any affection toward him in public. "You know I do. It'll be very well." "We can find another way. I'll finish my time as a convict in another 3 months. We can go home to England, and I can find my boys. We can get married and forget about revenge." It warmed his heart and gave him hope to hear her speak like this. "I would like that very much. But we both know that without the wealth this diamond will bring us, I won't ever see England again. And if you don't go to England, you will never see your boys again. Either way, I can't have that. So you see, I must retrieve the diamond. It's the solution to everything. I promise I'll come back." "Very well." There was the finest trace of a tear that turned her beautiful green eyes more aqua, but she accepted what he knew to be the truth.
The process of lowering the dive bell to exactly 13 fathoms, just one off the seabed, took place without any complications, and Jack happily donned his dive ladder for the last time. He was calm when he reached the bottom this time. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he trusted his instincts that the air would now be safe for him. Leonardo da Vinci never discussed the problem in his works, but intuitively it seemed to make sense. The air seemed perfectly normal, and his head felt no different. Surely I would feel unwell if the air was contaminated. He wasted no time continuing with his search grid. It was the eastern section that remained to be scrutinized. If this failed, he worried that he was going to have to bring hundreds of buckets of stones from the seabed to the surface to be examined. The thought of it made him feel sick. He continued searching, and he lost count of the number of trips that he had made from the bell to the search area and back again. He lost track of time and realized that he could very well have outstayed his hour-and-a-half safety window. One last trip, and I promise I'll make my ascent, diamond or no diamond. This time, he swam even further to the east, following the rock outline of the sandstone that marked the base of the eastern sea wall. He went further than he had meant to, but his desperation spurred him on. By the time he realized how much his chest hurt, he was too far from the diving bell to return. From his experience with Colby, he knew the air seemed to expand as he swam to the surface, and that his safest option would be to go straight up. He made the decision instantly and commenced ascending, and there it was. The diamond had never made it to the bottom of the seabed. Instead, it had remained nestled away 1/3 of the way up the sandstone sea wall. He reached out with his right hand as his buoyancy drove him to the surface and grabbed the stone. He finally had it. Jack held the stone with both hands as he surfaced. He was still fearful he was going to somehow lose it again. He would have the wealth to afford the woman he loves everything she desires, and what she desires most is revenge. Chapter 64. Rose Hill, December 28th, 1795. Jack couldn't recall a happier time in his life. After trying for so long to convince Anna to escape with him, she had finally agreed. The diamond was his, and they would be rich. And this wealth would rescue Anna's boys from the mines, and buy the woman he loved the revenge she so desperately desired. And she loves me. He still struggled to believe his good fortune. There was so much that had to happen before they could go. But they would find the time, and they would make it work. The Scorpion was due in port at the end of the month. It would stay for 2 weeks, and then leave in the middle of February. Jack had donated the diving bell to the Church of England, as he originally told the blacksmith. He wanted to give something back to the God who had delivered them so much. He had not been allowed to buy the land, but he had signed a lease for it, and the house would go to whomever took it over after they had gone. With the amount of money they would have, it seemed broadly irrelevant that he should try to sell his lease. Anna and he had discussed what to do with it at great length, and had decided they would sign the lease over to John Martin, who had helped farm the land as a convict, and had continued to help them work the farm, even as he had recently been given his freedom. John had told them he intended to stay put and keep working the land. There was nothing left in England for him. It had taken some effort on Jack's part, and some more of his gold, to entice Ronald Braithwaite, a lawyer, to write up the contract so the lease passed smoothly into John's possession. Coleby had told him it was coming up to the 7th year after the death of his father, and he wanted to make a pilgrimage, and Coleby, as the only child of his father, would feel honored if Jack would come with him. It would only take 2 weeks, Coleby had assured Jack. Jack told him that he would be the one who would feel honored at being involved in the pilgrimage. Coleby had become a dear friend of both he and Anna, and they would not have been able to escape without him. He had been worried what Anna would say about it, but was fortunate in her generosity. She agreed it was important that he go, and at the same time it would be good for him to get one last look around the place he had come to love, before making the long seaward journey home to England. Somehow, she had known how much he loved the land here. If it was up to him, he would have been happy to live here as a farmer, with her by his side forever. He would have whisked her far away, where the settlers would never have found them in their lifetime, and started a family with her in their own paradise. Even if she could have let go of her need for revenge, there were still her boys, trapped, working in Sir William's mines, if they were even still alive. Even if she didn't attempt to save them, she would always wonder what happened to them. And in the end, she would have to return to London regardless. So he was off to enjoy the land he loved once more, and then return to England a richer man than he ever dreamed, in gold and in the love of the woman he adored. Life had never been kinder to him. The next day, a ship arrived with a man carrying a letter of authority, and the Marines to impose it that would change all of Jack's dreams. Chapter 65. "Anna, come quick!" It was Tim, a boy of about 9 years of age, who had been caught stealing a loaf of bread to feed his starving family in London, and sentenced to 7 years in Sydney Cove. He was generally well-liked, kind, and an honest worker. She heard the frantic screams coming from the field before she opened the door. She then recognized the boy from a distance, but couldn't recall at whose farm he was presently employed. "Good morning, young Tim. Slow down and tell me whatever is the matter." She said the words slowly and confidently. This wasn't the first time since living at the house a neighbor had sent for her to fix some crisis. "It's Lizzie. She says she's going to have the baby." "Very well, that's perfectly natural. Has she sent for Dr. Smith?" Still very calm. After all, she'd had 2 herself, and everything seemed to work out just fine. She grabbed her medical bag, which contained basic ointments and rags that she had learned to use on the other farmers since she arrived, and started to walk at a brisk pace toward Lizzie's house. It was 3 miles away, but she was confident they could make it in less than an hour. "Aye, she did. But he says he can't get there until this evening. But she says she's going to have it now." "Right, very well. Where is she now?" She was a little less confident. "She's at home." "Good. And is James with her then?" "No, James has been sent away on a hunting party and won't be back until tomorrow. She's on her own. I didn't want to leave her, but she said I'd have to if I was to get help." "Very good. You've done the right thing, Tim. Now, do you know where Mrs. Mathers, Lizzie's neighbor, lives?" He nodded that he did. "I want you to go and fetch her as well. She's had 5 of her own, and maybe she can offer some assistance that I've overlooked." Lizzie had been married for almost a year now, and once she realized she was soon to be expecting the arrival of their first child, she had confided in Anna that she was terrified about the birth, because she had never seen one before and didn't know what to expect. She was particularly worried because her mother was so far away. Anna, who by no means counted herself an expert on the subject, had told her she'd had two of her own and felt there was nothing really to fear. The babies seemed to do it all by themselves. In the end, she had promised Lizzie she would be there for the birth. As she made her way to Lizzie's place, she wished she hadn't been so openly confident previously, or at the very least, that she had made the effort to understand more about the birthing process before today. As it was, she would do her best to help her friend. She arrived, and barging through the door, found her dear friend and fool Lizzie holding a baby. "It's a girl!" She had never seen Lizzie look so happy. "James will be so happy. He always wanted a baby girl." Anna came in and hugged her friend. "Oh, Lizzie, I'm so happy for you." She looked at the little creature's bright eyes. No more than half an hour into the world, and already she seemed keen to discover as much as she could. "She is the most beautiful girl I think I've ever seen. What will you name her?" "I think I will name her Elise. What do you think?" "I think Elise is a wonderful name for the most beautiful baby girl I've ever met." There was an abrupt knock at the door. "That must be James now. He must have convinced his commanding officer to let him come home early," Lizzie said, relief showing in her face. "Anna, can you go and let him in, please?" "Yes, of course." A large man with sinister eyes and a number of soldiers standing behind him greeted her at the door. Chapter 66. The woman standing before him, staring blankly at him, could not be more beautiful, he decided. When Sir Robert Williams described her, he had said Anna was the most striking creature a man could ever see, with emerald green eyes that tore away at your very soul. He had then continued to explain the conditions in the new colony were ghastly, and although the First Fleet managed to transport the majority of its convicts in very good health, the new colony had lost more people to starvation, fatigue, and disease than any other colony the British Empire had established. Samuel regarded the strong woman standing before him again, and decided she could not be more beautiful. There was no hint of ill health, no sign of desperation when she spoke. None of her splendor had been lost in the hardship of the new colony. "Anna Harper, I presume?" "I am she. Who are you?" "My name is Samuel Frederickson. I'm here to arrest you." "Arrest me?" She laughed. "I'm afraid you're about 7 years too late for that, good sir. I've been a convict since 1787. She didn't seem concerned. "Maybe Jack has more power than we thought in the colony, and she thinks that she can't be harmed." "It is you who are mistaken. I work for Sir Robert Williams." He took pleasure in seeing the color fade from her face. "He has advised there was a clerical error in your sentencing, and you were meant for capital punishment. Now, given your fine work here, he has kindly offered you a reprieve on the basis that you never leave your place of exile." "That evil prick! I swear to you one day he will be punished for this." "Yes, well, until that day comes, he has requested I remind you of your place in life, and he has arranged for a gift." Two of his men were behind her, holding her, before she had a chance at escape. She writhed a couple times, as though she might slip out of their grasp. They were seasoned Marines, and weren't going to let that happen. She screamed at the top of her lungs, but they had already dragged her out the door, and then hammered wood across the door from the outside to keep the other occupants within its confine. A blacksmith waited for her. He watched with the malevolent fascination of a child who tortured ants with a magnifying glass, as she was bent over and pinned down with her neck stretched out. It took 4 men to hold her, and he doubted any less could have done the task. The 2 sides of the iron ring came out of the forge with the familiar glow of melted iron. "I'm sorry, miss, but I'm going to have to ask you to stay as still as you can. If this touches your skin, you're going to feel a burn that will near kill you," he heard the blacksmith say to her. She then struggled with the might of a wounded beast. For a moment he thought maybe 4 men would not suffice, but they were good men. They held her down. Both sides of the burning iron ring were then clasped together. She screamed as the sides of the burning iron touched her neck. The kind blacksmith quickly doused the burning metal with a bucket of cold water, and steam could be seen rising from the band around her neck. She kicked hard, and one of her legs became free, but in doing so, she moved, causing the heated iron to come into contact with her neck. This time the pain appeared to be too much for her, and she passed out. It was a good show, he decided as he laughed cruelly, like the small boy who watched as the ants combusted under the heat of the magnifying glass. "You'd better make sure those wounds are seen to by a doctor, or you won't have a prisoner at all." The blacksmith spoke his reproach before he doused her with another bucket of cold water. It appeared to rouse her only mildly. He watched as the events of the previous minutes came back to her. To her credit, she didn't seem to whimper or cry. Instead, she seemed confused. Her confusion seemed to turn to a hatred that burned through her eyes. She was an extraordinary woman. He watched as her hand felt for the iron band that had been forged tightly around her neck. There was no look of panic on her face, but she visibly relaxed a little when she realized she could still breathe comfortably enough with the thing in place. At that point, her delicate fingers found the engraving. It says, "This convict remains the property of Sir Robert Williams until death." Chapter 67. They had been so close to escape that it hurt her. Another week or 2, and they would have been on their way back to England, on their way to sell a stolen diamond to pay for the loss of the childhood she never got to see her boys have, and for the revenge that had haunted her dreams each night since that terror had struck. To somehow make right the wrongs that an evil man across the sea had done her, in the only ways she knew how. Earlier this year, she had discovered a life for herself that went beyond that retribution. It was a life with a man whom she had come to love, whose life she imagined sharing after her duty was done, a time where, until recently, she could not imagine anything for herself. But all was to be lost because she had failed. Fate had determined the man who she hated so much had found yet another way to punish her from across the seas. Anna was imprisoned in her own house, Jack's house. Her wrists had been bound together with hard leather, and her ankles chained together with iron links that then looped together and wrapped around the trunk of a gum tree, which made the foundation of the entire roof structure. She had tried to use the side of her ankle chain to chisel away at the wood for a number of hours on the first day. She would work until her arms were so sore she couldn't go on. And then she would inspect the progress, which was almost non-existent, and then continue on with her wasteful attempt. By the end of the first day, she assessed her advancement only to determine that although it was possible, it would take the better part of a year to achieve her desired goal and freedom. Anna was an obstinate woman when she needed to be, but she also had a pragmatic objectivity that forced her to realize she was wasting her energy on a project that would never serve its purpose. No, she would conserve her strength and find another means of escape. Without any interaction with any other person, convict or free, she focused on her captor. He returned later that evening, handed her a small bowl of porridge without any utensils, and turned without saying a word to her. It was little, but the oats would have enough nutrients in them to maintain her energy.
"Why have you enslaved me here in my own home?"
The man ignored her question and walked out. That night she slept very uncomfortably on the dirt floor of Jack's house, her bed only feet away from where she slept, the straw mattress teasing her in the distance. At least it was summer, so the night didn't cause a chill. She couldn't move her legs much, being chained as they were, but at least her arms were only bound together, so she could still lie on her back. No matter how she positioned herself, she found the iron collar she now wore touched the tender wounds in her neck and sent pain down her spine. Somehow, fatigue finally set in, and she drifted away to sleep. In the morning, she waited for her captors to return. All day she waited. She thought about Jack and about what he was doing now. He would be far away, on his last expedition with Colby, to celebrate the life of the native's deceased father. She wondered how long it would take for the word of her fate to reach him. She prayed to a God she didn't believe in that a message would reach him in time, so they would not both become captives. Then she prayed she would survive long enough to one day see her boys again and get revenge on this terrible man who had done so much to harm her and everyone she loved. She then prayed that whatever happened, Jack would be very well. When she found there was no more to pray for, she again studied the chain that imprisoned her. It had been forged in 2 rings that wrapped firmly around her ankles, and then the longer part of the chain in the middle was used to wrap around the base of the gum tree that supported the roof, and then fixed to itself by means of a solid chain link that had been forged together with molten iron. There was no padlock. Whoever had done this to her had never intended her to one day be released, she realized with a horror of certainty. If no one came to rescue her, which was likely, because no one knew she had been held captive, then her only means of escape was to break her ankles, the chain, or the base of the tree. Of the 3 points of keeping her captive, her ankles, she surmised, would be the weakest. She considered what this option would entail, and quickly decided against it. She would die of her wounds quicker than if she was left here to starve. She had already tried to chisel her way through the tree, and that method quickly exposed the certainty it would take more than a year to get anywhere, leaving her with a chain. Examining it again, she discovered not all the links were the same. Much of the iron that the colony brought in, like its other supplies, seemed to be of poor quality, and the blacksmith who had forged the chain had either been too lazy or in too much of a rush to close each chain link properly. When she examined each link, she discovered one near the base of the tree had not been completely closed. If she had an iron file or a small piece of steel, she could have wedged it inside the gap and levered the chain link open. But she didn't have such a thing, or anything like it. In all probability, she considered it was highly unlikely she was ever going to pry the small piece of chain link open, but it was all the hope she had. She spent the entire day hammering it with the end of the other side of the chain. By that evening, when she examined it, she found she had been rewarded for her efforts with a small crack in the link. It may take her a week or more, but she felt confident it could be possible. Chapter 68.
After 2 weeks out bush with Colby, Jack was keen to get back to his Anna. He didn't really want to go in the first place, but she had convinced him it was the right thing to do. After all, it was because of Colby's honesty they had gotten their diamond back. Colby had explained to him it was coming close to the 7th season since his father had died, and he wanted to make a pilgrimage to somewhere for his father. He never had a brother, but now he considered Jack his brother, and would be honored if Jack joined him on the pilgrimage. As Anna had said, after all he had done, how could he refuse the poor man? Besides, Jack was keen to have his last experience of the New South Wales bushland. This would be his last walkabout, before he returned to London and faced his enemy for the love of his life. He hadn't come very close to home before Borado found Colby and told him of their problems. Even the Aboriginals knew everything that happened in the colony. They didn't trust the white fellows very much. He relayed the story about how Anna had been brought to the center of the town and how something hard and solid had been placed around her neck. She was screaming. There were lots of men in red Marine uniforms there, too. Jack was furious. He increased his pace immediately. "What are you going to do, Jack?" It was Colby who spoke to him. "I'll kill them, all of them. Everyone who has hurt her will die." He was shouting, and there was no one there to hear him except for his 2 Aboriginal friends, who would have heard him if he had whispered. "That does not sound like a very successful course of action, my friend." "How many men does your clan have?" "Almost 90. He didn't bother to ask why. "We will have to storm the colony and rescue her, but first we must kill them all." "Don't you think if we were capable of storming the colony and killing all the Marines, we would have done so when you first arrived? We have tried, as you may remember, many times. When your people first kidnapped Bennelong, we tried. Your weapons are too powerful, and our spears are no match." "Then what do you suggest?" "There are Marines, lots of Marines guarding her in your house. But there are even more facing outwards of the house, looking for you. They tell me you made a very big enemy, somewhere far away across the Big Blue, and he has sent these men to get you." Borado gave his assessment with the objectivity of a seasoned warrior. Jack stopped dead in his tracks. "What did you say?" Jack felt an uncontrolled shiver up his back, as though a ghost from his past had just crept up behind him and grabbed his shoulder. "They say they don't care about Anna, but they are using her to get to you." That changed everything. And in that instant, Jack's past came back to haunt him. Chapter 69. Sir William's bulldog came each evening just before dark and fed her. He never responded to her, although she tried to gain any information she possibly could by talking to him. During the day, she would chisel away at the weak chain link as much as her strength would let her. By the evening, she would wonder if her efforts had paid any meager dividends at all. At times, she would lay back and wonder if she was wasting her time, only to recall it wasn't her time anyway, and it was her only hope, so she would continue again the next day. The days continued in their monotony until the 12th day. On that day, Sir William's bulldog spoke to her. He came by in the evening to feed her, as he had on every other day since she had become his prisoner. Until this time, he never revealed any of his thoughts to her. He seemed very reserved, and only ever stayed long enough to hand her the bowl of porridge and leave. This time, he shoved a bowl of beef stew in front of her. "Where has he gone?" "Who?" "Jack, the one with the diamond." "I don't know. He's gone to the bush with the native again. He does this every so often. He may be back today, he may be back in a year. I certainly don't have any say in how long he goes for. Besides, it doesn't matter. The natives watch everything we do. By now, he would have heard about what you have done, and he will have gone to ground. You don't think he'll try and save you? He's a selfish prick. I have a better chance resting my hopes on you developing a sense of honor toward women and letting me go free than Jack coming to my rescue. She really hoped that wasn't true. The brute chuckled at that. Well, then, I guess I may as well kill you now, because Sir Williams has instructed me to make sure you don't live. She thought she noticed the man have just the slightest of twitches as he spoke. He's lying to me. But Sir Williams would never want me killed. He's too frightened I'm the devil's whelp, and will haunt him. Ah, that is true. But all the same, I will kill you anyway, if I think there is a chance that in doing so, I will entice Jack's reprisal, and hence be given a chance to capture him. As you well know, we're a long way from Sir Williams, and I feel a certain level of flexibility in my dealings currently. She couldn't tell if he meant it or not. Anna didn't know if she was ready for the answer, so instead she asked a new question. Why does Sir Williams hate me so much? He thought about the question for a while. It has to do with something that happened between him and your husband before you both met. How did my husband know Sir Williams? No, first you must answer one of my questions. He looked to her for a sign of understanding, and she nodded her head. How long does Jack really go away for, normally? 2 to 4 weeks. She was honest. Jack would know everything that happened by now. He wouldn't return for her. Now tell me, how did Matthew and Sir Williams know each other before we were married? Because they both believed the same thing. My turn now. He looked at her, and she nodded her head in agreement again. Will Jack risk his life to rescue you? No. Then I fear I have no more information to gather from you. She was surprised by how bright his answers were. Behind his dogmatic demeanor of violence, there was a sharp mind. Anna was glad Jack had never told her where he was going, or where the diamond was now, for this man would have surely extracted the information from her. He seemed furious when he left. She knew he couldn't be trusted in his current circumstance. She examined the weak chain link in the last of the light, and decided there would be no time for sleeping tonight. She worked with the vigor that comes from the certain knowledge that your life will depend on your success. It was dark, and she could no longer see the chain. But after almost 2 weeks of the same movement, she was able to chisel away at the chain in the dark without any problem. It was tedious and repetitious work. Her arms burned from the continuous motion, but she did not dare stop. Somehow, like a fox trapped in a chicken pen, she knew if she failed to make her escape tonight, she would not live tomorrow. She was so focused on her work that, at first, she didn't notice when the chain came away. All she noticed was the part of the chain on which she had been working seemed to be missing. She searched for it and fumbled for it with her hands, before realizing she was finally free. Tentatively, she pulled on the chain. There was a strange clink, and the chain fell free. Chapter 70. Samuel watched the small wooden house from a distance. He was angry and disappointed with himself for letting her know it. It was not going to help his cause. He was running out of time. The Scorpion was leaving in less than a week. It would be the last ship to leave the new colony for several months, and by God, He was not going to miss it because he had failed to find a man with a diamond. "Jeffrey!" "Yes, sir." The man came running. He was a junior Marine officer who had joined his party at the last minute, a cousin or some distant relative of Sir Robert Williams. He thought it strange at the time, as Samuel never knew Williams to have any living family. "You interrogated that woman with the baby. What was her name? Elizabeth or something?" "I did, sir." "And you are certain she confirmed our information? Anna and Jack are lovers?" "Yes, that is for certain. We have spoken to a number of people around the area, and they all agree Jack had purchased her only to protect her." "Then why does he not come for her?" "Maybe the woman is telling the truth. Jack is currently away on an expedition." "That may be the case. Or he does not think we will hurt her." "That's possible." "They say he is very much good friends with these natives, and they keep track of everything that is going on here. Anna says he must know by now. Let us see what he does if we burn the house down." The man in front of him looked troubled by the statement, but was too intelligent to make an enemy out of him by challenging him. Samuel calmly picked up a fueled torch that was lighting his tent and walked up to the house and threw it on the thatch roof. "Now we'll know just how much he cares for her, young Jeffrey, won't we?" Chapter 71. Released from the confines of her chain, Anna tried to stand up. It was hard, and her body, limited to the floor for the past 2 weeks, was reluctant to allow her to stand. With some pain, she achieved her goal, but felt she was weaker than normal. With adrenaline in her veins and the sound of her heart beating in the back of her head, Anna made her way to a window in the back of the house. The window was open. Careful not to come close enough to the window, someone on the outside might spot her. She crawled her way to the end of the room to look out. She hadn't realized until that point that the chain was not the only thing limiting her escape. There were lots of Marines everywhere she looked. But what really surprised her was the fact that most of them were facing outwards, away from the house, in preparation for Jack's return. No sooner had Anna freed herself from her chains than she realized she was very much still a captive in her own house. She could see several men guarding her from outside. They were heavily armed. The vision made her want to cry. It had all been for nothing. Despair crept up, and for the first time since she left Portsmouth, she felt as though she had completely failed. There was no way out for her now. And then Jack was there, standing in front of her. She didn't recognize him. His face looked older. He hadn't shaved since he'd gone bush, but that wasn't unusual for him. Somehow, he looked more serious, and there was a new meanness about him that hadn't been there before. "I must be hallucinating," she thought, "but it's so nice to see him again before I die." The apparition smiled back at her, and then raised its finger to its lip in the signal for her to be quiet. She instantly went to kiss him. "How did you get here?" "No time for that, sweet Anna, my love." He kissed her back with all the passion she felt. "The house is on fire. We have to go." Her dream ended abruptly, and she realized all of it was real. She was still a prisoner in her own home. This was the man she loved. The house was on fire, and it had all been for nothing because she was about to die. Chapter 72. Jack cursed. "Good God, woman, don't look at me like that. Follow me." "Where can we go?" she asked. "Can't you see the house is surrounded by Marines?" He gestured to the back of the house. "There's a tunnel over here." Jack took genuine pleasure opening the trapdoor that revealed a tunnel he had dug shortly after he started farming the area. It was an old thief's trick to escape from guards. At the time, he thought he was being paranoid, but it turned out to be a stroke of good planning. While we were struggling to produce food so we could survive, you were digging yourself a stupid tunnel? Jack took pleasure in seeing Anna's imprisonment had done nothing to soften her tongue. It would appear I wasn't wasting my time at all. She looked as though she was about to say something else on the matter, and then thought better of it. I've got no desire to burn to death, so let's go. He made sure she climbed down the ladder first, and then took the time to close the trapdoor and secure it properly. He had a wire that could be used, once the door was closed, to pull the corner of his bed over the top of the door and provide minor concealment. The last thing he wanted was for Samuel to discover the hidden tunnel and immediately realize how Anna had escaped. Jack had met Samuel once before and knew, although he looked like a brute of a man, a hired muscle man, he was much more intelligent than he appeared. He doubted very much Samuel would overlook the loss of Anna's remains. No, it was much more likely he would be mounting the largest fugitive hunt the new colony had ever seen by the morning. That was, if they had been lucky to get so much of a head start. The oilcloth that he used on his way in had still been burning on its holder at the bottom of the ladder. There wasn't much room, but the light showed well enough that two people of moderate size could comfortably stand. Once in the tunnel itself, there was only just enough room for a man of Jack's size to crawl. Jack took the burning oilcloth. Very well, I'll go first and you follow me. I'll have to put the flame out before we open the hatch on the other side. Anna nodded her head. She didn't need to have it explained to her. He was glad he hadn't been lazy building the escape tunnel and had dug it 200 feet long. By the time they emerged from the other side, they could both see the flames had now fully engulfed the house, and all eyes were on it, and not on them. I wonder how far we can get in a night. Chapter 73. Samuel watched in disbelief where the remains of the razed house lay. Anna's carcass should have been there. He was so surprised by the loss that he went straight up to it and picked up the broken chain, burning his left hand. The break in the chain link was unmistakable. How could I have been so stupid not to notice her working on this? There was a dozen or more people around. Convicts still working to put out the last of the flames with buckets of water, which were clearly not doing much. Marines trying to ensure order, and a neighboring farmer trying to save some livestock in the barn behind the house, which had also caught alight. Samuel considered the time he had last brought the food to her. That was a little over 6 hours ago, and 3 hours since he'd first set the house alight. That meant she had somewhere between 3 and 6 hours head start on him. He immediately assumed Jack had helped her. He must have known all along what was happening. He'd been close. He decided a hunting party must be put together and depart immediately. You there. What's your name? Marine Officer Bakersfield, sir. If a convict was trying to escape from the authority, and he had as much knowledge about the bush as Jack, which direction would he go? He would go west, sir. The answer came immediately. Why? How can you be so certain? Samuel was surprised by the man's certainty. You see, to the north of us, we have the native clan, who still have a thriving hatred of persons outside their clan, and to the south we have colonized far enough. It would be almost impossible for a fugitive to escape the authority of the colony. And to the west, what do we have? Nothing. Once you go approximately 30 miles to the west of here, you reach the end of our exploration. There are impenetrable mountains which no one has yet crossed."
So, if the mountains are impassable, why would a man like Jack try to escape that route?
"Because desperate men do desperate things, sir, and Jack is resourceful enough he might just think he could make it."
Chapter 74. That house should burn until the morning. We will have at least a 12-hour head start on him. It seemed to be the only good news Jack had for her.
"Surely they must not know which way we have gone," Anna replied.
Only a fool would assume we went any other direction than west. And Samuel, he is no fool. He may look like a bulldog, but he is much more cunning than you would expect, and just as ruthless. I've seen him kill a woman in cold blood before.
"So why don't we go north or south?"
Because in the north the natives will kill us, and in the south the colony has expanded so far we would never be able to slip past the authorities. So, we must go west, past the farms, past the salt mines, across the Nepean River, and over the mountains, where the colony has not spread its infection. And so, Jack took her in a direct line toward the west, toward an impassable mountain range, and their freedom. They had no horses to help them, but they were both quick and had the endurance to keep going. Jack didn't have access to a horse, nor could either of them ride one very well. Besides, it would be harder for them to be tracked like this. They walked all through the night, and for much of the following day. On that night, they followed the only road that ventured west of Parramatta. It had not been formally built, but through regular movement of cattle toward the west, where the grazing was good, a small but usable path had developed. It went no more than 10 miles west of Parramatta, where cattle farming had created the artificial pathway. They had reached the end of it before the sun had come up, and Jack seemed noticeably more relaxed once they were off the main path altogether. "I wasn't quite sure we should have even used that path," Jack told her. "It's the fastest route west of the house, but it would have been the first place they'd look for us. I guess we can be happy in knowing they must not have discovered the loss of your body yet, but they will soon. We'll have to keep going. We can't rest here. Are you going to be very well?"
"I'll be fine. You just set the pace and I'll match it."
Anna found herself amazed by how little she knew about the land in which she lived for the past 5 years. As a convict, she had never been free to go exploring. She had once traveled south as far as Botany Bay, laboring on a road, but after that she spent the rest of her time laboring at food production with the other female convicts. She had no idea how sparse the land was and how little had been colonized. By lunch, she heard a small flowing stream, and Jack hurriedly ran down to fill both their water bottles. "Give me yours and stay here," he warned her.
"I'd like to wash my face, even for a moment or two."
She knew it was a waste of time when they were being hunted like animals, but she had not washed in 2 weeks. "No, they'll find a tracker, and it will be easy for him to spot the two of us if we both go down to the riverbank. They're looking for 2 people, not 1. She understood, and so remained silent. He came back quickly, and they both had a quick sip of the cool water. "Are you hungry?"
"I'm not very much."
Her fear had cost her much of her appetite. "Here, take this. You'll need your strength." It was a little bit of salted beef. She didn't argue, but ate only a little, and did so quickly. Anna had existed on 1 meal a day of oat porridge. The meat would feel heavy in her stomach, she knew. They followed the stream further north until several large rocks made a natural bridge to cross it. They made good progress and saw fewer and fewer signs of civilization the further west they went. By that evening, they came across a wooden hut. It was small, even by the settlers' standards,
and Jack stared at it for some time before taking pains to walk further south, before passing west of it. "It's a hunter's cabin," he whispered. "They're used by hunters. It doesn't look inhabited at the moment, but I can't take that risk." "Even if they are hunters, being out here, they must not know we are being hunted." "No, but the trackers will find them, and when they talk, the last thing I want is for them to say they saw the two of us." They continued walking late into the night, until they couldn't walk any longer. It was a moonless night, and even walking through the sparse forest became difficult. "Let's rest here. But we will have to be gone again before the first light. They'll know about you by now, and a large search party will be after us already." Far in the distance, she saw the glow of light that meant civilization, and wondered if it was the few fires from Parramatta, or the torches the hunting party carried with them. No more than 3 miles behind them, she spotted one single light appear, then another, followed by a dozen more. Like little stars they twinkled. That answered her question. The search party was close. Chapter 75. Samuel looked at the small, semi-naked man as he squatted by the riverbed. "So, were they here?" He had no idea how to speed up the small native man. He'd heard about the Native Americans and their ability to track a man, but the natives of this country seemed less confident. At one point, he wasn't certain the man was even trying to help him. "They were here." It was a white Marine officer who had been on loan to him and had brought this funny creature who spoke some English. "A man and a woman. The woman stayed up there, while the man came down to the river, squatted here, probably filled up their drinks, and then returned to the woman." "Excellent. And then in what direction did they go?" "It looks like they followed the river south along here." "Then let's go." He had hoped by taking the only track that resembled a road due west without stopping to search for the fugitives, he would have caught up with them by now. He'd taken the gamble they were headed for the mountain ranges, and until now he'd been worried he made the wrong decision in doing so. If only they had more horses, they would have caught them by now. But horses were very hard to come by in the new colony. He wished that, if not horses, then a couple of hounds to sniff out their trail. At first he chided himself for the mistake, but then, when he had set the house on fire last night, he had expected to draw Jack, who he had rightly guessed had been watching close by. He didn't expect to go gallivanting into the unmarked territory trying to hunt the man. Samuel was still cursing Sir Williams for sending him to this abysmal place. They found the crossing the fugitives had taken over the river and continued on. By that evening they came to a small wooden hut. He was put out to discover the family hadn't heard anyone pass through their way for months now. The small little man they had taken with them insisted they had passed through here hours earlier. He tried to keep his men focused through the night, but eventually it became too dark and dangerous to go on, and common sense combined with fear made the decision for him to order the men to set up camp and rest. "We depart at first light," he ordered his men. Chapter 76. They left before dawn with a renewed energy brought on by the realization their pursuers were much closer than they had expected. Anna and Jack walked for 2 days straight. In the evenings, Anna didn't know if she should take comfort in the fact she couldn't see any campfires, or worry that there were no campfires because their hunters were still on the hunt. For 2 days now, they had seen them in the distance, their surreal blue haze visible for miles, the mountains, which might be their sanctuary. They reached the river
that meandered along the base of the mountains. Looking up at them, Anna thought she had reached paradise. They represented her freedom, safety, and home for some time to come.
But I will never see my boys again.
The river was slow-flowing but wide. Only a very good swimmer could cross its banks, and Anna, although very accomplished in many ways, had never learned to swim. They continued further south until Jack stopped her. "Here, this is the spot."
"Now what do we do? You know I can't swim much, and I certainly can't swim something that wide with this evil weight around my neck."
"Look, over there, Anna." She looked on the other side of the river bank, but couldn't see much more than a few trees and a giant clump of logs that had built up along what must have been a fork in the river.
"I don't see anything."
"Just wait." And then she saw it. The clump of logs seemed to be moving closer. The river was almost 500 feet wide, and her eyes had been playing tricks on her. It had been a small barge all along, and a strong black fellow seemed to be using a lone stick to push it toward them.
"Is that Coloby?"
she asked. "Yes. He's a good man, isn't he?" Jack responded cheerfully. They waited while it took Coloby a painfully long time to cross the river. "It is good to see you, Anna. Are you well?"
"Yes, but I am even better now that you have come to rescue me."
The man beamed with pleasure at that. Painfully aware their trackers could be anywhere close behind them, they immediately boarded the barge and started to make their way across the river. "Did you manage to get all I asked for?" Jack questioned Coloby. "Yes, I have the supplies you wanted. I have left them at the pass where you and I explored with Tench all those years ago." "Good. Thank you. My brother, you have saved my life yet again." There had been no sightings or sounds of their pursuers for 2 days, and Anna was starting to feel like they might make it. For the first time since her escape, Anna had truly believed they had made it. Once they crossed the large river, they could start the treacherous trail over the mountains that no one in their right mind would attempt to follow. The small party of 3 was halfway across the river. Their pursuers would be unable to catch up with them now. The sound of a single crack of thunder could be heard in the distance, and then Coloby appeared to faint. Jack rolled him onto his side. A single bullet had struck him directly above his nose. He had died instantly. Chapter 77. Looking to the far eastern side of the river, Jack could only just make out the figure kneeling down, laboriously going through the motions of reloading his rifle. He didn't have time to mourn his friend, and so he took the stick and continued to push the barge across the river. He didn't see where the next shot landed, but he heard the sound and wondered if it represented his own death. He didn't stop to see if he was very well, but instead focused on getting the barge to the other side of the river. There were 3 more shots before they made it, and each one sounded further away. Jack pulled the raft up onto the bank of the western side of the river. He didn't want to risk it floating back to the eastern side and providing their pursuers with a means of crossing the river with their horses. It was the first time he had really looked at his dead friend. Poor Coloby. He deserved so much more.
"What should we do with him?" Anna asked.
"We must honor him as a great warrior and our friend, and to do that we must survive." So, without any ceremony, they continued on toward the mountain. "Do you know where you're going?" Anna asked. "Yes, there is a pass Watkins and I found when we first explored this far west. Watkins had said to me then it would one day house a road that crossed the mountains. His superiors were adamant no such news would ever reach Sydney Cove, where every convict
would like to take his chance at escaping to paradise. They reached the pass before nightfall. There they found 2 horses, fully loaded with a number of items, including gunpowder with bullets for his rifle and pistols, seeds for a variety of fruits, vegetables, and grains, and a number of tools. It was all that was required for the 2 of them to establish their own farm on the other side of the mountain range. Chapter 78. Samuel had been rewarded for taking the initiative to ride ahead with the only other 3 people who owned horses and make up the time. He would have liked to have more people with him to capture Jack, but after being unable to catch up with the man for yet another day, he decided it might be his only chance to catch him before he reached the mountain pass. Watching them on the other side of the river was his ultimate punishment for laziness. Had he made the decision to lead the pursuit on horseback in the first place, he would have caught them before they'd passed the road out of Parramatta. He then laughed. Had he made the decision 15 minutes earlier, he would have caught the bastard. No worry. There is still time, and I know we're close this time. Samuel watched as the 2 of them left the riverbank, their companion lying dead on the barge. He didn't wait until they had left the sight of the river. He was a strong man and a good swimmer, and by God, he was going to catch that man. "I'm going to go get that barge," he said to the remaining 3 mercenaries. "If he comes back out while I'm over there, one of you had better improve your aim and shoot the bastard. Got that?" There was a nod of agreement. He crossed the river and returned with the barge. It cost him an hour by the time all 4 of them, with their horses, were on the western side of the river. An hour's a small thing to make up when you have a horse, and they're on foot. And with that thought, the 4 horsemen went to catch their prey. Chapter 79. It was much slower traveling with the 2 horses and their precious cargo. It was going to be difficult even crossing the pass with them, let alone outrunning Samuel and his thugs. Jack only hoped the river took up enough of Sir William's thugs' time and strength, that they were able to cross the pass before they got there. They were far too slow with the horses, and he knew he was going to have to do something about Samuel before they made it to their freedom. The pass itself was steep, but far from impassable with the horses. It would take them the rest of the day, but at least he was now certain it could be achieved. Anna was the first to see them riding up the pass. Anyone with any navigation experience would have known they were headed for the pass, but now, with the horses, they would have that knowledge reinforced by horses' shoe prints. "Should we leave the horses?" Anna sounded worried, but not flustered. "No, if we lose the horses now, we may as well be dead. We won't last long out here without supplies." "And with these things slowing us down, we'll never outrun them." "No, we will have to do something about them." He looked about his landscape. "There, see that rock?" "Yes." "I want you to take both the horses behind that boulder and tie them up good so that they don't run off when they start to hear the fighting. And then come join me over there." He then pointed to a cave high up on the cliff. Jack took a pouch of gunpowder and a bag of rifle shots with him. He climbed the soft sandstone until he reached the cave. It was perfect, he decided. The cave resembled a bubble inside the sandstone rock that had been weathered away over the millennia, leaving the solid rock above, below, and to each side of the bubble intact, and it looked straight down along the pass the men would have to come across. Given a week, he couldn't have built a better fortress. Anna caught up with him shortly, and there he waited with his rifle loaded. He could see all 4 men approaching. They looked confident. And so they should be, he considered. It had probably taken them no more than an hour to cross that damn river.
I need you to load this rifle after each time I fire it, the way I taught you before. Do you remember? Jack said.
Yes.
Then they waited until the first rider approached. Chapter 80. I can see 3 of them, but I can't see Samuel, Jack said as he looked along the end of his Baker rifle. She leaned as far forward as she could without being seen.
There he is. He's the 3rd one in the group of 4.
Ah, so he is. His horse must have been concealed by that rock. Anna could feel the tension in herself. The next few minutes would determine if they lived or died, and whether or not she would ever see her boys again, or be given the opportunity to get revenge on Sir Williams. For all the worry she felt, Jack seemed to display none of the anxiety, nor did he display pleasure in what he was doing. But instead he appeared like a machine, working automatically. She watched as he calmly pulled the trigger. Jack reached for the next rifle without stopping to see he had struck the first rider in the group right in his face, killing him dead instantly. The second shot was heard a couple seconds later. The 4th rider, the one at the rear of the group, fell from his horse and lay still. She couldn't be certain where he had been shot or if he was dead. With both their companions shot, the 2 riders in the middle were forced to get off their horses to try and take cover. Reload this for me. Jack brought her out of her revelry. She did as he had taught her, and just before she had finished the process, another shot had been fired. It occurred to her Jack hadn't waited for her to reload his other rifle, but instead had done it himself. Anna passed her loaded rifle back to Jack. She looked out again and noted a 3rd person had been shot dead too. Only Samuel remained. Jack fired the 4th shot. In that instant, Samuel's horse bolted, twisting him just enough that the bullet struck the side of his cheek. Alone, the man started to run down the hill. Jack pulled out both of his dueling pistols. Samuel was 100 or more feet away, far from the possible range of accuracy for the pistols. But Jack had to try before he got too far. He fired the first shot. A shard of sandstone from a rock next to Samuel sputtered into the air. He took aim once more and fired. Samuel had been shot in the leg, but it would not be a mortal wound. Anna watched as the man disappeared under the rocks that marked the start of the pass. She felt herself still panting with excitement, the kind of sensation that goes with coming close to death and then realizing you're still alive. She had come to love Jack with all her heart. He was a good man. She knew he'd had a bad past, but when she watched the way he mechanically slaughtered those mercenaries, she couldn't help but worry just how bad that past was. Come on, let's go. We'll see him if he tries to come up again. They continued on their way over the pass. Chapter 81. The pain in his left calf muscle burned, but it wouldn't kill him. Samuel tore the material off his shirt and wrapped it tight around the wound. Frustrated that he had lost his horse too, he started the long walk back to the river and the barge. Samuel was far more concerned by his master's displeasure at his failure. He would not slink back to him as a complete failure, he decided. Sir Williams was a dangerous man if you failed, and he wasn't prepared to see what would come of him for his mistake. Crossing the river, he spotted another hut further upstream. It could have been a mile, maybe more. The simple type of wooden dwelling gave no clear description of its inhabitants, who were most probably convicts who had run away. There was also the chance it may have belonged to a free settler legitimately farming the land. None of that mattered much to him when the solution to his current problem presented itself. Reaching the eastern side of the river again, he carefully made his way south along the river to where he had spotted the hut. He approached it from the dense scrub covering the area east of the river, allowing him to scout the area in safety. There was a woman out the front alone. Someone else must be with her. No woman would stay out here alone and still be alive. He waited, and soon a man came down the river on a canoe. The man carried a bag that appeared full, and some equipment that might have been used for fishing. He seemed happy when he beached on the river bank and made his way to the girl with the enthusiasm only a young lover may cherish. The two embraced in a manner he expected would only ever be tolerated in such isolation. Samuel watched them for a short while before deciding that they were on their own. There were no children. He felt relieved. Even he did not have the strength to do this to children. He drew the large knife from his right-hand scabbard. It was the same one he used to kill the pretty little blonde girl who had first helped Matthew to steal the diamond. He had killed plenty of people before then, and many afterward, but that was the murder that had bonded him to Sir Robert Williams irrevocably. The man had made him rich, but his life had become entangled in his bidding, and he was obliged to serve him unequivocally. He generally thought little of the men he worked for, but Sir Robert Williams was different. He had a power over him he would never understand. If I'd done my job properly, then I would never have had to come to this god-awful place. He murdered both the girl and the man, with the precision of a man who had made his profession from the death of others. He felt no joy or guilt when it was done. He never bothered to determine who they were, or for what purpose they had come to be the furthest western settlement of white people. With the mechanical proficiency of an abattoir worker, he butchered both of their scalps. Then he helped himself to the meaty stew that had been brewing in a black pot above the fire. "Thank you," he said, looking down at their corpses. "This tastes delicious." He then sat up and made his way back to civilization, carrying both scalps in the same bag that the man had used to carry his fish into the house. He left. By that evening, he met up with the rest of his search party. "What happened?" It was Geoffrey, the concern immediately displayed on his face. "We had caught up to them, but by that time the natives had already done this to them." Samuel handed the bag to him. Geoffrey opened the bag. He had only met Anna once, and as far as he knew, had never met Jack. Samuel hoped the grotesque nature of the bag would deter him from a more serious examination. "I see." There was something about the way he said it. Samuel worried that indeed he really did see what was going on. "Most convenient." That's all that was left of their bodies. We were on our way back to give them a civilized burial. Criminals or not, they deserved that much at least. Samuel paused to see if the man was going to ask more questions, which he didn't. "We were attacked coming down the pass. Mr. James Parsons and Alfred were killed. I myself was wounded in the leg but managed to escape. All the horses were lost. I'm very lucky to be alive." "Yes, well, you've made Governor Hunter very happy, I'm sure." "Happy?" "Yes. The natives in the north do that sort of thing, you see. And most of the south has been colonized, but natives in the west are considered docile, and many of the convicts have taken it into their silly little heads the notion that somewhere over the ranges lies their paradise. So, yes, you have made Governor Hunter very happy indeed." The burial took place in the middle of the town of Rose Hill, Sydney's second settlement. The Marine officer in charge ensured all convicts were present and heard of the sordid tale. No one, Samuel decided, would go looking for the truth. Chapter 82. It took 4 days for them to cross the Blue Mountain. Jack had spoken to Colby weeks earlier, and members of his clan who had crossed over the mountain ranges had given him a description of the easiest route to follow. On the afternoon of the 4th day, they reached the spur which would ultimately lead them to their destination, to a place they could call home, until it was safe for them to return. Even from this distance, Jack could see the new land was beautiful. There was a large valley covered in green grass, and at the bottom a fast-flowing river. "There!" He pointed to a spot on the edge, with large trees behind it, and a small creek that fed into the main river. "That's where we'll build our new lives." "We made it," Anna said. "I didn't think we were going to do it." The next day they walked down to the river. It took most of the day, and that evening they camped on the banks of it. There were some cattle in the distance. So, the rumors were true. The cattle had found a way to cross the mountain to their freedom. Birds could be heard and seen everywhere. Freshwater crayfish could be seen in the rocks just off the bank. Without human predators, the creatures had prospered. He hadn't tried fishing yet, but could already see the fish jumping out of the water. In the evening, he witnessed a strange creature come out of the water. It seemed to have a bill like a duck, strong forelegs, which were shorter than the hind, and were both webbed and clawed. "What do you make of that, Anna?" "I have no idea. I feel like we've entered the enchanted forest of my dreams, and I'm glad I'm sharing it with you." She held his hand with affection. They watched it, seemingly unconcerned by the newcomers, as it raised to the surface of the water and then dived again like a turtle. He spotted it another 7 times over the course of a half-hour, with its head bobbing above the water, before it dove down once more and was not witnessed to re-emerge somewhere else. That night they slept well, knowing they had made it. The next day they woke early as the sun made its way through the narrow pass of the mountain and reached them early. It didn't take them long to find a shallow section of the river further up in which to cross with the horses. The two of them set to work erecting a wooden hut and clearing land for the purpose of basic agriculture. Jack had learned a lot about farming over the past 7 years, but his understanding was still rudimentary. Where he lacked understanding, he watched as Anna's skill displayed the thousands of hours spent farming since arriving in the new colony. All said and done, it had taken 3 weeks to set up their little wooden hut. It was primitive by European standards, but the roof was sound and the inside dry. Before winter came, Jack decided he would remove the small makeshift fireplace and make a substantial one using the riverbed rocks with a chimney so they could keep warm. They fenced a large section of the valley off and managed to capture one of the free cows, which was pregnant. They promised to look after it and called her Daisy. She didn't seem to mind. In the spring, she would have her calf, and once it was grown, they would have fresh milk. Colby had been able to bring 5 chickens with him as part of the supplies he'd arranged to meet them on the other side of the river. Jack had no idea how the man had obtained them, but they would prove to be a fantastic source of eggs. That night they sat back and admired their work. It had been a pleasure, hard though it was. All their efforts had been for a shared goal. "We've done well," Jack said. "I think Watkins and Arthur would have been proud of our effort to become self-sufficient." "I'm sure they would," Anna laughed. He noticed she'd never been comfortable with the way he never bothered to call them by their titles. "Now, Anna, take a seat. I have something for you." "Should I be worried?" "No, I decided it's time to remove that band around your neck." He looked at her face, which displayed the torment of that night. He had never asked her about it, but he could imagine how it must have scarred her mind.
How will you do it?" She seemed keen, but her voice betrayed her fear.
"Coleby brought me a few blacksmith tools. I have a file. It will take some time, but I can do it." She turned her head and looked distant for a moment. He didn't know whether or not it was better to break her from her evocations, but decided it was a journey she had to complete on her own. If she wanted help, she would ask. "Let's start now." He slid a small piece of leather between the band and the skin of her neck to protect her. It then took almost 2 hours to file away the band until a small gap had been made, large enough to fit something inside. She sat patiently as he filed away at it. Once he'd achieved the gap, he then wedged the mouth of the blacksmith pliers inside it and squeezed the handle so as to open the mouth of the pliers. At first he wasn't sure he was strong enough. The handles of the pliers didn't move. "Place your head down here."
"On the floor?"
"Yes, I need the added leverage." He placed his foot on the ground next to her head, and then squeezed the pliers. The band started to open. He was able to feed the larger blacksmith splitter tool into the gap now. This time it opened without effort, and he was finally able to remove it completely. It revealed the burn marks from when it had been first put on her. There was some scarring, too.
"It feels strange not to have it anymore."
"Thank you," Anna said, as she tentatively touched her neck with her free hand. "You're welcome."
"No, I mean it. I don't think I have ever really thanked you for everything you've done for me. I wouldn't have been able to escape if it wasn't for you."
She kissed him on his lips. They hadn't done this since the night when he first discovered the diamond was gone. She'd told him then she had to find her boys and get revenge on Sir Robert Williams before she could think of loving anyone else. He had remained close to her, but had never forced the issue. Although she had never said as much, she had implied she loved him, and after it was all done, she would marry him. It was what he wanted most. But this woman brought out his patience. Anna took his hand and said, "Come on, it's getting dark. Let's go inside." Once inside, she took him to where the woolen mat had been laid over the hard floor. It was in front of the fire, which still burned. She reached up on her tippy toes to kiss him again. Even though she was tall, he had to bend his neck to reach her. She tilted her head to meet his, and the kiss was wonderful. Enamored by the moment, he watched Anna's hands wrestle with her long dress before she stopped the kiss to pull it over her head, revealing her perfect breasts. Neither age nor the vicissitudes of colonial life had been able to reduce their splendor. He felt her hands reach for his, and then place them so he could gently feel them. Their soft skin over her firm chest felt tender in his calloused hands. They were small and firm. His fingers tenderly touched her right nipple. She made a small sound of pleasure and violently pulled at his pants. "I love you, Jack," she whispered in his ear as she pulled him toward her. "And I've always loved you." He pulled her close to his naked body, and in the joy of the moment lost the ability to determine where his body finished and hers started. Chapter 83. In the morning, Anna woke up alone. She could hear Jack working in the garden already. His happy whistle reassured her all was still well. She'd hated that whistle when they first arrived at Sydney Cove, but over the years she'd grown to adore the man it belonged to. Having gotten dressed, she walked out to find him chopping wood. He was not wearing a shirt, and the large muscles of his back could be seen tightening and contracting each time he swung the axe. "Good morning," she said. "Hello." She went up and kissed him, It was nice. She had wanted this for so long, she had forgotten how much effort it had taken to resist. It felt like there was an enormous weight off her. They had breakfast consisting of a hard-boiled egg and native tea. Then they made love again. "I could spend my lifetime like this with you," Jack said to her. "You'd better, because you're only the second man I've done this with, and the other was my husband, who's now buried somewhere in London." Chapter 84. Samuel Frederickson was feeling depressed as he waited for his ship to depart Sydney Cove. He had failed his master, and he knew what this meant. At last he would be rid of the terrible new colony, which had lived up to its reputation for being a miserable place. It had helped little to kill the two strangers. It had taken almost a year to find another ship to return him to the civilized world. Finally, the last of the occupants had been loaded into the mostly empty supply ship, returning to Cape Town. As they rounded the head at the entrance of Port Jackson and commenced their journey south, he took his last glimpse of the settlement that only now was starting to thrive. Well, that was a waste of more than 3 years of my life, but most of all, he was worried what his master, Robert Williams, would do to him. It wasn't until the 4th night, when they were making their way round the heavy seas of the south coast, about to turn right and head west for their long tack toward Cape Town, that he noticed the man on board. He almost didn't recognize him. At first, he thought maybe his assignment at the new colony had been complete and he was returning to London. He stretched his mind to recall what the man had told him when they first came out to the new colony. What had the man said? "I'm Sir Robert Williams's nephew, and he sent me to offer my support as a Marine officer," the man had told him all those years ago. He remembered, at the time, wondering why Robert would send a nephew of his to such an awful place. In fact, he also never heard Robert speak of any living relative. The man still hadn't acknowledged him. He wore a heavy rain jacket. It hadn't started raining yet, but it was cold. His face was partially covered. He may just be cold. Samuel started to walk faster toward the aft hatch. It was normally open, but tonight had been shut in case the large seas pooped the deck. The latch was simple and would take him a second to open. He came up to it, turned the latch, and went to open the door. Nothing happened. It was stuck. He turned around fast. His gut feeling had been right. Something was badly wrong. Samuel saw it before he felt the pain. A knife was already embedded in his gut, thrust there by the man in front of him, who was now jerking the knife even further up toward his heart. Blood. There was blood everywhere, and it was gushing out. For the first time, he was close enough to clearly see the man's face. It was Geoffrey. "You didn't really think Robert would let you live, after all you know, did you?" He went to speak, but didn't quite have the strength to get the words out. "Who are you, really?" "Isn't it obvious I'm your replacement?" In the next moment, he was thrown off the railing and into the sea. He was so weak he didn't have the strength to swim even for a minute. He sank to his death. Why did Robert betray me? The last useless thoughts he ever had before unconsciousness swept his mind, and he died. Chapter 85. The following 2 years passed quickly for Anna. The most pleasant things often do, she decided. After that, the urges to return to her children started to pressure her more and more. One day, Jack came to her.
She'd seen the look he had on more than one occasion, and knew exactly what it meant. He was about to discuss something serious with her. "Go on, out with it," she said.
"Anna, I've noticed you've been leaving for a while after dinner. Where do you go each night?"
"I go to pray for a man."
"For your lost husband?"
"No, for his murderer. I pray he is well, and that his life is treating him kindly."
"That's a strange thing to pray for a man who you must hate."
"It is, but the more he has when we next meet, the more I will be able to take from him."
When she was done speaking, Jack looked at her. The loss could be seen in his eyes as he said, "It's time, isn't it? We have to go back. It's time I do whatever I can to help you find your boys and kill Sir Robert Williams." She nodded her head in agreement. "I wish this life could last forever," Jack said. And he meant it, too.
"You know I can't."
"I know. I've watched you. You've grown more restless. The time is near, isn't it?"
"It's like a calling, driving me to the verge of insanity. I've tried to fight it. You know I have, but it is time."
A week later, they had packed their bags, released their beloved animals to the wild. Daisy looked forlorn with her big eyes as they set her free again. Anna patted the side of her face reassuringly. She stopped herself before she cried. After all, it's only an animal.
"Are you ready, Jack?"
"Let's go." Chapter 86, Norfolk Island, January 1797. David spent his last few weeks as a convict, visiting friends and walking across the island with Mr. Malcolm Richards, the free settler who would take over his role on the island. Despite being free, he felt it was his duty to leave his successor with as much information as was possible. What little possessions he had were already packed, and Sarah was ready to go too. A week before he was due to leave, they went for a long walk and recreated their first picnic, which she had informed him was the first time he had courted her attention. He laughed at that, but accepted it had been a lovely day, and one he had enjoyed very much. They talked for hours and drank too much. He had been unfaithful to Anna in his relationship with Sarah in all ways except physically. It was going to be hard to break that relationship. Neither of them knew what this change would mean for their strange relationship. He knew how much she loved him, and as much as he wished he could act upon it, he still had his honor for his marriage to Anna. The two had lived together for a number of years now, and he felt closer to her than he ever had to Anna. In truth, he had a more honest relationship with Sarah. If things had been different, he would have loved her until his death. But things were as they were, and he must find Anna and his boys. The thought excited him as much as it depressed him. Tonight he didn't want to focus on the subject of tomorrow too much. He wanted to enjoy the time he had left with Sarah. They both drank freely. By the time they reached his house, neither of them was thinking clearly anymore. She was staggering, and he was too. He tried to climb up into his bed in the loft, but the ladder seemed too much for him. As he stumbled, she laughed, a soft, innocent laugh, which displayed her love for him far more than any insensitivity. "I can't believe this is one of our last nights here," he said.
"I know. Neither can I. It has been good to us."
"It has."
"Come cuddle with me," she said lasciviously. "I'm cold. Come warm me up."
It was 30 degrees outside, but he came to her anyway.
That night, Sarah had worn the same purple floral dress which he had made for her all those years ago. Any thoughts of honor were heavily depressed due to the alcohol, and he stared at the remarkably handsome woman who stood before him. He no longer looked at her as the child she once was. She was 25. Her face was still as angelic in its innocence as it was the day he'd rescued her. In her blue eyes he saw a longing that bordered on pain. Sarah then pulled the purple floral dress up over her head. She then looked at him in his eyes, daring him to look at her naked body. David made no attempt to look away, as he had done so many times before. He stared at her naked body, revealing nothing but her pale skin. Her nipples were a soft pink color, and her breasts had grown slightly fuller than the day he had rescued her, but had lost none of their firmness. "Now what?" he asked her stupidly. She didn't say anything. Instead, Sarah walked toward him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him on the mouth. He didn't try to stop her at all this time. Instead, he kissed her back. His hands reached across her back, gripping her butt and taking the weight of her entire body as she wrapped her long legs around his waist. The weight of resisting her all these years was lifted as they made love on her bed. It was better than anything he'd ever had in his life. They slept, cuddled in her bed, until late in the morning the next day. He woke first, but was unwilling to get up in case she left. He never wanted this feeling to end. She'd slept with her head on his chest and her naked body draped across him. His hand lovingly stroked the hair that adorned her face. His other hand rested on her firm butt, not in a seductive manner, but simply as a means of holding her with affection. This, he decided, with satisfaction, was worth more than the honor of his marriage to a woman he'd previously been faithful to, a woman who he hadn't seen for almost 10 years, more than a revolution, more than— He stopped short when he considered his boys who needed him. It was not worth more than his children. Some things, he recalled, were worth more than any amount of happiness. Sarah shuffled a little in her sleep as she started to wake up. Maybe she'd noticed his body tense. Then her blue eyes were staring into his. She kissed him again, and he responded as a man who had been married for a lifetime to her. It was so easy. It seemed so right, as though this was what he'd always wanted, and always had. Then he considered his children again, and his infidelity seemed so much worse. "I love you, Davy. I always have. Do you love me?" It wasn't a challenge. She simply looked as though she needed to know the truth. "Yes, of course I do." "Then marry me, David." It was rare for her to use his real name. So this was it. She had prepared him for an ultimatum which he could not answer. "I wish I could, but I'm married to Anna. She may have remarried. I don't know, but I have an obligation to find out." "It has been 10 years. She probably thinks you're dead by now. She could never have been expected to wait for you. With children, she should have married immediately after you left, so she could better protect them. If you truly love me, it's time to let this go and marry me instead." It was the wrong thing for her to say. He knew it was true, what she said about Anna, but her mention of his boys simply reminded him of his duty. "I'm sorry." It was all he could say, and he felt terribly sad. For the hurt he caused her, for the pain he now felt in the loss of happiness he would never again feel in loving her, and for all he had lost in chasing a revolution. She got up without saying anything,
put on her dress and shoes, and left the house. Chapter 87. He had said the wrong thing. The instant David had said it, he wished he could have taken it back. She had run away. The last of the time he could have spent with her was lost. He searched the island, afraid of what he might find. For 2 whole days he scoured the island, looking for her. She was nowhere. No one had even seen her recently. Many had looked. The Sylvester, which had been in the harbor at Kingston, had set sail, and could be seen making its way south. Was it going to Sydney Cove or Cape Town? Then he went down to speak with the harbor master. He acknowledged his greatest fear. She had left on the Sylvester, and she had left him a note. He took it immediately and read it at once. Tears were already forming, and the lump in his throat burned worse than the night in prison when he had first realized he would never see his family again. Dear Davy, I'm sorry I could not face you in person. I love you as you have always known. I understand why you have to return to your family. It's not your fault. It's one of the many reasons I love you. I couldn't pretend any more that it didn't hurt. I hope you find your family, and they bring you all the happiness you deserve. I'll never forget you. Sarah Anderson. It was over. There was nothing more he could do about it. He would wait until his ship arrived in a week's time. There was nothing more for him to do. He returned home and looked at the vacant bed she had left. When his ship arrived, he boarded her with a smile he did not feel. You look pretty poor for a man who's returning home. I lost the best woman I've ever known. I wouldn't let it get you down too much. There are plenty of women in the world. This one girl I saw getting on a ship last week, back at Sydney Cove, was prettier than anything I've ever seen, and I've traveled the world thrice over. She had dark red hair and eyes like emeralds. I've never seen anything so beautiful in all my life. David froze. A terrible feeling sunk in his stomach, as though he was about to have something revealed to him so terrible that once known, he would never be able to abandon the new knowledge. He swallowed hard. Did you remember her name? Nah, it was something common. Like Anna? That's it. Anna was her name. She was with some rich man. Said she'd come out on the first fleet and had served her time. He boarded the ship without saying anything more to the man. So, my Anna's been here all along. Part 3. Revenge. Chapter 88. London, early May, 1798. David found the return leg from Sydney Cove back to England as difficult as he did when he was first deported. He swore he would never again travel across the oceans. They say you normally catch your sea legs after a few days, but if that were true, he was the exception to the rule, because he was sick throughout the entire voyage. The Bethany Rose took him up the same quay in Portsmouth he left all those years ago. The harbor itself hadn't seemed to change much, but then he'd spent much of his time below the water line in the bowels of the Alexander on his way to New South Wales. It was nice to be finally standing on English land. It surprised him how much he missed the country which had wronged him. His mind was elsewhere when she appeared before him. She was waiting for him at the quay, and had changed so much he almost didn't recognize her at first. She was heavily pregnant, but just as beautiful as he remembered her. He didn't even consider who the father could be. "Good God, it's you, Sarah!" David looked blank for a moment. "But I thought I'd never see you again." "Did you want to see me again?" She looked hopeful, but unsure of herself, more like the child that he remembered when he first met her. "Yes, of course I did," he conceded. "I wanted to marry you and live out my days as a farmer in the new land with you. Really, I did. But I was still married then, and I have children somewhere back in London. But what happened to your wife?" She was quick to pick up on his use of the past tense, was married. "I don't know yet. But when she boarded the Octavia bound for Cape Town 3 weeks before me, she was with another man. I mean, they were together. I tried to find news of her in Cape Town, and had been advised that no ship had departed for England since their arrival, but no one could tell me anything. In the end, I spoke to the harbor master, who assured me no one by that name ever entered the harbor." "Oh, I'm so sorry." "I have thought about it over and over again, and I wished things were different, but they're not. I married Anna, and even though our lives have missed more than 10 years apart, we were married, and that fact can't be undone. I must return to her." He saw the color vanish from her face. "What's wrong? Please, sit down." He helped her to the floor. She started to cry. Not the hysterical cry of a woman in complete distress, but the sad cry of a woman who has lost everything, and having gambled to save it and lost, accepted her fate. "Davy, don't you see?" He said nothing, but his face showed clearly he didn't see at all. "The child is yours. We need you now, too." "Oh, my goodness. This changes everything." For the second time in his life, he had to choose between what he wanted and what he knew to be the right thing. Yes, he was married to Anna, and his boys would hopefully be in London waiting for him. But now there was Sarah and his unborn child to think about. The boys would be grown up. They would be alive and living well, or not, without his help. Anna, he had recently discovered, appeared to have moved on. But Sarah had no one. Sarah had gambled it all by sailing to meet up with him. He had been so very close, but fate, he decided, looked cruelly on him. Chapter 89. Robert Williams examined himself in the clear reflection of his dresser mirror, while his manservant Teddy finished tidying his suit. Williams himself rarely observed the mirror. He didn't care what he looked like, so long as he bore the power to change nations. But today was his birthday. At the age of 50, he still had a full head of hair, albeit there was a scattering of gray tips, though, and more dominant around the sides. And if he was to be honest with himself, the good life had left him carrying a little more weight than he needed around his waist. But all in all, he was in good shape for his age. It had been a little over 6 months since he'd married Belinda, and not once had he regretted the decision. After years of seeing married men of all ages at the Goldman's Club trying their very best to avoid their wives, he had come to presume it went with the territory. But as always, fortune seemed to shine on his life, and consequently, he had married the right woman. His friends had been dumbfounded when he announced his proposal to her. Having waited until well past the age of 45 to get married, they had marked him down as a permanent bachelor, or one of those men who married a beauty still in her teens when they should be looking at their own grandchildren. A young woman completely unsure of herself and hopelessly in love with his money. That is what they expected of him. He was rich, after all. But Belinda was neither young. At the age of 42, she could hardly be expected to give him children of his own. Nor was she even a little unsure of herself. As for his money, well, she had more of her own than she would ever know what to do with. Some argued the daft old fool married her for her money. But then why would he? After all, he was up there with some of the richest people in England. She was not particularly handsome, he realized. Her face was overly plain, with the only noticeable feature a slight bend to her nose from a fall from an overturned cart some years ago. Her skin was white, but it bore many of the marks and freckles of a woman who had spent too much time exposed by the sun. She was not overweight or underweight. She was merely plain. The type of woman you would expect to find at the back of the church, but would never take notice of. Nonetheless, Belinda was exactly what he had desired. She had a kind voice and possessed a shrewd intelligence he'd rarely witnessed in a man, much less a woman. He realized long ago it made very little difference whether he bedded a pretty woman or an ugly one, as long as he could bed her. Besides, he'd had his share of beautiful young whores, and some ugly ones, too. If he was completely honest with himself, he had found some of the uglier ones had made better lovers on the basis they had known they were expected to perform some miracles if they were to continue to be his choice. Today, he thanked whatever god it was who looked after him. He had the good forethought to choose a partner who could give him what he wanted, and what he wanted was power. Belinda was precisely the type of woman he needed to help make him the next prime minister. He was already rich, but what he wanted was the power to control nations. As the British prime minister, he would have more power than the king. Ready to start the day, he made his way down the stairs toward the eastern sunroom, where he knew he would find his new bride reading a book. "Good morning, dear." He bent down and kissed her cheek. "How did you sleep?" "Very well. And you?" She put the book down on the side table and looked at him. "At 50, you look really quite dashing. Happy birthday." "Thank you. I feel ever so much better since you came into my life." He really meant it, too. "Oh, have you heard the news?" "I've heard lots of news recently. To what are you referring?" "The old Sinclair house has finally sold." She looked serious to him for a moment. "Tragic what happened to the family, really, wasn't it?" "No, I didn't hear that at all." Williams smiled patiently at his wife, who was much more interested in the social side of their neighbors. "The only neighbor of ours I'm interested in resides at Buckingham Palace." She smiled at him patiently, accepting the disinterest her husband had for anyone who wasn't rich. "And, now that you do mention it, tragedy it was not. Foolishness it was, nothing more. It certainly doesn't deserve anyone's sympathies." "Yes, well, regardless of his fault in it all, I was saddened to hear the poor man had killed himself and left his wife and 3 children to fend for themselves." Yes. Poorly done, I say. The least he could have done was killed himself after establishing some sort of insurance for the little ones. Like I said, it was all his fault." With that statement, he seemed to finish the discussion about the Sinclair house's previous owners. "I hear it sold for a ridiculous sum of money. The strange people who bought it didn't even squabble over the money." "What do we care?" It was unusual, Robert decided, for his wife to focus so much on the lives of total strangers, who could do nothing to promote their own position in the world.
It's just that they must be very rich or very incompetent, don't you think?
I haven't heard of them, so they must be new money. And there is little that disinterests me more than new money.
Apparently, they're spending the same amount again to have the house refurnished. They are even having the lake moved slightly, more to the south of the estate. What odd people! Who ever heard of moving a lake? Rich people seem to think they can do whatever they like. What sort of person moves an entire lake only slightly so it can be seen by the lady of the house's tea room?
She appeared to have been quite taken by this bit of news. Robert ignored the rhetoric and opened up his newspaper, evidently done with the entire affair.
"Shall we send them our card?" she asked hopefully.
"Absolutely not.